experiment, not a policy prescription. But one of the virtues of that thought experiment is that you don't have a bunch of lawsuits you're dealing with about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or political viewpoint discrimination. Actually, the reality is you've at mass, you didn't bring the chisel, you brought a chainsaw. I guarantee you, do that on day one and do step two on day two. On day three, not a thing will have changed for the ordinary American, other than the size of their government being a lot smaller and more restrained, spending a lot less money to operate it. And most people who run a company, especially larger companies, know this. It's 25% of the people who do 80 to 90% of the useful work. These government agencies are no different. So now imagine you could do that same thought experiment, but not just doing it at random, but do it still at large scale while having some metric of screening for those who actually had both the greatest competence as well as the greatest commitment and knowledge of the Constitution. That, I think, would immediately raise not only the civic character of the United States. Now we feel, okay, the people we elect to run the government, they've got the power back. They're running the government again, as opposed to the unelected bureaucrats who wield the power today. It would also stimulate the economy. I mean, the regulatory state is like a wet blanket on the American economy. Most of it's unconstitutional. All we require is leadership with a spine to get in there and actually do what conservative presidents have maybe gestured towards and talked about, but have not really effectuated ever in modern history.
And by the way, that kind of thing would attract the ultra competent to actually want to work in government.
Exactly, which you're missing today. Because right now, the government would swallow them up. Most competent people feel like that bureaucratic machine will swallow them whole. You clear the decks of 75% of them, real innovators can then show up.
Yeah, you know, there's kind of this cynical view of capitalism where people think that the only reason you do anything is to earn more money. But I think a lot of people would want to work in government to build something that's helpful to a huge number of people.
Yeah, well, look, I think there's opportunities for the very best to have large-scale impact in all kinds of different institutions. In our universities, to K through 12 education, through entrepreneurship. I'm obviously very biased in that regard. I think there's a lot you're able to create that you couldn't create through government. But I do think in the moment that we live in, where our government is as broken as it is and is as responsible for the declining nature of our country, yeah, I think bringing in people who are unafraid, talented, and able to have an impact could make all of the difference. And I agree with you. I don't think actually most people, even most people who say they're motivated by money, I don't think are actually motivated by money. I think most people are driven by a belief that they can do more than they're being permitted to do right now with their skill sets. See, I'll tell you that. So I've run a number of companies, and one of the things that I used to ask when I was, I'm not day-to-day involved in them anymore, but as a CEO, I would ask when I did interviews. And the first company I started at Roivant, like for 4 years in, and company was pretty big by that point, I would still intend on interviewing every candidate before they joined, screening for the culture of that person. I can talk a lot more about things we did to build that culture. But one of the questions I would always ask them naturally just to start a conversation, it's a pretty basic question, is why did you leave your last job, or why are you leaving your last job? I'll tell you what I didn't hear very often is that I wasn't paid enough. Right? And maybe they'd be shy to tell you that during an interview, but there's indirect ways to signal that. That really wasn't at all like even a top 10 reason why people were leaving their job. I'll give you what the number one reason was, is that they felt like they were unable to do the true maximum of what their potential was in their prior work. That's the number one reason people leave their job. And, I think, by the way, I would say that as I'm saying that in a self-boastful way that we would attract these people. I think that's also true for most of the people who left the company as well, Roivant, right? And that was true at Roivant, it's true at other companies I've started. I think the number one reason people join companies, the number one people leave companies, whether they've been to join mine or to leave mine in the past, have been that they feel like they're able to do more than they're able to with their skill set than that environment permits them to actually achieve. And so I think that's what people hung for. We think about capitalism and true free market capitalism, and we used words earlier like meritocracy. It's about building a system, whether it's in a nation or whether it's even within an organization, that allows every individual to flourish and achieve the maximum of their potential. And sometimes it just doesn't match for an organization. Where let's say the mission is here, and somebody's skill sets could be really well aligned to a different mission. Then the right answer is it's not a negative thing. It's just that that person needs to leave and find their mission somewhere else. But to bring that back to government, I think part of what's happened right now is that the rise of that bureaucracy in so many of these government agencies has actually obfuscated the mission of these agencies. I think if you went to most federal bureaucracies and just asked them, like, what's the mission? I'm just making one up off the top of my head right now. The Department of Health and Human Services. What is the mission of HHS in the United States of America? I doubt somebody who works there, even the person who leads it, could give you a coherent answer to that question. I just heavily doubt it. And you could fill in the blank for, you know, any range of other Department of Commerce. I mean, I just could go straight down the list of each of these other ones. What is the mission of this organization? You could say for the U.S. military. What's the purpose of the U.S. military, the Department of Defense? I can give you one. I think it is to win wars, and more importantly, through its strength, to avoid wars. That's it. Well, okay, if that's the mission, then you know, okay, it's not tinkering around and messing around in some foreign conflict where we kind of feel like it sometimes, and other ones where we don't. And who decides that? I don't really know, but whoever the people are that decide that, we follow those orders. No, our mission is to protect the United States of America, to win wars, and to avoid wars. Boom. Those three things. What does protecting the United States of America mean? Number one, the homeland of the United States of America and the people who reside there. Okay, that's a clear mission. I mean, the Department of Health and Human Services maybe could be a reasonable mission to say that I want to make America the healthiest country on planet Earth, and we will develop the metrics and meet those metrics. And that's the goal of HHS, to set policies, or at least to implement policies that best achieve that goal. But you can't, and maybe that's the right statement of the mission, maybe it's not. But one of the things that happens is when you're governed by the committee class, it dilutes the sense of mission out of any organization, whether it's a company or government agency or bureaucracy. And once you've done that, then you lose the ability to attract the best and the brightest, because in order for somebody to achieve the maximum of their potential, they have to know what it's towards. There has to be a mission in the first place. Then you're not getting the best and brightest. You get more from the committee class, and that becomes a self-perpetuating downward spiral. And that is what the blob of the federal bureaucracy really looks like today.
Yeah, you said something really profound. At the individual scale, the individual contributor, doer, creator, what happens is you have a certain capacity to do awesome shit. And then there's barriers that come up. We have to wait a little bit. This happens, there's friction always. When humans are working on something, there's friction. And so the goal of a great company is to minimize that friction, minimize the number of barriers. And what happens is the managerial class, the incentive is to create barriers.
That's what it does. I mean, that's just by the nature of a bureaucracy. It creates sand in the gears to slow down whatever the other process was. Is there some room for that somewhere in certain contexts? Sure. It's like a defensive mechanism that's designed to reduce dynamism. But I think when that becomes cancerous in its scope, it then actually kills the host itself, whether that's a school, whether that's a company, whether that's a government. And so the way I think about it, Lex, is there's sort of a balance of distributed power. And I don't mean power in the Foucault sense of social power, but I mean just sort of power in the sense of the ability to effect relevant change in any organization between what you could call the founder class, the creator class, the everyday citizen, the stakeholder class, and then the managerial class. And there's a role for all three of them, right? You could have the constituents of an organization, say in a constitutional republic, that's the citizen. You could have the equivalent of the creator class, the people who create things in that polity. And then you have the bureaucratic class that's designed to administer and serve as a liaison between the two. I'm not denying that there's some role somewhere for people who are in that managerial class. But right now, in this moment in American history, and I think it's been more or less true for the last century, but it's grown, starting with Woodrow Wilson's advent of the modern administrative state, metastasizing through FDR's New Deal and what was required to administer it, blown over and metastasizing further through LBJ's Great Society, and everything that's happened since, even aided and abetted by Republican presidents along the way, like Richard Nixon, has created a United States of America where that committee class, both in and outside the government in our culture, wields far too much influence and power relative to the everyday citizen stakeholder and to the creators who are in many ways constrained, hamstrung, shackled in a straitjacket from achieving the maximum of their own potential contributions. And, I certainly feel that myself. I probably identify as being a member of that creator class most closely. It's just what I've done. I create things. And I think we live in an environment in the United States of America where we're still probably the best country on earth where that creator has that shot. So that's the positive side of it. But one where we are far more constrictive to the creator class than we have been when we've been at our best. And that's what I want to see change.
Can you sort of steel man the perspective of somebody that looks at a particular Department of Education, and are saying that the amount of pain that will be caused by closing it and firing 75% of people will be too much?
Yeah, so I go back to this question of mission, right? A lot of people who make arguments for the Department of Education aren't aware why the Department of Education was created in the first place, actually. So that might be a useful place to start, is that this thing was created. It had a purpose, presumably. What was that purpose? Might be at least a relevant question to ask before we decide what are we doing with it or not. What was the purpose of this thing that we created? It's not it to me seems like a highly relevant question, yet in this discussion about government reform, it's interesting how eager people are to skip over that question and just to talk about, okay, but we got the status quo and it's just going to be disruptive, versus asking the question of, okay, this institution was created, it had an original purpose. Is that purpose still relevant? Is this organization at all fulfilling that purpose today? To me, those are some relevant questions to ask. So let's talk about that for the Department of Education. Its purpose was relevant at that time, which was to make sure that localities, and particularly states, were not siphoning dollars, taxpayer dollars, away from predominantly black school districts to predominantly white ones. And that was not a theoretical concern at the time. It was happening, or there was at least some evidence that was happening in certain states in the South. And so you may say you don't like the federal solution, you may say you like the federal solution, but like it or not, that was the original purpose of the US Department of Education, to make sure that from a federal perspective, states were not systematically disadvantaging black school districts over predominantly white ones. However noble and relevant that purpose may have been 6 decades ago, it's not a relevant purpose today. There's no evidence today of states intentionally mapping out which are the black versus white school districts and siphoning money in one direction versus another. To the contrary, one of the things we've learned is that the school districts in the inner city, many of which are predominantly black, actually spend more money per student than other school districts for a worse result as measured by test scores and other performance on a per student basis, suggesting that there are other factors than the dollar expenditures per school determining student success, and actually suggesting that even the overfunding of some of those already poorly run schools rewards them for their actual bureaucratic failures. So against that backdrop, the Department of Education has instead extrapolated that original purpose of what was a racial equality purpose to instead implement a different vision of racial equity through the ideologies that they demand in the content of the curriculum that these public schools actually teach. So Department of Education funding, so federal funding accounts for about, giving you round numbers here, but around 10% of the funding of most public schools across the country. But that comes with strings attached. So in today's Department of Education, this didn't happen back in 1970, but it's happening today. Ironically, it's funny how these things change with the bureaucracies that fail. They blow oak smoke to cover up for their own failures. What happens with today's Department of Education? They effectively say you don't get that funding unless you adopt certain goals deemed at achieving racial or gender equity goals. And in fact, they also intervene in the curriculum where there's evidence of schools in the Midwest or in the Great Plains that have been denied funding because Department of Education funding, so long as they have certain subjects like archery. There was one instance of a school that had archery in its curriculum. I found that to be pretty interesting, actually. I think you have different kinds of physical education. This is one that combines mental focus with physical aptitude. But hey, maybe I'm biased. Doesn't matter whether you like archery or not. I don't think it's the federal government's job to withhold funding from a school because they include something in their curriculum that the federal government deems inappropriate, where that locality found that to be a relevant locus of education. So what you see then is an abandonment of the original purpose that's long past. You don't have this problem that the Department of Education was originally formed to solve of siphoning money from black school districts to white school districts and laundering that effectively in public funds. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purposes instead, creating a lot more damage along the way. So you asked me to steel man it, and can I say something constructive rather than just, pounding down on the other side? One way to think about this is, for a lot of these agencies, were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset? Yes. where that positive intention existed, I'm still a skeptic of creating bureaucracies, but if you're going to create one, at least make it, what should we call it? A task force. Make it a task force. A task force versus an agency means after it's done, you celebrate, you've done your work, pat yourself on the back, and then move on, rather than creating a standing bureaucracy, which actually finds things to do after it has already solved or addressed the first reason it was born in the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that in our culture. I mean, even if you have a company that's generated tons of cash flow and it solved a problem, let's say it's a biopharmaceutical company that developed a cure to some disease, and the only thing people knew at that company was how to develop a cure to that disease, and they generated a boatload of cash from doing it. At a certain point, you could just give it to your shareholders and close up shop, and that's actually a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that happen enough in the American consciousness and the American culture of when an institution has achieved its purpose, celebrate it, and then move on. And I think that that culture in our government would result in a vastly restrained scope of government, rather than today, it's a one-way ratchet. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence, but the old one that came into existence continues to persist and exist as well. And that's where you get this metastasis over the last century.
So what kind of things do you think government should do that the private sector, the forces of capitalism, would create drastic inequalities or create the kind of pain we don't want to have in government?
So if the question is what should government do that the private sector cannot, I'll give you one. Protect our border. I mean, capitalism, it's never going to be the job of capitalists, or never going to be the capability or inclination of capitalists to preserve a national border. And I think a nation, it's literally, I think one of the chapters of this book, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. It's almost a tautology. An open border is not a border. Capitalism is not going to solve that. What's going to solve that is a nation. Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation, in this case, the United States of America. That's an example of a proper function of the federal government, to provide physical security to its citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, it could be state government, to make sure that private parties cannot externalize their costs onto somebody else without their consent. It's a fancy way economists would use to describe it. What does that mean? It means if you go dump your chemicals in somebody else's river, then you're liable for that. It's not that, okay, I'm a capitalist, and so I want to create things, and I'm going to do hell or high water, whether or not that harms people around me. The job of a proper government is to make sure that you protect the rights of those who may be harmed by those who are pursuing their own rights through a system of capitalism. In seeking prosperity, you're free to do it. But if you're hurting somebody else without their consent in the process, the government is there to enforce what is really just a different form of enforcing a private property right. So I would say that those are two central functions of government, is to preserve national boundaries and the national security of a homeland. And number two is to protect and preserve private property rights and the enforcement of those private property rights. And I think at that point, you've described about 80 to 90% of the proper role of a government.
What about infrastructure?
Look, I think that most infrastructure can be dealt with through the private sector. I mean, if you can get into specifics, you could have infrastructure that's specific to national security. No, I do think that military industrial base is essential to provide national security. That's a form of infrastructure. I don't think you could rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of that protection to a nation. But, interstate highways, I think you could think about whether or not that's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody had the incentive to create. I think you could make an argument for the existence of interstate highways. I think you could also make powerful arguments for the fact that actually you could have enough private sector co-ops that could cause that to come into existence as well. But I'm not dogmatic about this, but broadly speaking, 80 to 90% of the goal of the federal government, I'm not going to say 100, 80 to 90% of the goal of the existence of a federal government should be to, or a government period, should be to protect national boundaries and provide security for the people who live there, and to protect the private property rights of the people who reside there. If we restore that, I think we're well on our way to a revival of what our founding fathers envisioned. And I think many of them would give you the same answer that I just did.
So if we get government out of education, would you be also for reducing this as a government in the states for something like education?
I think if it goes closer to municipalities and the states, I'm fine with that being a locus for people determining, as, for example, let's just say school districts are taxed at the local level. For that to be a matter for municipalities and townships to actually decide democratically how they actually want that governed, whether it's balance between the public school district versus making that same money available to families in the form of vouchers or other forms of ability to educational savings accounts or whichever mechanism it is to opt out of that. If that's done locally, I'll have views on that that tend to go further in the direction of true educational choice and diversity of choice, the implementation of charter schools, the granting of state charters, or even lowering the barriers to granting one. I favor those kinds of policies. But if we've gotten the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve, that I'm focused on solving other problems and leave that to the states and municipalities to cover from there.
So given this conversation, what do you think of Elon's proposal of the Department of Government Efficiency in the Trump administration, or really any administration?
Well, I'm of course biased because Elon and I have discussed that for the better part of the last year and a half, because I think it's a great idea. It's something that's very consistent with the core premise of my presidential candidacy. I got to know him as I was running for U.S. president in a couple of events that he came to, and then we built a friendship after that. So obviously, I think it's a great idea.
Who do you think is more hardcore on the cutting, you or Elon?
Well, I think Elon's pretty hardcore. I said 75% of the federal bureaucrats, and while I was running for president, he said you need to put at least 75%. So I agree with him. I think it'd be a fun competition to see who ends up more hardcore. I think I don't think there's someone out there who's going to be more hardcore than here I would be. And the reason is, I think we share in common a willingness to take the risk and see what happens. I mean, the sun will still rise in the east and set in the west. That much I guarantee you. Is there going to be some broken glass and some damage? Yes, there is. There's no way around that. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary anymore. And here's the thing, Lex. It's easy to say this. Let's talk about where the rubber hits the road here. Even in the second Trump term, this would be, the discussion. President Trump and I have had this conversation, but I think we would continue to have this conversation. Is where does it rank on our prioritization list? Because there's always going to be a trade-off. If you have a different policy objective that you want to achieve, a good policy objective, whatever that is, right? You could talk about immigration policy, you could talk about economic policy. There are other policy objectives. You're going to trade off a little bit in the short run the effectiveness of your ability to carry out that policy goal if you're also committed to actually thinning out the federal government by 75%, because there's just going to be some clunkiness, right? And there's just going to be frictional costs for that level of cut. So the question is, where does that rank on your prioritization list? To pull that off, to pull off a 75% reduction in the size and scale of the federal government, the regulatory state, and the headcount, I think that only happens if that's your top priority. You can do it at a smaller scale, but at that scale, it only happens if that's your top priority, because then as president, you're in a position to say, I know in the super short run, that might even make it a little bit harder for me to do this other thing that I want to do and use the regulatory state to do it. But I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that hardship and inconvenience because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decades and centuries for the country. So it's a question of prioritization. And certainly my own view is that now is a moment where that needs to be a top priority for saving this country. And if there's one thing about my campaign, if I was to do it again, I would be even clearer about, because I talked about a lot of things, and we can cover a lot of that too. But if there's one thing that I care about more than anything else, is dismantling that bureaucracy. And moreover, it's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state itself. And that nanny state presents itself in several forms. There's the entitlement state, that's the welfare state, presents itself in the regulatory state, that's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection or other resources we provide them. If I was to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. Once we've done that, we've revived the republic that I think would make George Washington proud.
So you mentioned Department of Education, but there's also the Department of Defense. And there's a very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to and a budget that's increasing and the number of wars and military conflicts that's increasing. So if we could just talk about that. So
Sure.
if this is the number one priority, it's like there's difficulty levels here. The DoD it would be probably the hardest. So let's take that on. What's your view on the military-industrial complex, Department of Defense, and wars in general?
So I think the nanny state, I'm against it overall. I'm against the foreign policy nanny state as well. Let me start from that as the starting off point, and then I'll tell you about my views on the DoD and our defense. First of all, I think that, and I think that it was easy for many people from the neocon school of thought to caricature my views with the media at their side. But actually, my own view is, if it's in the interest of the United States of America to provide certain levels of protection to U.S. allies, we can do that as long as those allies actually pay for it. And I think that's important for two reasons. The less important reason, still important reason, the less important reason is it's still money for us, right? It's not like we're swimming in a cash surplus right now. We're at $34 trillion national debt and growing. And, I think pretty soon the interest payments are going to be the largest line item in our own federal budget. So it's not like we have money willy-nilly to just hand over for free. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game, to not have skewed incentives to actually enter conflicts where they're not actually bearing the full cost of those conflicts. So take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries today, do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposedly a requirement to be in NATO. So majority of NATO countries are failing to meet their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany particularly is, I think, arbitraging the hell out of the United States of America. And I don't think that I'm not going to be some sort of, shrill voice here saying, so therefore we should not be supporting any allies or providing security blankets. No, I'm not going in that direction. What I would say is you got to pay for it, right? Pay for your fair share. A, because we're not swimming in excess money ourselves. But B, is it tells us that you actually have skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes nations far more prudent in the risks that they take, whether or not they enter war, versus if somebody else is paying for it and somebody else is providing our security guarantee, hey, I might as well, take the gamble and see where I end up at the end of a war, versus the restraint that imposes on the decision-making of those allies. So now let's bring this home to the Department of Defense. I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide for the national defense of the United States of America. And the irony is that's what we're actually doing most poorly. We're not really using, other than the Coast Guard, we're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings at our own southern border and crossings at our other borders. In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe is less secure today than it has been in a very long time. Vulnerable to threats from hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly has capabilities in excess of that of the United States. Missiles, hypersonic means faster than the speed of sound, that could hit the United States, including those carrying nuclear warheads. We are more vulnerable to super EMP attacks, electromagnetic pulse attacks, that, without exaggeration, some of this could be from other nations, some of this could even be from solar flares, cause significant mass casualty in the United States of America. The electric grid's gone. It's not an exaggeration to say if that happened, planes would be falling out of the sky because our chips really depend on those will be affected by those electromagnetic pulses. More vulnerable to cyber attacks. I know this, people start yawning and say, okay, boring stuff, super EMP, cyber, whatever. No, actually, it is pretty relevant to whether or not you actually are facing the risk of not getting your insulin because your refrigerator doesn't work anymore, or your food can't be stored, or your car or your ability to fly in an airplane is impaired. Okay. So I think that these are serious risks where our own national defense spending has been wholly inadequate. So I'm not one of these people that says, we decrease versus increase national defense spending. We're not spending it in the right places. The number one place we need to be spending it is actually protecting our national defense. And I think protecting our own physical homeland. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on protecting our own homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign interventionism and foreign nanny-stateism for its own sake, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their own defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies where that actually advances the interests of the United States of America. So that's what I believe. And, I think this process has been corrupted by what Dwight Eisenhower famously in his farewell address called the military industrial complex in the United States. But I think it's bigger than just I think it's easy to tell the tales of the financial corruption. It's a kind of cultural corruption and conceit that just because a certain number of people in that expert class have a belief, that their belief happens to be the right one because they can scare you with what the consequence would be if you don't follow their advice. And one of the beauties of the United States is, at least in principle, we have civilian control of the military. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the true commander-in-chief. I have my doubts of whether it operates that way. I think it is quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander-in-chief of the United States of America, yet on paper, supposedly we still are supposed to call him that. But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that leader needs to do is to ask the question of, again, the mission. What's the purpose of this U.S. military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland and the people who actually live here, which we're failing to do. So that's where I land on that question.
Wait, okay, there's a lot of stuff to ask. First of all, on Joe Biden, you mean he's functionally not in control of the U.S. military because of the age factor or because of the nature of the presidency?
It's a good question. I would say in his case, it's particularly accentuated because it's both. In his case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is the functioning president of the United States of America. How could he be? He wasn't even sufficiently functioning to be the candidate after a debate in June. There's no way he's going to be in a position to make the most important decisions on a daily and demanding basis to protect the leading nation in the world. Now, more generally, though, I think we have a deeper problem that even when it's not Joe Biden, in general, the people we elect to run the government haven't really been the ones running the government. It's been elected bureaucrats and the bureaucratic deep state underneath that's really been making the decisions. So I've done business in a number of places. I've traveled to Japan. And there's an interesting corporate analogy. Sometimes if you get outside of politics, people can, I find, listen and pay attention a little bit more because politics is so fraught right now that if you start talking to somebody who disagrees with you about the politics of it, you're just butting heads but not really making progress. So let's just make the same point but go outside of politics for a second. So I was traveling to Japan. I was having a late night dinner with a CEO of a Japanese pharmaceutical company. And, it takes a while to really get them to open up, culturally speaking, in Japan, a couple nights of karaoke and whatnot, maybe late night restaurant, whatever it is. Well, we built a good enough relationship where he was very candid with me. He said, I'm the CEO of the company. I could go and find the head of a research unit and tell him, okay, this is a project we're no longer working on as a company. We don't want to spend money on it. We're going to spend money somewhere else. And he'll look me in the eye and he'll say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll come back 6 months later and find that they're spending exactly the same amount of money, the exact same project. And I'll tell them, no, we agreed. I told you that you're not going to spend money on this project. And we have to stop now. I should have stopped 6 months ago. Get a slap on the wrist for it. He says, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes. No, of course, that's correct. Come back 6 months later, same person is spending the same money on the same project. And here's why. Historically in Japan, and I should say in Japan, this is changing now. It's changing now. But historically, until very recently, and even to an extent now, it's near impossible to fire people. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't actually work for you. It means in some deeper, perverse sense, you work for them because you're responsible for what they do without any authority to actually change it. So I think most people who have traveled in Japan and Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s and 2000s and 2010s, and maybe even some vestiges in the 2020s, wouldn't really dispute what I just told you. Now, we're bringing it back to the more contentious terrain. I think that's basically how things have worked in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States of America. You have these so-called civil service protections on the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think that there are areas to provide daylight for a truly constitutionally well-trained president to act. But apart from those, that's a contrarian view that I have that bucks conventional wisdom. But apart from that caveat, in general, the conventional view has been the U.S. president can't fire these people. There's 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be touched by the person who the people who elected to run the executive branch can't even fire those people. It's like the equivalent of that Japanese CEO. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as they did in Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s. And that's a lot of what's wrong with not just the way that our Department of Defense is run and our foreign policy establishment is run, but I think it applies to a lot of the domestic policy establishment as well. And to come back to the core point, how are we going to save this republic? This is the debate in the conservative movement right now. So this is maybe a little bit spicy for some Republicans to sort of swallow right now. And, my top focus is making sure that we win the election. But let's just move the ball forward a little bit and skate to where the puck is going here. Okay? Yes, let's say we win the election, all is well and dandy. Okay, what's the philosophy that determines how we govern? There's a little bit of a fork in the road amongst conservatives, where there are those who believe that the right answer now is to use that regulatory state and use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-worker goals. And I'm sympathetic to all of those goals. But I don't think that the right way to do it is to create a conservative regulatory state that replaces a liberal regulatory state. I think the right answer is actually to get in there and shut it down. I don't want to replace the left-wing nanny state with a right-wing nanny state. I want to get in there and actually dismantle the nanny state. And I think it has been a long time in the United States, maybe ever in modern history, that we've had a conservative leader at the national level who makes it their principal objective to dismantle the nanny state in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. That was a core focus of my candidacy. One of the things that I wish, and this is on me, not anybody else, that I should have done better, was to make that more crystal clear as a focus without getting distracted by a lot of the shenanigans, let's just say, that happen as sideshows during the presidential campaign. We call that a lesson learned, because I do think it's what the country needs now more than ever.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something that Donald Trump ran on in 2016.
Drain the swamp.
Drain the swamp. I think by most accounts, maybe you can disagree with me, he did not successfully do so. He did fire a bunch of people, more than usual. But
can I say a word about the conditions he was operating in? Because I think that's why I'm far more excited for this time around, is that a lot has changed in the legal landscape. So Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. So there's some really important cases that have come down from the Supreme Court. One is West Virginia versus EPA. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022, that came down and said that if Congress has not passed a rule into law itself through the halls of Congress, and it relates to what they call a major question, a major policy or economic question, it can't be done by the stroke of a pen by a regulator, an unelected bureaucrat either. That quite literally means most federal regulations today are unconstitutional. Then this year comes down a big one, another big one from the Supreme Court in the Loper-Bright case, which held that historically, for the last 50 years in this country, the doctrine has been, it's called Chevron deference. It's a doctrine that says that federal courts have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. They now toss that out the window and said, no, the federal courts no longer have to defer to an agency's interpretation of what the law actually is. The combination of those two cases is seismic in its impact for the regulatory state. There's also another great case that came down, was SEC versus JARCASI. And the SEC is one of these agencies that embodies everything we're talking about here. The SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals inside that not only do they write the rules, not only do they enforce those rules, they also have these judges inside the agency that also interpret the rules and determine and dole out punishments. That doesn't make sense if you believe in separation of powers in the United States. So the Supreme Court put an end to that and said that practice at the SEC is unconstitutional. Actually, as a side note, the Supreme Court has said countless practices and rules written by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC in recent years were outright unconstitutional. Think about what that means for a constitutional republic. That supposedly these law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own behaviors actually break the law. So the very agencies entrusted with supposedly enforcing the law are actually behaving with utter, blatant disregard for the law itself. That's un-American. It's not tenable in the United States of America. But thankfully, we now have a Supreme Court that recognizes that. So, whether or not we have a second Trump term, no, that's up to the voters. But even whether or not that now takes advantage of that backdrop that the Supreme Court has given us to actually gut the regulatory state, we'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we've had in a generation in this country. And that's a big part of why I'm supporting Donald Trump and why I'm going to do everything in my power to help him. But I do think it is going to take a spine of steel to see that through. And then after we've taken on the regulatory state, I think that's the next step. But I do think there's this broader project of dismantling the nanny state in all of its forms: the entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. 3-word answer, if I was to summarize my worldview and my presidential campaign in 3 words: shut it down.
Shut it down. Okay, so the Supreme Court cases you mentioned, there's a lot of nuance there.
Yeah.
I guess it's weakening the immune system of the different departments.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it.
Okay.
Yep.
On the human psychology level, so you basically kind of implied that for Donald Trump or for any president, the legal situation was difficult. Is that the only thing really operating? Like, isn't it
Probably
also
not.
just on a psychological level, just hard to fire a very large number of people? Is that what it is? Like, why is there a basic civility and momentum
Well, I
going
think
on?
there's one other factor. So you're right to point. I mean, the legal backdrop is a valid and understandable excuse and reason. I think there are other factors at play too. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating within them, and also having to depend on people who actually aren't aligned with your policy vision, but tell you to your face that they are. And so I think that's one of the things that I've admired about President Trump is he's actually been very open about that, very humble about that, say that there's a million learnings from that first term that make him ambitious and more ambitious in that second term. But everything I'm talking to you about, this is what needs to happen in the country. It's not specific to Donald Trump. It's lays out what needs to be done in the country. There's the next 4 years. Donald Trump is our last best hope and chance for moving that ball forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond just the next 2 or 4 years of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we're going to fix a lot of them in the next 4 years of Donald Trump's president. But if you have a century's worth of mistakes that have accumulated with the overgrowth of the entitlement state in the U.S., I think it's going to take, probably the better part of a decade at least to actually fix it.
I disagree with you on both the last and the best hope. Donald Trump is more likely to fire a lot of people, but is he the best person to do so?
We got 2 candidates, right? People face choice. This is a relevant election. One of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with 100% of what who do not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump says. And I can tell them, you know what? I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, as somebody who ran against him for U.S. president, that right now he is, when I say the last best hope, I mean in this cycle, the last best hope that we have for dismantling that bureaucratic class. And, I think that I'm also open about the fact that it's going to take, this is a long run project, but we have the next step to actually take over the next few years. That's kind of where I land on it. I mean, you talked to him, I guess, a few weeks ago. I saw you had a podcast with him, right? What was your impression of his preparedness to do it?
My impression is his priority allocation was different than yours. I think he's more focused on some of the other topics that you are also
laser focused on.
And there is a tension there, just as you clearly highlighted.
We share the same priority with respect to the southern border, and those are near-term fixes that we can hit out of the park in the first year. But at the same time, I think we got to think also on decade-long time horizon. So my own view is, I think that it is my conviction and belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican nominee we have had certainly in my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought where some will say, okay, well, we want to create a right-wing entitlement state, right? To shower federal subsidies on favored industries while keeping them away from disfavored industries and new bureaucracies to administer them. And, I don't come from that school of thought. I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand in a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. And, I do think that from my conversations with Donald Trump, I believe that he is well aligned with this vision of shrinking bureaucracy. But that's a longer-term project.
There's so many priorities at play here, though. I mean, you really do have to do the Elon thing of walking into Twitter headquarters.
Shut it down.
With a sink, right? Let that sink in. That basically firing a very large number of people. And it's not just about the firing. It's about setting clear missions for the different departments that remain, hiring back because you overfire, hiring back based on meritocracy. And it's a full-time, and it's not only full-time in terms of actual time, it's full-time psychologically, because you're walking into a place, unlike a company like Twitter, an already successful company. In government, I mean, everybody around you, all the experts and the advisors are going to tell you you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And like, it's a very difficult psychological place to operate in,
mm-hmm.
because like you're constantly the asshole. And I mean, the certainty you have to have about what you're doing is just like nearly infinite, because everybody, all the really smart people are telling you, no, this is a terrible idea. Sir, this is a terrible idea.
You have to have this spine of steel to cut through what that short-term advice is you're getting. And I'll tell you, certainly, I intend to do whatever I can for this country, both in the next 4 years and beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. And President Trump knows that's my view on it, and I believe he shares it deeply, is that all else equal, get in there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can, do it as quickly as possible. And that's a big part of how we save our country.
Okay, I'll give you an example that's really difficult tension, given your priorities. Immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You've spoken about mass deportation.
Yes.
That requires a lot of effort, right? Money. I mean, like, how do you do it? And how does that conflict with the shutting it down?
Sure. And so it goes back to that original discussion we had, is what are the few proper roles of the federal government? I gave you two. One is of the government, period. One is to protect the national borders and sovereignty of the United States, and two is to protect private property rights. There's a lot else. Most of what the government's doing today, both at the federal and state level, is something other than those two things. But in my book, those are the two things that are the proper function of government. So for everything else the federal government should not be doing, the one thing they should be doing is to protect the homeland of the United States of America and the sovereignty and sanctity of our national borders. So in that domain, that's mission aligned with a proper purpose for the federal government. I think we're a nation founded on the rule of law. I say this is the kid of legal immigrants. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. And in some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who are in this country and should not be, and then the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats out of Washington, D.C. Now, all else equal, you could say that those are in tension, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant cuts need to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 0.1% of the federal employee base today. So 75% isn't 99.99%, it's 75%, which still leaves that it would still be a tiny fraction of the remaining 25%, which I actually think needs to be more rather than less. So it's a good question, but that's sort of where I land on. When it's a proper role of the federal government, great, act and actually do your job. The irony is 99.9999% of those resources are going to functions other than the protection of private property rights and the protection of our national physical protection.
There is a lot of criticism of the idea of mass deportation, though. So one,
fair enough,
it would cause a large amount of economic harm, at least in the short term. The other is there would be potentially violations of our kind of higher ideals of how we like to treat human beings, in particular, separation of families, for example, tearing families apart. And the other is just like the logistical complexity of doing something like this. How do you answer some of those criticisms?
So fair enough. And I would call those even not even criticisms, but just thoughtful questions, right? Even if somebody who's really aligned with doing this, those are thoughtful questions to ask. So I do want to say something about this point on how we think about the breakage of the rule of law in other contexts. There are 350,000 mothers who are in prison in the United States today who committed crimes and were convicted of them. They didn't take their kids with them to those prisons either, right? So we face difficult trade-offs in all kinds of contexts as it relates to the enforcement of law. And I just want to make that basic observation against the backdrop of, if we're a nation founded on the rule of law, that we acknowledge that there are trade-offs to enforcing the law. And we've acknowledged that in other contexts. I don't think that we should have a special exemption for saying that somehow we weigh the other way when it comes to the issue of the border. We're a nation founded on the rule of law. We enforce laws that has costs, that has trade-offs, but it's who we are. So that backdrop is, and the easiest fact I can cite is 350,000 or so mothers who are in prison and did not take their kids to prison with them. Is that bad? That is it undesirable for kids to grow up without those 350,000 mothers? It is. But it's a difficult situation created by people who violated the law and faced the consequences of it, which is also a competing and important priority in the country. So that's in the domestic context. As it relates to this question of mass deportations, let's just get very practical, because all that was theoretical. Very practically, there's ways to do this, starting with people who've already broken the law, people who have not just broken the law of entering, but are committing other crimes while already here in the United States. That's a clear case for an instant mass deportation. You have a lot of people who haven't integrated into their communities. If you think about the economic impact of this, a lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people should be immediately returned to their country of origin, or at least what is called a safe third country. So safe third country means even if somebody's claiming to seek asylum from political persecution, we'll move them to another country that doesn't have to be the United States of America that they passed through, say Mexico, before actually coming here. Other countries around the world are doing this. Australia is detaining people. They don't let them out and live a normal, joyful life because they came to the country. They detain them until their case is adjudicated. Well, the rates of fraud in Australia, of what people lie about what their conditions are, is way lower now than in the United States because people respond to those incentives. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it needs to be. I think we're taking a deeply pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is I want the policy that helps the United States citizens who are already here. What's that policy? Clearly, that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of deportations. I think by definition, it's going to be the largest mass deportation in American history. Sounds like a punchline at a campaign rally, but actually it's just a factual statement that says if we've had the by far largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history, it just stands to reason. It's logic that, okay, if we're going to fix that, we're going to have the largest mass deportation in American history. And we can be rational. Start with people who are breaking the law in other ways here in the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or entering detention now. That comes at no cost and strict benefit. There isn't even a little bit of an economic trade-off. Then you get to areas where you would say, okay, the costs actually continue to outweigh the benefits. And that's exactly the way our policy should be guided here. I want to do it in as respectful and as humane of a manner as possible. I mean, the reality is, I think one of the things we got to remember, I'll give you the example I gave, Haitian case in Springfield, town that I spent a lot of time in growing up in Ohio. I live about an hour from there today. I don't blame the individual Haitians who came here. I'm not saying that they're bad people, because in that particular case, those weren't even people who broke the law in coming here. They came as part of a program called temporary protective status. Now, the operative word there is the first one, temporary. They have been all kinds of lawsuits. There have been all kinds of lawsuits for people who even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake in Haiti, where many of them came, when they're going to be removed, there are allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise. No, temporary protective status means it's temporary, and we're not abandoning the rule of law when we send them back. We're abandoning the rule of law when we let them stay. Now, if that has a true benefit to the United States of America, economically or otherwise, go through the paths that allow somebody to enter this country for economic reasons. But don't do it through asylum-based claims or temporary protected status. I think one of the features of our immigration system right now is it is built on a lie, and it incentivizes lying. The reason is the arguments for keeping people in the country, if those are economic reasons, but the people actually entered using claims of asylum or refugee status, those two things don't match up. So just be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reforms to the legal immigration system to select purposely for the people who are going to actually improve the United States of America. I think there are many people, I know some of them, right? I gave a story of one guy who I met who is educated at our best universities or among our best universities. He went to Princeton. He went to Harvard Business School. He has a great job in the investment community. He was a professional tennis player. He was a concert pianist. He could do a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up. These are hard facts. He can't get a green card in the United States. He's been here for 10 years or something like this. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice, which would be to just take a flight to Mexico and cross the border and claim to be somebody who is seeking asylum in the United States. That would have been morally wrong advice, so I didn't give it to him. But practically, if you were giving him advice, that would be the best advice that you actually could give somebody, which is a broken system on both sides. People who are going to make those contributions to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States and speak our language and assimilate, we should have a path for them to be able to add value to the United States. Yet they're not the ones who are getting in. It's actually the people, our immigration system selects for people who are willing to lie. That's what it does. It selects for people who are willing to say they're seeking refugee status or seeking asylum when in fact they're not. And then we have policymakers who lie after the fact using economic justifications to keep them here. But if it was an economic justification, that should have been the criteria you used to bring them in the first place, not this illusion of asylum or refugee status. There was a case, actually, even the New York Times reported on this, believe it or not, of a woman who came from Russia fleeing Vladimir Putin's intolerant anti-LGBTQ regime. She was fleeing persecution by the evil man Putin. She came here, and eventually, when she was pressed on the series of lies, it came out that she was crying finally when she broke down and admitted this. She was like, I'm not even gay. I don't even like gay people. That's what she said. And yet she was pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuted in Russia, when in fact it was just somebody who was seeking better economic conditions in the United States. I'm not saying you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, but you are wrong to lie about it. And that's what you're seeing a lot of people, even in this industry of sort of quote unquote tourism to the United States. They're having their kids in the United States. They go back to their home country, but their kids enjoy birthright citizenship. That's built on a lie. You have people claiming to suffer from persecution. In fact, they're just working in the United States and then living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America after they've spent 4 or 5 years making money here. Just abandon the lie. Let's just have an immigration system built on honesty. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that we need more people here for economically filling jobs, I'm skeptical the extent to which a lot of those arguments actually end up being true, but let's have that debate in the open rather than having it through the back door saying that it's refugee and asylum status when we know it's a lie. And then we justify it after the fact by saying that that economically helps the United States. Cut the dishonesty. And I just think that that is a policy we would do well to expand to every sphere. We talk about the military industrial complex, to the rise of the managerial class, to a lot of what our government's covered up about our own history, to even this question of immigration today. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government would be better serving our people if it did.
Yeah, in the way you describe eloquently, the immigration system is broken in that way, that is built fundamentally on lies. But there's the other side of it. You know, illegal immigrants are used in political campaigns for fear mongering, for example. So what I would like to understand is, what is the actual harm that illegal immigrants are causing? So the claim, one of the more intense claims is of crime. And I haven't studied this rigorously, but sort of the surface level studies all show that legal and illegal immigrants commit less crime than America.
I think that is true for legal immigrants. I think it's not true for illegal immigrants.
That's not what I saw.
In sort of in this part of why I wrote this book, okay, and if the book is called Truths, so better darn well have well-sourced facts in here, right? Can't be made up hypotheses, hard truths. And there's a chapter where even in my own research on it, Lex, I mean, I know a lot about this issue from my time as a presidential candidate, but even in writing the chapter on the border here, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions, and some of which even caused me to revise some of my premises going into it, okay? My main thesis in that chapter is, forget the demonization of illegal or legal immigrants or whatever, as you put it, right? Fear-mongering, just put all that to one side. I want an immigration system that is built on honesty. Identify what the objective is. We could debate the objective. We might have different opinions on the objectives. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I air that argument in this book. And I think that that's insufficient, personally. Personally, I think The United States is more than just an economic zone. It is a country, it is a nation bound together by civic ideals. I think we need to screen not just for immigrants who are going to make economic contributions, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, and those who share those civic ideals and know the US history even better than the average US citizen who's here. That's what I believe. But even if you disagree with me and say, no, the sole goal is economic production in the United States, then at least have an immigration system that's honest about that, rather than one which claims to solve for that goal by bringing in people who are rewarded for being a refugee. We should reward the people in that model, which is, I don't even think should be the whole model. But even if that were your model, reward the people who are have demonstrably proven that they would make economic contributions to the United States.
Welcome. How are you?
Not the people
Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie to achieve a goal. And right now, our immigration system, if it rewards one quality over any other, there's one parameter that it rewards over any other. It isn't civic allegiance to the United States. It isn't fluency in English. It isn't the ability to make an economic contribution to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not you are willing to lie. And the people who are telling those lies about whether they're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to get in. And the people who are most unwilling to tell those lies are the ones who are actually not getting it. That is a hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And the reason is because the law says you only get asylum if you're going to face bodily harm or near-term risk of bodily injury based on your religion, your ethnicity, or certain other factors. And so when you the country, you're asked, do you fill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to check the box and say yes. So that means just systematically, right? Imagine if you're at university, Harvard or Yale or whatever, you're running your admissions process. The number one attribute you're selecting for isn't your SAT score, it isn't your GPA, it isn't your athletic accomplishments. It's whether or not you're willing to lie on the application. You're going to have a class populated by a bunch of charlatans and frauds. That's exactly what our immigration system is doing to the United States of America, is literally selecting for the people who are willing to lie. Let's say if somebody who's a person of integrity says, okay, I want a better life for my family, but I want to teach my kids that I'm not going to lie or break the law to do it. That person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to frame it that way, but it is not an opinion. It is a fact that is the number one human attribute that our current immigration system is selecting for. I want an immigration system centered on honesty. In order to implement that, we require acknowledging what the goals of our immigration system are in the first place. And there we have competing visions on the right. Okay, amongst conservatives, there's a rift. Some conservatives believe, I respect them for their honesty, I disagree with them, believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to, in part, protect American workers from the effects of foreign wage competition. That if we have immigrants, it's going to bring down prices, and we need to protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure on wages. It's a goal. It's a coherent goal. I don't think it's the right goal, but many of my friends on the right believe that's a goal. But at least it's honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve that goal if that's their goal. I have other friends on the right that say the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. I disagree with that as well. My view is the goal should be whatever enriches the civic quality of the United States of America. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also are willing to make economic contributions to the country, which is one of our ideals as well. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I have a very different view. I don't think it's a proper role of immigration policy to make it a form of labor policy, because the United States of America is founded on excellence. We should be able to compete. But that's a policy debate we can have. But right now, we're not even able to have the policy debate because the whole immigration policy is built on not only a lie, but on rewarding those who do lie. And that's what I want to see change.
There, just to linger a little bit on the demonization and to bring Ann Coulter into the picture, her, which I recommend people should listen to your conversation with her. I haven't listened to her much, but she had this thing where she's clearly admires and respects you as a human being. And she's basically saying you're one of the good ones. And this idea that you had this brilliant question of like, what does it mean to be an American? And she basically said, not you, Vivek. She said, well, maybe you, but not people like you. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think, is anti-meritocratic.
and maybe
fundamental
even anti-American.
anti-American. Yeah.
So I want to confront this directly because it is a popular current on the American right. The reason I'm not picking on Ann Coulter specifically is I think actually it's a much more widely shared view, and I just give her at least credit for willing to articulate it, a view that the blood and soil is what makes for your American identity, your genetic lineage. And I just reject that view. I think it's anti-American. I think what makes for an American identity is your allegiance, your unabiding allegiance to the founding ideals of this country, and your willingness to pledge allegiance to those ideals. So those are two different views. I think that there is a view on the American right now that says that we're not a creedal nation, that our nation's not about a creed, it's about a physical place and a physical homeland. I think that view fails on several. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that defines its own. So obviously, we are, among other things, a geographic space. But the essence of the United States of America, I think, is the common creed, the ideals that hold that common nation together. Without that, a few things happen. First of all, American exceptionalism becomes impossible, and I'll tell you why. Every other nation is also built on the same idea. Most nations have been built on common blood and soil arguments, genetic stock of, Italy or Japan would have a stronger national identity than the United States in that case, because they have a much longer standing claim on what their genetic lineage really was. The ethnicity of the people is far more pure in those contexts than in the United States. So that's the first reason. American exceptionalism becomes impossible. The second is there's all kinds of contradictions that then start to emerge. If your claim on American identity is defined based on how long you've been here, well, then the Native Americans would have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on Mayflower or somebody who came here afterwards. Now, maybe that blood and soil view is, no, it's not quite the Native Americans. You only have to start at this point and end at this point. So on this view of blood and soil identity, it has to be, okay, couldn't have come before a certain year, then it doesn't count. But if you came after a certain year, it doesn't count either. That just becomes highly uncompelling as a view of what American national identity actually is, versus my view that American national identity is grounded on whether or not you pledge allegiance to the ideals codified in the Declaration of Independence and actualized in the U.S. Constitution. And, it's been said, some of my friends on the right have said things like, people will not die for a set of ideals. People won't fight for abstractions or abstract ideals. I actually disagree with that. The American Revolution basically disproves that. The American Revolution was fought for anything over abstract ideals that said that, we believe in self-governance and free speech and free exercise of religion. That's what we believe in the United States, which is different from old world England. So I do think that there is this brewing debate on the right. And do I disagree like hell with Ann Coulter on this? Absolutely. And did I take serious issue with some of the things she told me? Absolutely. But I also believe that she had the stones to say, if I may say it that way, that things that many on the right believe, but haven't quite articulated in the way that she has. And I think we need to have that debate in the open. Now, personally, I think most of the conservative movement actually is with me on this. But I think it's become a very popular counter narrative in the other direction to say that, your vision of American identity is far more physical in nature. And to me, I think it is still ideals based in nature. And I think that that's a good debate for the future for us to have in the conservative movement. And I think it's going to be a defining feature of, what direction the conservative movement goes in the future.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Yeah.
Let me ask you to, again, steelman the case for and against Trump. So my biggest criticism for him is the fake electoral scheme, the 2020 election, and actually the 2020 election in the way you formulated in the Nation of Victims. It's just the entirety of that process, instead of focusing on winning, doing a lot of whining. I like people that win, not whine, even when the refs are biased in whatever direction.
So look, I think the United States of America, I preach this to the left. I preach it to my kids. We got to accept it on our own side too. We're not going to save this country by being victims. We're going to save this country by being victorious. Okay. And I don't care whether it's left-wing victimhood, right-wing victimhood. I'm against victimhood culture. The number one factor that determines whether you achieve something in life is you. I believe that's not the only factor that matters. There's a lot of other factors that affect whether or not you succeed. Life is not fair. But I tell my kids the same thing. The number one factor that determines whether or not you succeed in achieving your goal is you. If I tell it to my kids, and I preach to the left, I preach that to our own side as well. Now, that being said, that's just a philosophy. Okay, that's a personal philosophy. You asked me to do something different, and I'm always a fan. One of the things that the standard I hope that people hold me to when they read this book as well is I try to do that in this book is to give the best possible argument for the other side. You don't want to give some rinky-dink argument for the other side and knock it down. You want to give the best possible argument for the other side and offer your own view, or else you don't understand your own. So you asked me, what's the strongest case against Donald Trump? Well, I ran for U.S. president against Donald Trump. So I'm going to give you what my perspective is. I think it's nothing of what you hear on MSNBC or from the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy. I think all of that's actually nonsense. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, and I'm here's my full support, as you know, but if you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, they're asking a question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of a new generation. The same criticism they had of Biden, they could say, oh, well, are you too old? Are you from a different generation that's too far removed from my generation's concerns? And I think that that's in many ways a factor that was weighing on both Trump and Biden. But when they played the trick of swapping out Joe Biden, it left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you asked me to steelman it. That's what I would say is that when I look at what's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of to say that, no, this is still the right choices. Even though the other side claims to offer a new generation of leadership, here's somebody who is, one of the older presidents we will have had who was elected. How do we convince those people to vote for him? That's what I would give you in that category.
Right. But I get it. And you share a lot of ideas with Donald Trump. So I get when you're running for president that you would say that kind of thing. But there's other criticism you can provide. And again, on the 2020 election.
Let me ask you, you spoke to Donald Trump recently. What's your top objection to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address that.
2020 election, and not in the, TDS kind of objection. It's just, I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence that there was voter fraud.
Let me ask you about a different area.
Hold on a second. I think there's a lot of interesting topics about the influence of media, of tech, and so on. But I want a president that has a good, clear relationship with the truth and knows what truth is, what is true, and what is not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, like you said, who focuses on winning and winning big. And if they lose, walk away with honor and win bigger next time, or channel that into growth and winning in some other direction. So just the strength of being able to give everything you got to win and walk away with honor if you lose. And everything that happened around 2020 election just goes against that to me.
So I'll respond to that. Sure. Obviously, I'm not the candidate, but I'm going to give you my perspective nonetheless. I think we have seen some growth from Donald Trump over that first term in the experience of the 2020 election. And you hear a lot of that on the campaign trail. I heard a lot of that even in the conversation that he had with you. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that was the most interesting part of what you just said is you're looking for somebody who has growth from their own experiences. Say what you will, I have seen, personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hopes to achieve for the country in the second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID put a lot of different things on it, but in that first term. Now, I think the facts of the backdrop of the 2020 election actually really do matter. I don't think you can isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without looking at it holistically. On the eve of the 2020 presidential election, we saw a systematic, bureaucratically and government-aided suppression of probably the single most important piece of information released on the eve of that election, the Hunter Biden laptop story, revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate. His family was compromised by foreign interests. It was suppressed as misinformation by every major tech company. The New York Post had its own Twitter account locked at that time. And we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year 2020 were actually made at behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the deep state threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would face consequences. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened in the history of our country, actually, is the way in which government actors who were never elected to the government used private sector actors to suppress information on the eve of an election that, based on polling afterwards, likely did influence the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. That was election interference of the highest order. So I think that that's just a hard fact that we have to contend with. And I think a lot of what you've heard in terms of complaints about the 2020 election, whatever those complaints have been, take place against the backdrop of large technology companies interfering in that election in a way that I think did have an impact on the outcome. I personally believe if the Hunter Biden laptop story had not been suppressed and censored, I think Donald Trump would have been unambiguous. I think the president of the United States right now would be Donald Trump. No doubt about it, in my mind. If you look at polling before and after, the impact that would have had on the independent voter. Now you look at, okay, let's talk about constructive solutions, because I care about moving the country forward. What is a constructive solution to this issue of concerns about election integrity? Here's one. Single-day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued voter ID to match the voter file. I favor that. We do it even in Puerto Rico, which is a territory of the United States. Why not do that everywhere in the United States? And I'll make a pledge. I'll do it right here, right? My pledge is, as a leader in our movement, I will do everything in my power to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections if we get to that simple place of basic election security measures. I think it'd be unifying too. Make Election Day a national holiday that unites us around our civic purpose one day. Single day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government issued voter ID to match the voter file. Let's get there as a country, and you have my word. I will lead our movement in whatever way I can to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections and fake ballots. And I think the fact that you see resistance to that proposal, which is otherwise very practical, very reasonable, nonpartisan proposal, I think the fact of that resistance actually provokes a lot of understandable skepticism. Understandable skepticism of, okay, what else is actually going on? If not that, what exactly is going on here?
Well, I think I agree with a lot of things you said. Probably disagree, but it's hard to disagree with the Hunter Biden laptop story, whether that would have changed the results
We can't
of the
know,
election.
obviously.
Right.
I looked at some post-election polling about the views that would have had, and I can't prove that to you, but that's my instinct, it's my opinion.
I think that's just one example, sexy example of a bias in the complex of the media, and there's bias in the other direction too. But probably there's bias. It's hard to characterize bias as one of the
Let me ask you one question about, because there's bias is one thing, bias in reporting, censorship is another. So I would be open-minded to hearing an instance of, and if I did hear it, I would condemn it, of government systematically ordering tech companies to suppress information that was favorable to Democrats, suppress that information to lift up Republicans. If there was an instance that we know of government bureaucrats that were ordering technology companies covertly to silence information that voters otherwise would have had to advantage Republicans at the ballot box, to censor it, I would be against that. And I would condemn that with equal force as I do to the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, suppression and censorship of the origin of COVID-19. All happened in 2020. These are hard facts. I'm not aware of one instance. If you are aware of one, let me know, because I would condemn it.
Most people in tech companies are privately, their political persuasion is on the left, and most journalists, majority of journalists are on the left. But to characterize the actual reporting and the impact of the reporting in the media and the impact of the censorship is difficult to do. But that's a real problem, just like we talked about, a real problem in immigration.
But there's two different problems. I just want to sort them out, right? Because I have a problem with both. You talked about two issues, and I think both are important, but they're different issues. One is bias in reporting. One is censorship of information. So bias in reporting, I felt certainly the recent presidential debate moderated by ABC was biased in the way that it was conducted. But that's a different issue from saying that voters don't get access to information through any source. So this Hunter Biden laptop story, we now know that it contains evidence of foreign interference in potentially the Biden administration and their families' incentive structure. That story was systematically suppressed. So in the United States of America, if you wanted to find that on the internet, through any major social media platform or through even Google search, that story was suppressed or downplayed algorithmically, that you couldn't see it. Even on Twitter, if you tried to send it via direct message, that's the equivalent of email, right? Sending a peer-to-peer message. They blocked you from even being able to send that story using private messages. That, I think, is a different level of concern. That's not bias at that point. That's outright interference in whether or not, that's outright interference in the election. Let's do a thought experiment here. Let's suppose that Russia orchestrated that. What would the backlash be? Let's say the Russian government orchestrated the U.S. election. They interfered in it by saying that tech companies, they worked with them covertly to stop U.S. citizens from being able to see information on the eve of an election. There would be a mass uproar in this country if the Russian government orchestrated that. Well, if actors in the U.S. government bureaucracy or the U.S. technology industry bureaucracy orchestrated the same thing, then we can't apply a different standard to say that if Russia did it, it's really bad and interfered in our election. But if it happened right here in the United States of America, and by the way, they blamed Russia for it falsely on the Russian disinformation of the Hunter Biden laptop story that was false claim, we have to apply the same standard in both cases. And so the fact that if that were Russian interference, it would have been an outcry, but now it happened domestically and we just call that, hey, it's a little bit of bias ahead of an election. I don't think that that's a fair characterization of how important that event was.
Okay, so the connection of government to platform is this should not exist. Government, FBI, or anybody else should not be able to pressure platforms to censor information. Yes, we could talk about Paul Durov and the censorship there. There should not be any censorship, and should not be media bias. And you're right to complain if there is media bias, and we can lay it out in the open and try to fix that system. That said, the voter fraud thing, you can't right a wrong by doing another wrong. You can't just, if there's some shady stuff going on in the media and the censorship complex, you can't just make shit up. You can't do the fake elector scheme and then do a lot of shady, crappy behavior during January 6th and try to shortcut your way. Just because your friend is cheating a Monopoly when you're playing Monopoly, you can't cheat. You shouldn't cheat yourself. You should be honest and with honor and use your platform to help fix the system versus cheat your way.
So here's my view is, has any U.S. politician ever been perfect throughout the course of American history? No. But if you want to understand the essence of what was going around in 2020, the mindset of the country, we had a year where people in this country were systematically locked down, told to shut up, sit down, do as they're told, unless the BLM or Antifa rioters, in which case it's perfectly fine for them to burn cities down. We were told that we're going to have an election, a free and fair election, and then they were denied information systematically heading into that election, which was really important and, in this case, damning information about one of the parties. And then you tell these people that they still have to continue to shut up and comply. That creates, I think, a real culture of deep frustration in the United States of America. And I think that the reaction to systematic censorship is never good. History teaches us that. It's not good in the United States. It's not good at other points in the history of the United States. The reaction to systematic, coordinated censorship and restraints on the freedom of a free people is never good. And if you want to really understand what happened, one really wants to get to the bottom of it rather than figuring out who to point fingers at. That really was the essence of the national malaise at the end of 2020. Is it was a year of unjust policies, including COVID-19 lockdowns, systematic lies about it, lies about the election, that created a level of public frustration that I think was understandable. Now, the job of leaders is to how do you channel that in the most productive direction possible. And to your question, to the independent voter out there evaluating, as you are, do I think that Donald Trump has exhibited a lot of growth based on his experience in his first term and what he hopes to achieve in his second term? I think the answer is absolutely yes. And so even if you don't agree with everything that he's said or done in the choice ahead of us in this election, I still believe he's unambiguously the best choice to revive that sense of national pride and also prosperity in our country. So people aren't in the condition where they're suffering at behest of government policies that leave them angry and channel that anger in other unproductive ways. No, the best way to do it is actually actions do speak louder than words. Implement the policies that make people's lives better. And I do think that that's the next step of how we best save the country.
Are you worried if in this election, it's a close election, and Donald Trump loses by a whisker, that there's chaos that's unleashed? And how do we minimize the chance of that?
I mean, I don't think that that's a concern to frame narrowly in the context of Donald Trump winning it or losing it by a whisker. I think this is a man who, in the last couple of months, in the span of 2 months, has faced 2 assassination attempts. And we're not talking about theoretical, we're talking about like gunshots fired. That is history changing in the context of American history. We haven't seen that in a generation. And yet now that has become normalized in the US. So do I worry we're skating on thin ice as a country? I do. I do think it is a little bit strange to obsess over our concerns or national and media concerns over Donald Trump, when in fact he's the one on the receiving end of fire from assailants who reportedly are saying exactly the kinds of things about him that you hear from the Democratic machine. And I do think that it is irresponsible, at least, for the Democratic Party to make their core case against Donald Trump. It was Joe Biden's entire message for years that he's a threat to democracy and to the existence of America. Well, if you keep saying that about somebody against the backdrop conditions that we live in as a country, I don't think that's good for a nation. And so do I have concerns about the future of the country? Do I think we're skating on thin ice? Absolutely. And I think the best way around it is really through it in this election, win by a landslide. I think a unifying landslide could be the best thing that happens for this country, like Reagan delivered in 1980 and then again in 1984. And in a very practical note, a landslide minus some shenanigans is still going to be a victory. That, I think, is how we unite this country. And so I don't think, a 50.001 margin where cable news is declaring the winner 6 days after the election, I don't think that's going to be good for the country. I think a decisive victory that unites the country, turns the page on a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years and says, okay, this is where we're going. This is who we are and what we stand for. This is a revival of our national identity, a revived national pride in the United States, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican. That, I think, is achievable in this election, too. And that's what the outcome I'm rooting for.
So just to pile on, since we're steelmanning the criticism against Trump is the rhetoric, I wish there was less of, although at times it is so ridiculous, it is entertaining, the I hate Taylor Swift type of tweets or truths or whatever. I don't think that's...
He's a funny guy. I mean, the reality is different people have different attributes. One of the attributes for Donald Trump is he's one of the funnier presidents we've had in a long time. That might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe different people don't want, that's not a quality they value in their president. I think at a moment where you're also able to make, I will say this much, is everybody's got different styles. Donald Trump's style is different from mine. But I do think that if we're able to use levity in a moment of national division, in some ways, I think right now is probably a role where really good stand-up comedians could probably do a big service to the country if they're able to laugh at everybody 360 degrees. So they can go up there and make fun of Donald Trump all they want, do it in a lighthearted and manner that loves the country, do the same thing to Kamala Harris with an equal standard. I think that's actually good for the country. But, I think I'm more interested, Lex, as you know, in discussing the future direction of the country. My own views. I was a presidential candidate who ran against Donald Trump, by the way, and is supporting him now. But I just prefer engaging on the substance of what I think each candidate's going to achieve for the country, rather than picking on really the personal attributes of either one. Right? I'm not criticizing Kamala Harris's manner of laugh or whatever one might criticize as like a personal attribute of hers that you may hear elsewhere. And I just think our country's better off if we have a focus on both the policies, but also who's going to be more likely to revive the country. That, I think, is a healthy debate headed to an election. I think everybody has their personality attributes, their flaws, what makes them funny and lovable to some people makes them irritating to others. I think that matters less heading into an election.
I love that you do that. I love that you focus on policy and can speak for hours on policy. Let's look at foreign policy.
Sure.
What kind of peace deal do you think is possible, feasible, optimal in Ukraine? If you sat down, you became president. If you sat down with Zelensky and sat down with Putin, what do you think is possible to talk to them about? One of the hilarious things you did, which were intense and entertaining, your debates in the primary. But anyway, is how you they said didn't know any regions. They wanted to send money and troops and lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, and they didn't know any of the regions in Ukraine.
Yeah.
You had a lot of zingers in that one. But anyway, how do you think about negotiating with world leaders about what's going on there?
Yeah, so look, I think that let's just get the self-interest of each party on the table. And let's be very transparent about it. From everyone's perspective, they think the other side is the aggressor or whatever. Just get it on the table. Russia is concerned about NATO shifting the balance of power away from Russia to Western Europe when NATO has expanded far more than they expected to. And frankly, that Russia was told that NATO was going to expand. It's an uncomfortable fact for some in America, but James Baker made a commitment to Mikhail Gorbachev in the early 90s, where he said NATO would expand not 1 inch past East Germany. Well, NATO's expanded far more after the fall of the USSR than it did during the existence of the USSR. And that is a reality we have to contend with. That's the Russian perspective. From the Western perspective, the hard fact is Russia was the aggressor in this conflict, crossing the boundaries of a sovereign nation. And that is a violation of international norms, and it's a violation of the recognition of international law. Nations without borders are not a nation. And so against that backdrop, what's the actual interest of each country here? I think if we're able to do a reasonable deal that gives Russia the assurances it needs about what they might allege as NATO expansionism violating prior commitments, but get codified commitments for Russia that we're not going to see willy-nilly behavior of just randomly deciding they're going to violate the sovereignty of neighboring nations and have hard assurances and consequences for that. That's the beginnings of a deal. But then I want to be ambitious for the United States. I want to weaken the Russia-China alliance. And I think that we can do a deal that gives some real gives to Russia, conditioned on Russia withdrawing itself from its military alliance with China. And this could be good for Russia, too, in the long run, because right now, Vladimir Putin does not enjoy being Xi Jinping's little brother in that relationship. But Russia's military, combined with China's naval capacity and Russia's hypersonic missiles and China's economic might, together those countries in an alliance pose a real threat to the United States. But if as a condition for a reasonable discussion about where different territories land, given what's occupied right now, hard requirements that Russia remove its military presence from the Western Hemisphere, people forget this. Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, we don't want a Russian military presence in the Western Hemisphere. That too would be a win for the United States. No more joint military exercises with China off the coast of the Aleutian Islands. The kinds of wins that the United States wants to protect the West's security, get Russia out of the Western Hemisphere, certainly out of the North American periphery, and then also make sure that Russia's no longer in that military alliance with China. In return for that, able to provide Russia some things that are important to Russia, we'd have to have a reasonable discussion about what the territorial concessions would be at the end of this war to bring it to peace and resolution, and what the guarantees are to make sure that NATO is going to not expand beyond the scope of what the United States has at least historically guaranteed. That, I think, together would be a reasonable deal that gives every party what they're looking for, that results in immediate peace, that results in greater stability, and most importantly, weakening the Russia-China alliance, which I think is the actual threat that we have so far, no matter who in this debate of more or less Ukraine funding has really failed to confront. That, I think, is the way we de-escalate the risk of World War III and weaken the threats to the West by actually dismantling that alliance.
So from the American perspective, the main interest is weakening the alliance between Russia and China.
Yes, I think the military alliance between Russia and China represents the single greatest threat we face. So do a deal that's very reasonable across the board, but one of the main things we get out of it is weakening that alliance. So no joint military exercises, no military collaborations. These are monitorable. These are monitorable attributes. If there's cheating on that, we're going to immediately have consequences as a consequence of their cheating. But we can't cheat on our own obligations that we would make in the context of that deal as well.
There might be some extremely painful things for Ukraine here. So Ukraine currently captured a small region in Russia, the Kursk region, but Russia has captured giant chunks. Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson regions. So it seems, given what you're laying out, it's very unlikely for Russia to give up any of the regions it's already captured.
I actually think that that would come down to the specifics of the negotiation. But the core goals of the negotiation are peace in this war, weaken the Russia-China alliance. And for Russia, what did they get out of it? Part of this is, here's something that's not negative for Ukraine, but that could be positive for Russia as part of that deal, right? Because it's not a zero-sum game alone with Ukraine on the losing end of this. I think reopening economic relations with the West would be a big win for Russia, but also a carrot that gets them out of that military relationship with China. So I do think that the foreign policy establishment has historically been, at the very least, unimaginative about the levers that we're able to use. Actually, I was a little bit critical of Nixon earlier in this discussion for his contribution to the overgrowth of the U.S. entitlement state and regulatory state. But I'll give Nixon credit here on a different point, which is that he was imaginative of being able to pull Red China out from the clasp of the USSR. He broke the China-Russia alliance back then, which was an important step to bring us to the near end of the Cold War. So I think there's an opportunity for a similar unconventional maneuver now of using greater reopened economic relations with Russia to pull Russia out from the hands of China today. There's no skin off Ukraine's back for that. And I do think that's a big carrot for Russia in this direction. I do think that will involve some level of territorial negotiation as well, that, out of any good deal, not everyone's going to like 100% of what comes out of it. But that's part of the cost of securing peace, is that not everyone's going to be happy about every attribute. But I could make a case that an immediate peace deal is also now in the best interests of Ukraine. Let's just rewind the clock. We're looking at now, let's just say we're early 2022, maybe June of 2022. Zelensky was ready to come to the table for a deal back then, until Boris Johnson traveled when he had his own domestic political travails to convince Zelensky to continue to fight. And that goes to the point where when nations aren't asked to pay for their own national security, they have what the problem is of moral hazard of taking risks that really are suboptimal risks for them to take, because they're not bearing the consequences of taking those risks, not fully in the cost. If Ukraine had done a deal back then, I think it is unambiguous that they would have done a better deal for themselves than they're doing now, after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars and expended tens of thousands of Ukrainian lives. So the idea that Ukraine is somehow better off because it failed to do that deal before is a lie. And if we're not willing to learn from those mistakes of the recent past, we're doomed to repeat them again. So this idea that it would be painful for Ukraine, what's been painful? Tens and tens and tens of thousands of people continuing to die without any increased leverage in actually getting the outcome that they want. So there's an opportunity for a win-win-win. A win for the United States and the West more broadly in weakening the Russia-China alliance. A win for Ukraine in having an agreement that is backstopped by the United States of America's interests, that provides a greater degree of long-run security to the future existence of Ukraine and its sovereignty, and also stopping the bloodshed today. And I think a win for Russia, which is to reopen economic relations with the West, certain guarantees about what the mission creep or scope creep of NATO will be. There's no rule that says that when one party, before a full outright world war starts at least, there's an opportunity for there to actually be a win for everybody on the table, rather than to assume that a win for us is a loss to Russia, or that anything positive that happens for Russia is a loss for the United States or Ukraine.
Just to add to the table some things that Putin won't like, but I think are possible to negotiate, which is Ukraine joining the European Union and not NATO. So establishing some kind of economic relationships there, and also splitting the bill, sort of guaranteeing some amount of money from both Russia and the United States for rebuilding Ukraine. One of the challenges in Ukraine, a war-torn country, is how do you guarantee the flourishing of this particular nation, right? So you want to not just stop the death of people and the destruction, but also provide a foundation on which you can rebuild the country and build a flourishing future country?
I think out of this conversation alone, there are a number of levers on the table for negotiation in a lot of different directions. And that's where you want to be, right? If there's only one factor that matters to each of the two parties, and those are their red line factors, then there's no room for negotiation. This is a deeply complicated, historically intricate dynamic between Ukraine and Russia, and between NATO and the United States, and the Russia-China alliance, and economic interests that are at issue combined with the geopolitical factors. There are a lot of levers for negotiation, and the more levers there are, the more likely there is to be a win-win-win deal that gets done for everybody. So I think it should be encouraging. The fact that there are as many different possible levers here almost makes certain that a reasonable, practicable peace deal is possible. In contrast to a situation where there's only one thing that matters for each side, then I can't tell you that there's a deal to be done. There's definitely a deal to be done here. And I think that it requires real leadership in the United States playing hardball, not just with one side of this, not just with Zelensky or with Putin, but across the board, hardball for our own interests, which are the interests of stability here. And I think that that will happen to well serve both Ukraine and Russia in the process.
If you were president, would you call Putin?
Absolutely. I mean, in any negotiation, you got to manage when you're calling somebody and when you're not. But I do believe that open conversation and the willingness to have that as another lever in the negotiation is totally fair game.
Okay, let's go to the China side of this. The big concern here is that the brewing cold, or God forbid, hot war between the United States and China in the 21st century. How do we avoid that?
So a few things. One is, I do think the best way we also avoid it is by reducing the consequences to the United States in the event of that type of conflict. Because at that point, what you're setting up for, if the consequences are existential for the United States, then what you're buying yourself in the context of what could be a small conflict is an all-out great war. So the first thing I want to make sure we avoid is a major conflict between the United States and China, like a World War level conflict. And the way to do that is to bring down the existential stakes for the US. And the way we bring down the existential stakes for the US is make sure that the United States does not depend on China for our modern way of life. Right now we do. Okay, so right now we depend on China for everything from pharmaceuticals in our medicine cabinet. 95% of ibuprofen, one of the most basic medicines used in the United States, depends on China for its supply chain. We depend on China, ironically, for our own military industrial base. Think about how little sense that makes, actually. Our own military, which supposedly exists to protect ourselves against adversaries, depends for its own supplies, semiconductors and otherwise, on our top adversary. That doesn't make sense. Even if you're a libertarian in the school of Friedrich von Hayek, somebody I admire as well, even then you would not argue for a foreign dependence on an adversary for your military. So I think that's the next step we need to take, is at least reduce U.S. dependence on China for the most essential inputs for the functioning of the United States of America, including our own military. As a side note, I believe that means not just onshoring to the United States. It does. But if we're really serious about that, it also means expanding our relationships with allies like Japan, South Korea, India, the Philippines. And that's an interesting debate to have, because some on the right would say, okay, I want to decouple from China, but I also want less trade with all these other places. You can't have both those things at the same time. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. And so we have to acknowledge and be honest with ourselves that there are trade-offs to declaring independence from China. But the question is, what are the long-run benefits? Now, you think about the other way to do this is strategic clarity. I think the way that you see world wars often emerge is strategic ambiguity from two adversaries who don't really know what the other side's red line is or isn't, and accidentally crosses those red lines. So I think we need to be much clearer with what are our hard red lines and what aren't they. And I think that's the single most effective way to make sure this doesn't spiral into major world war. And then let's talk about ending the Russia-Ukraine conflict in the terms that I just discussed with you before. I think weakening the Russia-China alliance not only reduces the risk that Russia becomes an aggressor, it also reduces the risk that China takes the risks that could escalate us to World War III as well. So I think that geopolitically, you got to look at things holistically. That end of the Russia-Ukraine war and that peace deal de-escalates not only the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but the risk of a broader conflict that includes China as well, by also weakening China, because Russia also has hypersonic missiles and missile capabilities that are ahead of that of China's. if Russia is no longer in a military alliance with China, that changes China's calculus as well. So that's kind of, I think, more strategic vision we need in our foreign policy than we've had since certainly, the Nixon era. I think that you need people who are going to be able to challenge the status quo, question the existing orthodoxies, the willingness to use levers to get great deals done that otherwise wouldn't have gotten done. And that's why I do think someone like Donald Trump in the presidency, and obviously I ran for president as an outsider and a businessman as well. I think this is an area, our foreign policy is one where we actually benefit from having business leaders in those roles rather than people who are shackled by the traditional political manner of thinking.
I think the thing you didn't quite make clear, but I think implied, is that we have to accept the red line that China provides of the one China policy.
Both sides need to have their red lines. So, we can get into specifics, but it's gonna vary depending on the circumstances. But the principle that I would give you is that we have to have a hard red line that's clear. I think that hard red line, I was clear during my campaign on this, so I'll say it again, is I think that we have to have a clear red line that China will not and should not, for any time in the foreseeable future, annex Taiwan. I do think that for the United States, it probably is prudent right now not to suddenly upend the diplomatic policy we've adopted for decades of what is recognizing the one China policy in our position of quiet deference to that. And understand that may be their red line, is the national recognition of Taiwan as an independent nation would be a red line that China would have, but we would have a red line to say that we do not in any circumstance tolerate the annexation by physical force in any time in the foreseeable future when that's against the interests of the United States of America. So those are examples, but the principle here is, you asked how do we avoid major conflict with China. I think it starts with clear red lines on both sides. I think it starts with also lowering the stakes for the United States by making sure we're not dependent on China for our modern way of life. And I think it also starts with, ironically, using a peaceful resolution to the Ukraine war as a way of weakening the Russia-China alliance, which in the other direction of weakening China has significant benefits to us as well.
But what do you do when China says very politely, we're going to annex Taiwan, whether you like it or not?
Against the backdrop that I just laid out, that's not going to happen. That wouldn't happen if we actually make sure that we're crystal clear about what our red lines and priorities are. We're also dependent on Taiwan right now for our own semiconductor supply chain. So China knows that's going to draw us into serious conflict in that circumstance. So against the backdrop of clearly drawn red lines, against the backdrop of Russia no longer automatically being in China's camp, that's a big lever. I think also strengthening our relationship with other allies where we have room to strengthen those relationships, like India. And I'm not just saying that, because my name is Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I'm saying it because it's strategically important to the United States to understand that, God forbid, in a conflict scenario, China would perceive some risk to the Indian Ocean or the Andaman Sea, no longer being reliable for getting Middle Eastern oil supplies. There's a lot of levers here, but I think that if we are both strategically clear with our allies and with our adversaries about what our red lines are, what our priorities are, reasonable deals that pull Russia out of the hands of China and vice versa, reasonable allies and relationships that cause China to question whether it can continue to have the same access to Middle Eastern oil supplies as it does today, and then clear red lines with China itself about what we definitely aren't okay with, and understand that they may have certain red lines too. That allows us, I think, to still avoid what many people will call the unavoidable conflict, the Thucydides trap, against a circumstance when there's a rising power against the backdrop of a declining power, conflict always becomes inevitable. That's a theory. It's not a law of physics. And I don't think that, A, we have to be a declining power, and B, I don't think that has to necessarily result in major conflict with China here. It's going to require real leadership with a spine. And you don't have to judge based on international relations theory to form your view on this. Years under Trump, we didn't have major conflicts in the Middle East, in places like Russia or Ukraine. We were on the cusp of war with North Korea when Obama left office and Trump took over. 4 years under Biden, less than 4 years under Biden and Harris, what do you have? Major conflicts in the Middle East, major conflict in Russia, Ukraine, judged by the results. And, I would say that even if you're somebody who disagrees with a lot of Donald Trump and you don't like his style, if your single issue is you want to stay out of World War III, I think there's a pretty clear case for why you go for Trump in this election.
So Prime Minister Modi, I think you've complimented him in a bunch of different directions, one of which is when you're discussing nationalism.
Yeah, I believe that, somebody I've gotten to know actually reasonably well for example, recently is Giorgia Meloni, who's a leader of Italy. Told her the same thing. One of the things I love about her as a leader of Italy is that she does not apologize for the national identity of the country, and that she stands for certain values uncompromisingly. And she doesn't give a second care about what the media has to say about it. One of the things I loved last time I spoke to her when she was in the US, when we sat down, was she talked about she doesn't even read the newspaper. She doesn't read and watch the media, and it allows her to make decisions that are best for the people. And there are elements of that in Modi's approach as well, which I respect about him, is he doesn't apologize for the fact that India has a national identity and that the nation should be proud of it. But I'm not saying that because I'm proud of Meloni or Modi for their own countries. I'm American. I think there are lessons to learn from leaders who are proud of their own nation's identity rather than apologizing for it. And I think it's a big part of, it's why I ran for president on a campaign centered on national pride. It's also why I'm not only voting for, but actively supporting Donald Trump, because I do think he's going to be the one that restores that missing national pride in the United States. And, I touch on this as well in the book. There's a chapter here. It says nationalism isn't a bad word. I think nationalism can be a very positive thing if it's grounded in the actual true attributes of a nation. And in the United States, that doesn't mean ethno-nationalism, because that was not what the national identity of the United States was based on in the first place. But a civic nationalism grounded in our actual national ideals, that is who we are. And I think that is something that we've gotten uncomfortable with in the countries, to say that, I'm proud of being American and I believe in American exceptionalism. Somehow that's looking down on others. No, I'm not looking down on anybody, but I'm proud of my own country. And I think Modi's revived that spirit in India in a way that was missing for a long time, right? India had an inferiority complex, a psychological inferiority complex. But now to be proud of its national heritage and its national myth making and its national legacy and history, and to say that, every nation does have to have a kind of myth making about its past, and to be proud of that. It's like Malcolm X actually said this here in the United States. He said, a nation without an appreciation for its history is like a tree without roots. It's dead. And I think that that's true, not just for the United States. I think it's true for every other nation. I think leaders like Meloni in Italy, leaders like Modi in India have done a great job that I wish to bring that type of pride back in the United States. And whatever I do next, Lex, I'll tell you this, is I think reviving that sense of identity and pride, especially in the next generation, is one of the most important things we can do for this country.
Speaking of what you do next, any chance you run in 2028?
I'm not going to rule it out. I mean, that's a long time from now. And I'm most focused on what I can do in the next chapter for the country. I ran for president, a million things that I learned from that experience that you can only learn by doing it. It was very much a fire first, aim later. When getting into the race, there was no way I could have planned and plotted this out as somebody who was coming from the outside. I was 37 years old, came from the business world. So there was a lot that only could learn by actually doing it, and I did. But I care about the same things that led me into the presidential race, and I don't think the issues have been solved. I think that we have a generation that is lost in the country. It's not just young people. I think it's all of us in some ways are hungry for purpose and meaning at a time in our history when the things that used to fill that void in our heart, they're missing. And I think we need a president who both has the right policies for the country, seal the border, grow the economy, stay out of World War III, end rampant crime. Yes, we need the right policies. But we also need leaders who, in a sustained way, revive our national character, revive our sense of pride in this country, revive our identity as Americans. And, I think that need exists as much today as it did when I first ran for president. I don't think it's going to be automatically solved in just a few years. I think Donald Trump is the right person to carry that banner forward for the next 4 years. But after that, we'll see where the country is headed into 2028. And whatever I do, it'll be whatever has a maximal positive impact on the country. I'll also tell you that my laser focus, maybe as distinct from other politicians on both sides, is to take America to the next level, to move beyond our victimhood culture, to restore our culture of excellence. We got to shut down that nanny state. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy nanny state. Shut it down and revive who we really are as Americans. And I'm as passionate about that as ever. But the next step is not running for president. The next step is what happens in the next next
Sound
4
like
years.
Donkey Kong, folks.
And that's why over the next 4 weeks, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to make sure we succeed in this election.
Well, I hope you run because this was made clear on the stage in the primary debates. You have a unique clarity and honesty in expressing the ideas you stand for. And it would be nice to see that. I would also like to see the same thing on the other side, which would make for some badass, interesting debates.
I would love nothing more than a kick-ass set of top-tier Democrat candidates. After 4 years of Donald Trump, we have a primary filled with actually people who have real visions for the country on both sides. And the people of this country can choose between those competing visions without insult or injury being the way I would love nothing more than to see that in 2028.
Who do you think? So for me, I would love to see in some kind of future where it's you versus somebody like Tim Walz. So to Tim Walz, maybe I'm lacking in knowledge. It's first of all, like a good dude, has similar to you, strongly held, if not radical, ideas of how to make progress in this country. So to just be on stage and debate honestly about the ideas, they're like there's a tension between those ideas. Is there other people? Shapiro is interesting also.
I would like to take on in earnest, in civil, but contested context, right, of a debate. Who do you want to take on? You want to take on somebody who disagrees with you, but still has deep ideology of their own. I think John Fetterman's pretty interesting. Right? He's demonstrated himself to be somebody who is thoughtful, able to change his mind on positions, but not in some sort of fake flippity-floppity way, but in a thoughtful evolution. Somebody who's been through personal struggles. Somebody I deeply disagree with on a lot of his views, most of his views, but who I can at least say comes across at least as somebody who has been through that torturous process of really examining your beliefs and convictions, and has, when necessary, been able to preach to his own tribe where he thinks they're wrong. I think it's interesting. I think that you have a number of other leaders probably emerging at lower levels. On the left, not everybody's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C. In fact, the longer they're there, the more they in some ways get polluted by it. I think the governor of Colorado is an interesting guy. He's got a more libertarian tendency. I don't know as much about his views on from a national perspective, but it's intriguing to see somebody who has at least libertarian, freedom-oriented tendencies within the Democratic Party. I think that there are a number of, I don't foresee him running for president, but I had a debate last year when I was running for president with Ro Khanna, who, say what you will about him, he's a highly intelligent person and is somebody who is at least willing to buck the consensus of his party when necessary. I think he recently, I would say lambasted, he phrased it very delicately, but criticized Kamala Harris's proposed tax on unrealized capital gains. So I like people who are willing to challenge the orthodoxies in their own party because it says they actually have convictions. And so whoever the Democrats put up, I hope it's someone like that. And for my part, I have and continue to have beliefs that will challenge Republicans. That on the face of it may not be the policies that poll on paper as the policies you're supposed to adopt as a Republican candidate. But what a true leader doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they need to hear, and you tell people what your actual convictions are. And this idea that I don't want to create a right-wing entitlement state or a nanny state, I want to shut it down, that challenges the presuppositions of where a lot of the conservative movement is right now. I don't think the bill to cap credit card interest rates is a good idea because that's a price control, just like Kamala Harris's price controls, and it'll reduce access to credit. I don't think that we want a crony capitalist state showering private benefits on selected industries that favor us, or that we want to expand the CFPB or the FTC's remit and somehow we're going to trust it because it's under our watch. No, I believe in shutting it down. That challenges a lot of the current direction of the conservative movement. I believe in certain issues that, maybe even outside the scope of what Republicans currently care about right now. One of the things that I oppose, for example, is, this is not a top issue in American politics, but just to give you a sense for how I think and view the world. I'm against factory farming of a large scale of, you could sort of say putting the mistreatment of, it's one thing you need it for your sustenance, and that's great, but it's another to say that You have to do it in a factory farming setting that gives special exemptions from historical laws that have existed that are the product of crony capitalism. I'm against crony capitalism in all its forms. I'm against the influence of mega money in politics. I don't think that's been good either for Democrats or Republicans. Some of those views, I think, are not necessarily the traditional Republican orthodoxy, reading chapter and verse from what the Republican Party platform has been. It's not against the Republican Party platform, but it's asking what the future of our movement is.
Some of these things are hard, like getting money out of politics.
Getting mega money.
The mega money, yeah.
And so long as it exists, you got to play the game. I mean, if you're going to play to win. I think one of the things I realized is that you just can't compete without it. But if you want to win the game in order to change the game. And I think that that's something that I keep in mind as well. So
you have written a lot. You're exceptionally productive. But even just looking book-wise, you've written basically a book a year for the last 4 years. When you're writing, when you're thinking about how to solve the problems of the world, to develop your policy, how do you think?
I need quiet time, extended periods of it that are separated from the rush of the day-to-day or the travel. I actually think a lot better when I'm working out and physically active. So if I'm running, playing tennis, lifting, somehow for me that really opens up my mind. And then I need a significant amount of time after that with a notebook. Usually carry around a notebook everywhere I go and write it down in there.
Is the notebook full of chaotic thoughts, or is it structured?
Sometimes it's chaotic, sometimes it's structured. It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I have a thought that I know I don't want to forget later. I'll immediately jot it down. Other times, on the flight over here, I had a much more structured layout I got a lot of different projects in the air, for example, and I cross-pollinate. I was in the shower this morning, had a bunch of thoughts, collected those on my plane ride over here. So I think that writing is something in all of its forms that helps me. It's one of the things that actually helped me this year was actually writing this book. You're going through a presidential campaign, you're going at super speed. And if I was to do the presidential campaign again, the thing I would do is actually to take more structured breaks. I don't mean breaks isn't just like vacations, but I mean breaks to reflect on what's actually happening. Probably the biggest mistake I made is last time around, heading into the first debate. I was like in 9 different states over 7 days. I would have just taken that as a pause. Right? We're halfway through. You've established relevance. Now make sure the country sees who you actually are in full, rather than just the momentum, competitive-driven version of you. And I just think that that's sort of taking those moments to just take stock of where you are. Do some writing. I didn't do much writing during the presidential campaign. I enjoy writing. It's part of how I center myself. Part of what this book allowed me to do is, okay, I ran that whirlwind of a campaign. The first thing I started doing after I collected myself for a couple of weeks was take the pen and start writing. And I was committed to writing that book, whether or not anybody read it. I was writing it for myself. And actually it started in a very different form. It was very personal, reflection oriented. So most of that, funny enough, I've learned about writing the books, Lex, is edited it out. It just didn't end up in the book because it went in a different direction than what's interesting for a publisher to publish. Yeah. And so for each of my books, the things that I started writing ended up never in the book anyway, just because the topic ended up morphing. But the journey that led me to write this book, a lot of it in this book is still in there. This is my 4th book in 4 years, you're right. And I hope it's the most important one, but it is certainly the product of an honest reflection that whatever it might do for the reader, it helped me to write it. And, I think that's one of the things that I learned from this campaign is not just all the policy lessons, but even just as a matter of personal practice, the ability to take spaces of time to not only physically challenge yourself, work out, etc., but to give yourself the space to reflect, to recenter yourself on the why. Had I done that, I think I would have been even more centered on the mission the whole time, rather than, you get attacked on the way, you're thrown off your tilt, you're thrown off your balance. It becomes a lot harder for someone else to do that to you if you've really centered yourself on your own purpose. It's probably one of my biggest learnings.
So you've mentioned the first primary debate. So more than almost basically anybody I've ever seen, you step into some really intense debates.
Yeah.
On your own podcast, but in general, kind of, all kinds of walks of life, whether it's sort of debates with sort of protesters or debates with people that really disagree with you, like the radical opposite of you. What's the philosophy behind that, and What's the psychology of being able to be calm through all of that, which you seem to be able
Well,
to?
I enjoy debate. And for me, I think just in ordinary life, forget about like a formal debate setting. Whenever I've received criticism or a contrary view, my first impulse is always, are they right? I mean, it's always a possibility, right? And most of the time what happens is you understand the other side's argument, but you emerge with a stronger conviction in your own belief, right? You know your own beliefs better if you can state the best argument for the other side. But sometimes you do change your mind. And I think that that's happened over the course of my life as well. I think no one's a thinking human being unless that happens once in a while too. And so anyway, just the idea of the pursuit of truth through open debate and inquiry, that's always just been part of my identity, part of who I am. I'm wired that way. I thrive on it. I enjoy it. Even my relationships with my closest friends are built around heated debates and deep-seated disagreements. And yeah, I just think that's beautiful, not just about human relationships, but it's particularly beautiful about America, right? Because it's part of the culture of this country, more so than other countries, China or India, or Asian cultures, even a lot of European cultures are very different, where that's considered not genteel behavior. It's not the respectful behavior. Whereas for us, part of what makes this country great is you can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. I think we've lost some of that, but I'm on a bit of a mission to bring that back. And so I don't know whether it's in politics or not, I'm committed in that next step, whatever the path is over the next 4 years. One of the things I'm committed to doing is making sure that I go out of my way to talk to people who actually disagree with me. And I think it's a big part of how we're going to save our country.
Are they right is a thing I actually literally see you do. So you are listening to the other person.
For my own benefit, to be honest, selfish.
You also don't lose your shit. So you don't take it personally. You don't get emotional. But you get emotional sort of in the positive way. You get passionate, but you don't get, it doesn't, I've never seen you broken.
Yeah.
Like to where they get you like outraged. It's always probably because you just love the heat.
I love the heat, and I'm a curious person.
Yeah.
So I'm always curious about what's actually what's motivating the person on the other side. That curiosity, I think, is actually the best antidote, right? Because if you just try to stay calm in the face of somebody attacking you, that's kind of fake. But if you're kind of curious about them, right? Genuinely, just wondering. I think most people are good people inherently. We all maybe get misguided from time to time, but what is it that's moving that person to go in such a different direction than you? I think as long as you're curious about that, the climate change protesters that have interrupted my events, I'm as fascinated by the psychology of what's moving them and what they might be hungry for as I am about rebutting the content of what they're saying to me. And I think that that's certainly something I care to revive. We don't talk about in politics that much, but reviving that sense of curiosity, I think, is in a certain way one of the ways we're going to be able to disagree but still remain friends and fellow citizens at the end of it.
I agree with you. I think fundamentally most people are good. And one of the things I love most about humans is the very thing you said, which is curiosity. I think we should lean into that.
You're a curious person. I know this podcast is basically born of your curiosity, I'm sure. And so I just think we need more of that in America. That kind of, when I talked about our founding fathers, we were joking about it, but they were inventors, they were writers, they were political theorists, they were founders of a nation. They kind of had that boundless curiosity too. And I think part of what's happened culturally in the country is we've gotten to this place where, we've been told that stay in your lane. You don't have an expert degree in that, therefore you can't have an opinion about it. I don't know. I think that's a little bit un-American in terms of the culture of it. And yeah, it's one of the things I like about you and why I was looking forward to this conversation too, is it's cool to have intellectual interests that span sports to culture to politics to philosophy. And it's not like you just have to be an expert trained in one of those things to be able to engage in it. But actually, maybe, just maybe, you might even be better at each of those things because you're curious about the other. The Renaissance man, if you will. I think we've lost a little bit of that concept in America, but it's certainly something that is important to me. And this year it's been kind of cool. After leaving the campaign, I've been doing a wide range of things, right? I've been picking up my tennis game again. I practiced at the Ohio State.
You're damn good at tennis.
I used to be better, but I'm picking
Somebody
it up again.
online was trying to correct me. I think you shot a very particular angle of that video. I think they were criticizing your backhand was weak potentially because
That would be fair criticism. But it's gotten better again.
Okay.
It's gotten better recently. I've been playing with I've been practicing with the Ohio State team in the morning. They're like number one in the country or close to it. Now the guys on the team play, but there's a couple coaches who were recently on the team. One of whom used to be a guy I used to play with in the juniors who invited me out. So I hit with them in the mornings alongside the team. My goal, I should be careful here.
Oh no.
My hips are telling me. So I've been playing so many days a week that I set a goal for myself by the end of to play in a particular tournament. But we'll see if that happens or not.
No.
But regardless, it's been fun to get back into tennis. I was an executive producer on a movie, something I've never done before. It's called City of Dreams. It's about a story of a young man who was trafficked into the United States. It's a thriller. It's a very cool movie to be a part of. I've actually started a couple companies. One company in particular that I think is going to be significant this year, guiding some of the other businesses that I've gotten off the ground in the past. So for me, I'm re-energized now, where I was in the thick of politics for a full year there, and getting a little bit of oxygen outside of politics, doing some things in the private sector has actually given me a renewed sense of energy to get back into driving change through public service.
Well, it's been fun watching you do all these fascinating things, but I do hope that you have a future in politics as well, because it's nice to have somebody that has rigorously developed their ideas and is honest about presenting them and is willing to debate those ideas out in public space. So I would love for you and people like you to represent the future of American politics. So Vivek, thank you so much. For every time I'm swiveling this chair, I'm thinking
There
of
he
Thomas
is.
Jefferson.
It's good. That was my goal.
So big shout out to Thomas Jefferson.
You ready to game?
Give me a sec.
Take your time, big dog.
Gonna busy. Stop for don't wanna talk anymore. On the dance floor. Oh shit, you can hear that. Sorry, let me turn noise suppressions on. Oh yeah, I think so. You should be able to hear it now. Telephone. It's what you get for having big speakers. Everyone can hear them.
There you go.
You like Lady Gaga, don't you, Rabbi?
Fuck yeah.
Reach my telephone. Well,
I like
when I grew up,
I like Beyonce too, and she sings that song.
What'd you say, sorry?
Beyonce also sings that song. I like that. I like her as well.
Beyonce's good.
I mean, she has a.
You can't forget La Rocks. I'm going in for a kill. I'm doing it for you. I'll run it through my headset, see if I can hear it. Hold on. We can find sleep. Is it me and Cat Spoon who come in here most of the time? Because there should be more people.
Dog, this is really early morning in. I mean, it's still early in California. At night is when I get a ton of people.
Also, when I'm asleep.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, we get sometimes half a dozen people in here.
Well, in Caspian, you day one crew, so like you don't need anyone else. You got us, baby.
You got that right, big dog. Are you gonna do some space trucking?
No, the game's not working. It needs updating.
Fuck that shit. COD?
Mm-hmm. Do a bit of Warzone. I'm going in for the kill. I'm doing it for a friend. I'm hoping you'll understand. Kids nowadays don't know what music is.
It's all AI.
I've got my Red Bull. I've got my water because I'm starting to drink more water. So when I'm
Excellent.
drinking Red Bull, when I finish a can, I'll drink like a liter of water to balance it out.
There you go. So not only you all jazzed, but you got to piss like a racehorse.
Yep. I had a shower. I've got a girl coming around Wednesday.
Fuck yeah.
Boy.
Is she cool?
Oh, she's cool.
Are you in love?
Sexy. It's getting there.
There you go.
With me, I'll get in a relationship. It'll take me maybe a good 5 months or something to actually start to feel the emotions properly because of how fucked up people have been in the past to me. So yeah, I feel it, but not majorly though. I've explained that to her.
You gonna take it? You gonna take her to Pound Town?
Oh, shut up, Rabbi. I'll get her in the.
There you go.
I'll get her to speak on Discord to you.
Oh, please do.
Like every time I talk to someone in in a karaoke or social like that, why do you hang around with Rabbi so much? Well, Rabbi's a guy who you can talk to and just chill. He doesn't force his religion. He doesn't force anything on you. He's an open-minded guy, and people need to realize that you are not a forceful person.
Well, thank you. You're so sweet for still talking about me in places where I've been banned. That's
I
very.
stand up for you. I stand up for you like a. I ain't letting people chat shit on you when you're doing so much for the world. World peace, baby. World
Absolutely.
peace.
24/7, 365. It's a beautiful thing.
I might actually put you in my Discord bio. Check Rabbi out. 24/7, 365. He's promoting world peace. I'm gonna get a lot of shit for it, but hey,
That's amazing. That
I've
would
just
be,
not got the power you have with making accounts. If I could, I would.
I understand. I mean, I can teach you how to do it. It's all free.
Do I need a laptop?
No.
Oh.
You can use your phone.
I need to get a better phone though. My phone's on its way out.
All right.
I'm getting a new one on Thursday. Hopefully, I'm getting an S10, which is way better than what I've got. Way drifting away. Way. Sorry about my singing.
You're good, big dog. I like that song.
I like all sorts. I love David Bowie. David Bowie's my fucking idol.
If you were put on a desert island and you could only listen to one artist or band, who would it be?
Oh, well, dude, don't. Oh my god. Only an art. See, with me, it's certain songs from certain bands. But
Of course it is. That's not just with you. That's with every human on Earth. But what I'm saying to you is that you need to make a decision.
Beatles.
Thank you.
Beatles.
Thank you. Good job, man. Amazing.
I love the Beatles.
I do
I love
too.
them. I love their style. Oh shit, there's a guy on top of the roof with me.
Snipe that motherfucker. Get him. Get him with the grenade.
He's pushing. Oh shit!
He's gonna fuck you
I
up.
didn't know there
He
was
got
two.
you. He got you. Dude, he.
I didn't know there was two.
Oh, that was unfair.
No, it's how the game's meant to be, but my dumbass should have done a reroute. I need some more upbeat tunes to get me in the mood. But my team's not really doing much anyway. Oh shit. I like to party. Everybody does. Wow, that was sick. You see that?
We're done.
Oh shit.
That
Oh
was
shit.
amazing.
No. Oh, bastard. That's a sentry gun. They fuck you up, but Eden. Yeah, he fucked me up. My main gun was out of ammo. I switched to my secondary. My secondary was a sniper. Come on, Riley.
Dog,
Fucking hell.
do one round where you just snipe motherfuckers. Not even the whole round. Just snipe guys from here.
Yeah. I'm a fan sniper, and I'll do that.
I love watching snipers. It's like my favorite.
Should get Battlefield again. I'll show you how I rock on that. It's the way I'm feeling. I just can't. This is a good gun. The GP. It's based on the British assault rifle. SA-80. Fucking brilliant weapon. I've had many debates with Americans about the British Army being better. They are better. They get trained more. It's better to have a good army what's not got, it's got intelligence instead of having a sheer massive amount of numbers. It's all about strategies now. It's all about drone warfare as well, which is quite annoying. When Black Ops 2 came out, they suggested drone warfare in the future, and they got it right. They got it really fucking right.
Can you fly drones in Black Ops 2?
You can. There's a certain laws. If it's below 290 grams, you don't need a license, but you do need a permit.
No.
If it's above 290 grams,
Doug, calm down. I said in Black Ops 2, can you fly a drone?
No. You can fly recon drones, but don't use them. The shit. That's a fucking sniper.
Doug, I want to see
You
you
can fly
snipe.
bomb drones as well.
I want to see you snipe a motherfucker. Frankly, right now, I'm unimpressed. I'm unimpressed until you snipe someone. So you tell me, Rabbi, I'm about to snipe this motherfucker, and then you got him in your scope and you take him out. Then I will be very impressed. I will cover you. Get on a roof. Get on a roof. So you land directly on the ground behind a box. Without a sniper rifle, you got a sniper. Get to the roof, man. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Sir Smoke a lot. Okay, I'm watching. Now this is interesting.
I've just got to be careful about my surroundings. The gas is behind me. I just need to make sure there's no one in the gas behind me. It's all about strategies in this game.
Can you get up in that tower?
Yes, but the whole map can see you and it alerts people that you're in the tower, so it's kind of a giveaway of my location.
Oh,
Award.
totally. Dude, that sucks.
It gives away your location. Yeah, it gives away your location, but my mate's down.
Oh, dude.
Anything to save a fellow soldier. Bullshit.
All right. Oh, dude, that was cool. Nice. There you go. That's what I wanted to see.
I'm coming. Wait. Is there a ladder?
Oh,
Wow.
dude, you almost had him.
I need to hit him. I can't remember what the ladder system is. Nice hit. I'm coming. Don't worry, I'm coming. Anything to save a fellow soldier.
Steal their body armor. Oh, what's this chick
Have you
doing?
noticed that they're wearing,
Is this a girl?
they're wearing the Squid Game?
Oh, yeah. Oh, get him. Get him. Oh, that is not what you wanted. Get him. That motherfucker's fast.
I got it.
Dude, there are so many guys there. 1, 2.
Whoa. Ah, fuck.
Dog, you shouldn't have left the tower. You shouldn't have left that tower, man. You had him.
I was getting shot behind. I needed to move. Everyone watches that tower like a hawk.
I imagine so. That's why you got an alpha up there. Just start taking bitches down
The
one-handed.
best sniping battles you get are on the floor, on the ground. Like you'll push a building, you see someone, watch the building, shoot them, and then push towards.
All right, do you have
What
your...
I like to do is I like to shoot my gun as I'm running because then it hides my footsteps and they don't know where I'm coming from.
All right.
These guys I'm playing with are not the best. They're more slow.
Why
slow
would
paced
they?
people.
Why would they?
Fast.
Why would they get them? Squid Games. Why would they wear the Squid Game shit?
Squid
What?
Game event. You can play red light, green light.
Okay, what's red light, green light?
The original. I'll hop into the thing like this game.
No, keep wearing camo.
Actual red light, green light.
Keep wearing camo.
Squid. Camo doesn't mean anything in this game. It's an urban combat situation. Unless you can blend in. Not many skins you can blend into the background.
Isn't there something that's
I
like
can't remember what my guy is.
black and white? Or just pure black?
Oh yeah. I think I am.
All right. Sniper.
Oh, what a fucking call. You called it. There's people over
Oh, dude.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Dude,
whoa, whoa.
dude. Get him.
Ah. He's watching it. Oh, come on. Get off the fucking roof, you pussy. Two of them are sniper. I'll just land back on the roof and kill them. I was dead anyway. Look, red light, green light, if you wanted.
What is red light, green light?
It's best if I show you. Let me see. And I like the way you move. Go ahead and go just do that ass shaking thing you do. There it is. You all can meet me in the middle of the fluctuating air. It's thick, it's smelling right. Pass to the left and say to the right. Go. Walk away, dance with me, like your body. I know this is going to sound like a silly question, because you're Jewish, you eat like meat, like bacon, or do you not eat bacon?
Nothing pork. What we do eat is beef bacon, turkey bacon. There are kosher versions of those.
I got you.
Okay,
This is why I like you, because I eat bacon. You're not offended by it.
no,
It's in my culture.
fuck no. Do whatever you want.
Don't eat bacon.
You do whatever makes you happy, baby. So long as it doesn't hurt me, you do anything you want. All right, so you're in.
Mate.
You're a Korean man.
Mm-hmm.
Are you all just like walking really slowly for some reason?
Oh, it's loaded. This is just the loading screen. I think it's quite badass.
I do too.
Like, look, the clip, as you can see, the way he's clearing. You've got one guy looking up, one guy looking straight. There, the guards. I look calm. The way it's transformed over the years, brilliant. That's so sick. The way it's like, just clearing. It's brilliant.
Can you use a bow and arrow in this?
No.
How about a
COD game mode called Stones? That was very popular game mode.
how about a missile launcher?
You'll get a rocket launcher, yeah.
All right, so I see it's Nuketown. It's a holiday event.
It's not Newtown. This is just loading. This is what it is. This is Red Light Green Light.
All right, go. You're in a stadium.
No, you wait. Yeah, you wait for that thing in the back to say red light. It will say corner. It says it in Korean.
You're breakdancing, son.
Oh,
Your teammates have to hate
history,
you.
I think so. Ready?
Yeah. So,
If it detects movement, you're dead.
oh, okay. So once it's red light, you can't move anymore? So it was smart for you to just stand back a little bit. Let those other motherfuckers take the
Yeah.
shots.
It does it faster. It can do it slow, and it can do it really quick. Oh shit! I didn't even touch the stick. That was my stick jerk. It. Fuck. Let's watch other people do it. You see how it's like it's taking its time the way it says it.
Yeah. So is there a stadium full of people watching this?
No, this is what it was. No. 14. Oh shit.
And then you try to get to the other side?
Yeah, you gotta get past that line before the round runs out, which is 35 seconds.
So this guy's about to win? He just
No,
won.
it's just whoever qualifies.
Dude, did he just die right before he hit the line?
Qualified.
Oh, he qualified. Okay.
He's there. Okay. So. I'm not actually won a game of this. Okay, I'm gonna try and actually win a match of this.
That's what we want to see.
Round 2. Oh yeah, there's different rounds.
Oh, is it, are you a chick now? Are you a chick with blue hair? Are you a chick with blue hair?
I'm spectating. Yeah, ever play prop?
I don't know what that is. You 006?
No, you've got prop is where you've got a team of 12 split up into 2 teams. The props and hunters. Props have 30 to 40 seconds to hide and you've got blended with the background. Then you've got the hunters what I've got to try and find you. But you whistle. You whistle every 30 seconds as a prop, and then you have to change items every minute. You can't stay in one place for the whole map. That's one can done.
Bingo.
Water. Do people hate drinking water? I don't mind it.
I like it. It's perhaps my favorite drink.
You're only meant to say like babysitters, but you're not meant to batter water. Because if you drink too much, you can water poison yourself.
Word, dog.
Anything can kill your oxygen and slowly killing you over a certain amount of years.
Word, dog. Anything in excess can
I'm
kill
on
you.
top.
Okay, so this time you have to like walk around a map.
You gotta find them. We've got to find props.
What are props?
Props, anything like that. The cone.
And you just have to shoot them?
Ooh, baby. I feel like the music sounds better with you.
So this is not red light, green light.
No.
I want
You can't.
I want to see you win a round
That
of
was a problem.
red light, green light.
Feel like the music sounds better. Got it.
So you're not shooting people, you're shooting shit?
Yeah, problems. I don't know. Listen. Yeah, I've never played this map, so I don't know what belongs and what doesn't belong. Like, it could be anything. It could be a cardboard box. Ah, he's close. There he is. There he is.
Get him.
I don't really like playing problems, to be fair. It's not really something I enjoy. It's not competitive enough for me. But I'm just showing you this.
Yeah, I want to see you win red light, green light, dog.
Yos. Can I play a couple games of
Dude, just win one game of red light, green light, and then you can do whatever you want.
Alright. Fucking hell.
Dog,
Yeah, on.
the people demand red light, green light. You introduced it to us, and then you take it away. Fuck that. We want red light, green light. We want to see this Korean guy be able to go to Pyongyang or wherever the reward is.
Fuck you now.
Do that guy.
Great.
Be that guy.
I can't. He's locked.
Oh, that's
I
bullshit.
don't want to spend money on this game.
No, nobody wants you to do
I
that.
don't mind him. Stone. Normally I play as my bro.
Be that guy.
They're both valid lovers. Excuse me. Pocket full of sunshine. I swear I know this song.
I got a pocket of sunshine. I got a pocket of sunshine.
Sunshine. Yeah, I know. You know, Daniel Benningfield was the guy who made Got to Get Through This, Gary song.
Yeah, I know who that guy is. Dude, when are you gonna play that level? Nuketown. When do you play Nuketown?
No. I'm not. It's red light, green light.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's just the loading screen.
All right, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Dude, you're breakdancing. There you go.
Right, let's see if I can actually do this.
Here we go,
Get as
folks.
far as I can.
Here we go, folks. It's in the middle of an empty stadium. We've got Sir Smoke-A-Lot. He's in the lead. He's in the lead. He got the thing.
Oh shit.
And he's got a human shield. Go, baby.
That's getting quick. I'm gonna fucking. I've got a minute in it. I don't even have to rush this. Oh. The guy on my left nearly fucked it.
You're gonna make it.
Don't jinx it.
Jump.
Yes!
Tight. You qualified.
Qualified, baby.
So is there another
And it
round?
gets shorter and shorter and shorter. So the next round will be the players who get through this round. So 18 got through. Oh my god. I'm sweating. I'm sweating. I've got no t-shirt on. I'm sat in my boxers. So hot. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom. No, I can't listen to music. I've got to do this. Good luck.
Oh, dude, you got a big lead.
It doesn't matter who gets there first. As long as I get there with 1 minute 35 seconds, I'm fine.
Oh, okay, cool.
That was scared. You can tell this was cheaply made.
Do you have guys who shoot you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I
Snipers.
was. Okay, snipers. You got it. That was cool. All right, round 3. Oh, slow motion.
Oh, he made it. I'm gonna be good at the position.
Oh, that person, did they make it?
Yeah.
Victory. All right, round 3. Are you ready? You need to loosen your thumbs.
Oh. The adrenaline kicks in because I'm never actually. I don't care for it. Fuck it. Oh my god, there's not many left.
Oh, you have a huge lead. Red light. You're in the lead. I know it doesn't matter, but you're either first or last.
He's gonna go. No, did he get? No, the guy to my right is fucking brilliant.
Wow, he ran really far.
Oh no!
They got you. Oh, you disqualified? Was that stick?
Yeah,
Sticks?
stick drift.
Stick
I have
drift.
to hold my stick back a bit. I let go of my stick.
That's okay.
My controller's not doing charging.
That's okay. You did a good job. All right, now go do what you want.
You're not gonna do what you want. Fuck you, Dan.
No, you completed the mission. I wanted to see what it looked like. Oh, those guys look badass.
The guy that is the he's meant to be the watcher. He's the guy who runs the games in the series. Right now, I've had a Red Bull. My energy's kicking in. I want to put some tunes on. I want to fucking kick ass and cut. Doom 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 doom. You like this song? It's called Serotonin Blue Beans by the Blessed Madonna. It's just the beat's brilliant. Uh, 80s. Let's go Material Girl. Some boys kiss me, some boys hug me. I think they're okay. I love this AK, I do. Kiss me, somebody hug me, I think they're okay. Way, cause we are living in a material world. Wish me luck.
Go get him, big dog.
Golden cash is always Mr. Right. We are living in a material world, and I am a material. This is the only music what gives me that bubbly feeling, like the happy feeling inside. And I am a material girl. Oh, you little bastard! Come on then. No. You know that we are living in a material world, and I am a material girl. Where'd you come from? Living in a material world. Living. Oh, what in the fuck? Living in a material world, and I am a material girl. You know that we are living in a material world. Oh, fucking bastard. I'm still standing. You fucking having a laugh? You ran like a fucking bitch when I put. Oh, behind me again. You can never know what it's like.
If Madonna wanted to have sex with you right now at this moment, would you? Yes or no? Go.
Oh, come on.
You were asked a very important question, Sir Smoke a Lot. If Madonna wanted to have sex with you at this exact moment, would you?
Sorry.
Yes or no? You're letting the people down.
Using them as a body shield, you're fucking dirty, cunt. What a bounce. said you were behind. Oh, fuck off with your grenades. Seriously. Like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid, still standing all this time.
Doug, you were asked a very important question twice, and you have refused to answer it.
That's the way. Sorry, my music was too loud.
If you had the opportunity to have sex with Madonna at this very moment, would you do it? Yes or no? Go.
Yeah.
There you go. That a boy.
Who the fuck wouldn't? She's brilliant. She's got.
There are a lot of people who would not.
You do nothing but camp. Fucking hate the skill-based matchmaking. It puts me against people on my level. It doesn't feel like they're on my level. It's like they're fucking way better than me. That was fucking terrible. Yeah, we won, but that was fucking shit on my off. Used to think, baby, you love me. Now, baby, I'm sure.
Sure, smoke a lot. I'm glad that you found a princess. Good on you, Doug.
The what, sorry? The princess.
I'm glad you found a princess.
I'll try it with a sniper. I used to be really, really good back in the day at sniping. Just walking around maps, bang, bang, bang. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Oh, shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? Oh, mate, you're all fucking counter snipers. Oh, right, fuck it. Fuck you. is this how we're gonna play? We're gonna camp. We're gonna camp in little fucking areas so you can't move. Yeah, is that how we're gonna fucking play? Come on, and you don't have to camp to be fucking good at the game. Get fucked. I'll run way past that fucker. Until it won't be long if he was with me. Yeah, me. Come on, man, there's no need to camp. Oh, really? That's how your sorry ass gets killed. I feel fucking ashamed. Fuck you all. Once I learn how they play, I'll be able to fucking beat them, but because I don't manage to lock onto them. Oh, fucking sitting there with fucking sniper. How have you just killed me? I love rock and roll. Spend the time in the jukebox, baby. I love rock and roll. Come on, Riley. I love rock and roll. I just put it in his ass. Read a cunt. I've got your friend. I've got your friend. I've got your friend. I've got your friend. I just need to get more comfortable with the sniper. I just really need to get more comfortable. I love rock and roll. And chuck that out there. Chuck that. Chuck that. Chuck that. What a frag grenade. Oh! If my trigger was a little quicker, if my finger was a little quicker on that trigger, you would have been fucked, mate. Oh, mate, you see these sniping skills? You want to fucking see a sniper? You've got one.
Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Keep doing it, big dog. I have a question about red light, green. I have a question about red light, green light when you have an opportunity to answer it.
Yeah, 1 second. Like to listen up.
You always play this fucking level.
Oh, what are you shot? Come on. This pistol is a fucking God Save Us secondary. The way you're making me feel.
I like how you have time to sing, but you don't have time to answer one question.
I'm in the zone, I'm cooking. Right, shoot the question.
In red light, green light, can you be a sniper and shoot at people on the field?
No, it's all done by a robot, AI.
Thank you.
Oh, what's coming to me? I knew that was coming. You seeing this?
I am currently distracted by something. You answered my question. I need to work on something. I have projects of my own, baby. This isn't just vacation for Sir Smoke a Lot, baby. I'm listening to you, and you're in my heart. You're in my soul.
Aww. Talking away. I don't know what. I knew you were going to be up there. I knew you were going to be camping. You weren't fucking expecting that way, you dickhead. Shining away. Somewhere away. Life is okay. Say it up to me. You deserve to be safe and soft. Take on me.
Take on me, take me on, take on me, I'll be home in a day or two. Have you seen the video for that AHA video?
Yeah.
Pretty fucking amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, my fucking days. I'm actually starting to enjoy this. It's taking me back to my old COD days. Kicking ass with a sniper, running around the field. Dum dum, dum dum, dum dum, dum dum. Did you cry? Next minute, baby, I have you. Oh, look at that. Look, me first, bitch. Yeah, boy. Next time I'll be with you, even when I'm from man.
How'd you meet your friend, your girlfriend? Not, I know she's not your girlfriend, but your female friend.
Oh, no, she is. We made it official yesterday.
No way, is it official on Facebook?
No, I'm not doing it on Facebook.
Oh, all right. Well, then it's not official.
Fuck off.
You made it official.
Take me back to my days.
You made it official. How did you make it official? By sticking your dick in her?
Oh, Rabbi, you dirty
You don't kiss and tell, do you, Sir Smoke a Lot? You don't kiss and tell. So what was the event that made it official?
I want to be with her for the rest of my life.
So you told her that?
Yeah.
Damn.
She still says no. I love Beastie Boys.
Damn, you are head over heels for this bitch. That's what I'm talking about.
Remember, you've got to fight for your right to party.
Word, dog.
Party. Go ahead. Go ahead. You wanna fucking push my one? Go ahead. Because I will fucking push you to oblivion, dickhead. What's called get fucked? You sit at the back with your marksman rifle while I'm running around with my sniper. You've got no balls. You're shit. I'm liking this retimes. This retimes gives me more of a view. Oh, that's a 50 cal. Plastic. Right. To party. Okay, sit in the fucking corner, you dirty scruff. Oh, you just get it. Oh, shit! Oh, fucking hell. They're getting really pissed off with me. I can tell. I can smell it. No, my aim was off. My aim was off. It wasn't off then. Oh, my fucking days. I was out of bullets. Oh my god, Rabbi, I'm loving this fucking sniper.
That's what I'm talking about. I love how passionate you are.
Dude, it's just bang, bang. Just one hit anywhere on the fucking body, but you just gotta learn, you gotta be quick with it. You gotta be quick with them shots. If you know you can hit it, just do it. Don't think, just do. See, that level 18 does nothing but sit in the corner, which, yeah, no wonder your fucking KD's so low. Set on you, I got my mind set on you. Dumb.
Do you know who sings that song?
I love the song.
Who sings it?
Who sings it? George Harrison.
Bravo, dude. Good job. I love that song too. Have you seen the music video for it?
No, but I will do some research if it's good.
Oh yeah, it's definitely cool. It's cool as fuck. It's got a bunch of pits and shit.
Yeah. It's tricky, might recite it, but I think it's very vital to wrap around it's right on time. Hey, trick. Here we go. Why you guys got camp? a twitch. You know when I'm ready to take a shot, twitching. It's a fucking Red Bull, mate. Fucking try it. It's tricky. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, come on, this. Fucking hell, mate. Oh, yeah. Yes. I get it. You have to push swarms. Tricky. Every time I turn my back, every fucking time. Ah. Your aim is terrible. It's my life.
It's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I just wanna live while I am alive. It's my life. What the fuck is that shit? Sir Smoke-A-Lot just bounced. Dude, how many fucking clips do these people have? They've got. What is all this garbage? What is this fucking purple bar on the side? Big tuna. Dude. So many. They just have a clip on. Okay. What the fuck is this shit? Fuck. There he is. Everybody want to know where you went, pimp.
I didn't realise we kicked me.
That's all right. Are you gonna play the level that you always play with the school bus? Are you gonna play the school bus level? Are you going to play the school bus? Doug, there's this thing. I don't know if they taught you. When one person asks you a question, you answer it. Can you hear me? I can hear me. Yo, can you hear me? You can't hear me. That's right. Yo. Yo. Can you hear me? Yeah, he can't hear me.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Tommy used to work on the docks. Union's been on strike. He's down on his duck. It's time.
Yo, can you hear me?
So
Yo.
They just run into the scope. They don't. I don't even do nothing. They just run into it. Halfway there, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it. I swear. Oh come on, get out my fucking spawn DOS bag. And you're flipping the spawns, mate. You're flipping them on fucking purpose. We'll give it a shot. You just fucking come. You just come. You do nothing else but come. let me guess. You're in the fucking. Yeah, I knew you were there. It's not fucking Camp Cod. And again, camping. Docketed.
Yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me?
Wow.
You can't hear me. This is horseshit.
You're always on my mind. Whoa! This song makes me cry because it's one of my family's funeral songs, but I love it. Wouldn't have it any other way. But do you mind being fucking behind me every 5 seconds? Always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Tell me. Tell me. I love this song. Bye bye bye. Ding dang dong. It's fine. You were always on my mind. 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 Fucking what a song. Always on my mind. Come on, we're bringing it back. We'll bring it back. We'll bring it back. Come on, boys. Don't let him in. Don't let him in. Don't let him in. Don't let him in. Don't fucking let him in. Come on. They think they can pull a fucking fast one. No, come on, boys. Keep the fucking momentum going. Keep pushing the bastards. I'm just down to my sniper now. I'm holding this fucking point. My boys. They are fucking pulling out all the stops, ain't you, mate? So you're pulling out every fucking stop in the book. Oh, you're in my house! You're in my fucking house! Oh, stop with the fucking grenades now. Come on, boys. In the USA. Yeah, he's on the stairwell. That's a little pussy. He's in the corner. Sits in the corner. It's fine. We need to hold the next point. We need to fucking hold it strong. Hold this fucking point. Hold it. Get out of my fucking spot. You go round. You don't even push. You just go round like a little bitch. Wow, we shouldn't have lost that to these fucking pricks. We shouldn't have lost it. We shouldn't have fucking lost that to these cunts. Wanna be stopping something. And something. the tightest Romeo Nicotine of my life.
It seems that your settings are set so that you cannot hear me, period.
Oh my god, grenade after grenade after grenade after grenade. Fuck off. Say something to me, Robert.
I'm trying.
Robert?
I'm trying.
Wow.
What the fuck is this?
You're not camping me in my fucking spawn. Not having this, no.
Don't fuck me. $769.
I got our Harry's butt jump up. Dirty. Jump up. let go, 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 let go. Let go, go. Go, go, go. You fall asleep tomorrow. Go.
and for the swivel chair. And thank you so much for talking today, Vivek. This was fun.
Dude,
Thank you.
that-
One
that
final
was
fact about
swatting
Thomas
is
Jefferson.
fucking
Whether you cut this out,
very-
of course, he wrote 16,000 essays
Yeah.
in his life,
Uh-huh.
letters, right? So he's written 4 books in 4 years. That is nothing compared to how prolific this guy was. Anyway, good stuff, man. Thanks for having me. And
Neither of us will ever live up to anything close to Thomas Jefferson.
I love your curiosity, man. Thanks for reading the book and appreciated your feedback on it as well. And hopefully we'll do this again sometime.
Yep. Thank you, brother.
Thanks.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Vivek Ramaswamy. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George Orwell. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder
Fuck is this
respectable,
shit?
and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
And the outcome here is a horrific man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, but a man-made famine as a result of then the compulsion that gets used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cordoning off the area, not allowing starving people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study in how things look in the abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of the experience of the Soviet Union. The whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or prettifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad and not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, and which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded upon a foundation of saying a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war and then heighten it in the countryside does damage. And not least of that is this phenomenon of a negative selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are best organized will be winnowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. Hitler and Himmler envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's right up there.
The following is a conversation with Vehas Lulevicius, a historian specializing in Germany and Eastern Europe. He has lectured extensively on the rise, the reign, and the fall of communism. Our discussion goes deep on this, the very heaviest of topics, the communist ideology that has led to over 100 million deaths in the 20th century. We also discuss Hitler, Nazi ideology, and World War II. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Vehas Lulevicius. Let's start with Karl Marx. What were the ideas of Marx that laid the foundation of communism?
I think there were several key ideas that Marx deployed that were destined to have such an impact. And in some ways, they were actually kind of contradictory. On the one hand, Marx insisted that history has a purpose, that history is not just random events, but that rather it's history, we might say with a capital H, history moving in a deliberate direction, history having a goal, a direction that it was predestined to move in. At the same time, in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels also suggested that there was a role for special individuals who might, even if history was still moving in this predetermined direction, might give it an extra push, might play a heroic role in that process. And I think that these two ideas added together, the notion that there is a science of revolution that suggests that you can move in a deliberate and meaningful, rational way towards the end of history and the resolution of all conflicts, a total liberation of the human person, and that, moreover, that was inevitable, that was pre-programmed and destined in the order of things. When you add to that the notion that there's also room for heroism and the individual role, this ended up being tremendously powerful as a combination. Earlier thinkers who were socialists had already dreamt of or projected futures where all conflict would be resolved and human life would achieve some sort of perfection. Marx added these other elements that made it far more powerful than the earlier versions that he decried as merely utopian.
So there's a million questions I could ask there, but so on the utopian side, so there is a utopian component to the way he tried to conceive of his idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, one has to stress, Marx would have gotten extremely upset at this point in the conversation. Because to call someone a utopian was precisely to argue that you're not scientific, you're not rational, you are not laying out the iron laws of history, you're merely hoping for the best. And that might be laudable, but it was fundamentally unrealistic. That said, hidden among Marx's insistence that there are laws and structures as history moves through class conflict, modes of production towards its ultimate goal of a comprehensive final revolution that will see all exploitation overthrown and people finally being freed from necessity. Smuggled in among those things are most definitely utopian elements. And there they come especially at the end, in which Marx sketches the notion of what things will look like after the revolution has resolved all problems. There, vagueness sets in. It's clear that it's a blessed state that's being talked about. People no longer exploiting one another. People no longer subject to necessity or poverty, but instead enjoying all of the productivity of industrialization that hitherto had been put to private profit, now collectively owned and deployed. The notion that one will be able to work at one job in the morning and then engage in leisure activity or yet another fulfilling job in the afternoon. All of this free of any contradictions, free of necessity, free of the sort of ordinary irritations that we experience in our ordinary lives. That's deeply utopian. The difference was that Marx charted a route towards that outcome that was that presented itself as cutting-edge science, and moreover having the full credibility that science commanded so much, especially in the 19th and early 20th.
So there is a long journey from capitalism to communism that includes a lot of problems. He thought once he resolved the problems, all the complexities of human interactions, the friction, the problems will be gone.
To the extent that they were based on inequalities and on man's exploitation of man, the result was supposed to be a resolution of all of this. And inevitably, when you talk about the history of communism, you have to include the fact that this often tragic and dramatic history produced a lot of jokes that were in part reactions sometimes to the ideological claims made by people like Marx. And one of the famous jokes was that, what's the difference between capitalism and communism? And the joke's answer was, capitalism is the exploitation of man by man, and communism is the exact opposite.
Yeah, you actually have a lecture on humor. Yeah, I love it. And you deliver in such a dry, beautiful way. Okay, there's, again, a million questions. So you outline a set of contradictions, but it's interesting to talk about his view. For example, what was Marx's view of history?
Marx had been a student of Hegel, and Hegel is a German idealist philosopher had announced very definitively that history has a purpose. History is not a collection of random facts. And as an idealist, he proposed that the true movement of history, the true meaning of history, what made history with a capital H, something that's transcendent and meaningful, was that it was the working out of an idea through different civilizations, different stages of historical, and that idea was the idea of human freedom. So it was not individuals or great thinkers alone making history and having an impact. It was the idea itself striving to come to fruition, striving to come to an ever more perfect realization. In the case of Hegel, in this very Prussian and German context, he identified the realization of freedom also with the growth of the state, because he thought that governments are the ones that are going to be able to deliver on laws and on the ideal of a state of the rule of law, in German, the Rechtsstaat. That was a noble dream. At the same time, as we recognize from our perspective, state power has been put to all sorts of purposes besides guaranteeing the rule of law in our own times. What Marx did was to take this characteristic insistence of Hegel that history is moving in a meaningful and discernible way towards the realization of an idea and flipped it on its head. Marx insisted that Hegel had so much that was right in his thinking, but what he had neglected to keep in mind was that, in fact, history is based on matter. So, hence dialectical materialism. The dialectical referring to things proceeding by clashes or conflict towards an ever greater realization of some essential idea. And so Marx adapts a lot of ideas of Hegel. You can recognize entire rhetorical maneuvers that are indebted to that earlier training, but now taken in a very different direction. What remained, though, was the confidence of being on the right side of history. And there are few things that are as intoxicating as being convinced that your actions not only are right in the abstract, but are also destined to be successful.
And also that you have the rigor of science backing you in your journey towards the truth.
Absolutely. Engels, when he gives the graveside eulogy for his beloved friend Marx, claims that Marx is essentially the Darwin of history, that he had done for the world of politics and of human history what Darwin had done with his theory of evolution, understanding the hidden mechanism, understanding the laws that are at work and that make that whole process meaningful rather than just one damn thing after another.
What about the sort of famous line that history of all existing societies is the history of class struggles? So what about this conception of history as a history of class struggle?
Well, so this was the motive force that Karl Marx and Engels saw driving the historical process forward. And it's important to keep in mind that class conflict doesn't just mean revolutions, revolts, peasant uprisings. It's sort of the totality of frictions and of clashes, conflicts of interest that appear in any society. And so Marx was able, in this spirit that he avowed was very scientific, to demarcate stages of historical transformation. Primitive communism in the prehistoric period, then moving towards what was called state slavery. That's to say the early civilizations deploying human resources and ordering them by all-powerful monarchs. Then private slavery in the ancient period. And then moving to feudalism in the Middle Ages. And then here's where Marx is able to deliver a pronouncement about his own times, seeing that the present day is the penultimate, the next to last stage of this historical development. Because the feudal system of the Middle Ages and the dominance of the aristocracy has been overcome, has been displaced by the often heroic achievements, astonishing achievements in commerce and in world building of the middle class, the bourgeoisie, who have taken the world into their own hands and are engaged in class conflict with the class below them, which is the working class or the proletariat. And so this sort of conflict also, by the way, obtains within classes. So the bourgeoisie are going to be gravediggers, Marx announces, of their own supremacy because they're also competing against one another. And members who don't survive that competition get pressed down into the subordinate working class, which grows and grows and grows to the point where at some future moment, the inevitable explosion will come and a swift revolution will overturn this penultimate stage of human history and usher in instead the dictatorship of the working class, and then the abolition of all classes, because with only one class remaining, everyone is finally unified and without those internal contradictions that had marked class conflict before.
The dictatorship of the working class is an interesting term. So what is the role of revolution in history?
So this in particular for Marx, I think, is a moment, which is what makes that such a good question. In his vision, the epic narrative that he's presenting to us, revolution is key. It's not enough to have evolutionary change. It's not a question of compromises. It's not a case of bargaining or balancing interests. Revolution is necessary as part of the process of a subjugated class coming to awareness of its own historical role. And when we get to the proletariat, this working class in its entirety, to whom Marx assigns this epic Promethean role of being the ones who are going to liberate all of humanity, a class that is universal in its interests and in the sort of role in salvation history that they'll be playing in this secular framework, they need revolution and the experience of revolution in order to come into their own. Because without it, you'll only have half-hearted compromise and something less than the consciousness that they then need in order to rule, to administer, and to play the historical role that they're fated to have.
How did he conceive of a revolution, potentially a violent revolution, stabilizing itself into something where the working class was able to rule?
That's where things become a good deal less detailed in his and Engels' accounts. The answer that they proposed in part was, this is for the future to determine. So all of the details will be settled later. I think it was allied to this was a tremendous confidence in some very 19th century ideas about how society could be administered and what made for orderly society, in a way where if the right infrastructure was in place, you might expect society to kind of run itself without the need for micromanagement from above. And hence, we arrive at Marx's tantalizing promise that there will be a period where it will be necessary to have centralized control. And there might have to be, as he puts it, despotic inroads against property in order to bring this revolution to pass. But then afterwards, the state, because it represents everybody, rather than representing particular class interests that are in conflict with other classes, the state will eventually wither away. So there won't be need for it. Now, that's not to say that pure stasis arrives, right? Or that the stabilization equals being frozen in time. It's not as if that is what things will look like. But instead, the big issues will be settled. And henceforth, people will be able to enjoy lives of, as he would consider, in authentic freedom, without necessity, without poverty, as a result of this blessed state that's been arrived.
Despotic inroads against property. Did he elaborate on the despotic inroads?
Dispossession of the middle classes and of the bourgeoisie. In his model, humanity is never standing still, right? So he'd probably argue in this dynamic vision of how history unfolds that there's always conflict and it's always moving, propelling history forward towards its predestined ending. In the way he saw this climax was that as things did not stay the same, the condition of the working class was constantly getting worse, and hence their revolutionary potential was growing. And the at the same time, the expropriators, the bourgeoisie, were also facing diminishing returns as they competed against one another, with more and more wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and more elements of what had been the middle class detached from the ruling class and being pressed down into the working class. For Marx, this is really a key part. I mean, it's a key part of this whole ratchet effect that's going to produce this final historical explosion. And in German, the word given to that process was Verelendung, which is very evocative. Elend means misery, so it's the growing misery. When this gets translated into English, the results are never quite as evocative or satisfactory. The words that get used are immiserization or pauperization, meaning more and more people are being turned into paupers. But for Marx, that prediction is really key. And even in his own lifetime, there were already hints that, in fact, if you look sociologically at the really developed working classes in places like Great Britain or Germany, that process was not playing out as he had expected. In fact, although there had been enormous dislocations and tremendous suffering in the early chaotic sort of wild of capitalism and of industrialization, there had been reform movements as well. And there had been unions which had sought to carve out rules and agreements with employers for how the conditions under which workers labored might be ameliorated. Moreover, the middle class, rather than dwindling, seemed to actually be strengthening and growing in numbers, or the appearance of new kinds of people like white-collar workers or technical experts. So already in Marx's own lifetime, and then especially in what follows Marx's lifetime, this becomes a real problem because it puts a stick into the spokes of this particular historical prediction.
Can you speak to this realm of ideas, which is fascinating? This battle of big ideas in the 19th century. What are the ideas that were swimming around here?
Yeah. Well, to describe the 19th century as sort of an age of ideologies is very apt, because Europe is being racked and being put through the ringer of nationalism, demands for self-expression of peoples who earlier have been in empires or under monarchical rule, demands to redraw the map. The tremendous transformations of the Industrial Revolution meant that in the course of about a generation, you would have seen the world around you change in ways that made it entirely unfamiliar. You'd be able to travel across the landscape at speeds that had been unthinkable when you were a child. So it's enormous change and demands for yet more change. And so it's a great mix of ideas, ideologies, the old and the new, religious ideas, religious revivals, as well as demands for secularization. And stepping into all of this are Marx and Engels together in what has been called, I think with justice, one of the most important and influential intellectual partnerships of history. They were very different men. They were both German by origin. Marx had trained as an academic. He had married the daughter of a baron. Because of his radical ideas, he had foreclosed or found himself cut off from a possible academic career and went the route of radical journalism. Engels was very different. Engels was the son of an industrialist, and the family owned factories in Germany and in England. So he was most definitely not a member of the proletariat that he and Marx were celebrating as so significant in their future historical role. There were also huge differences in character between these men. Marx, when people met him, they were astonished by his energy, his dynamism. They also saw him as a man who felt determined to dominate arguments. He wanted to win arguments and was not one to settle for compromise or a middle road. He was disorderly in his personal habits. We might mention, among other things, that he impregnated the family maid and didn't accept responsibility for the child. He was also not inclined to undertake regular employment in order to support his growing family. That's where Engels came in. Engels essentially, from his family fortune and then from his journalism afterwards, supported both himself and the Marx family for decades. And so in a sense, Engels made things happen. In the mysterious way that friendships work, the very differences between these men made them formidable as a dynamic duo, because they balanced off one another's idiosyncrasies and turned what might have been faults into potential strengths. British historian A.J.P. Taylor always has a lovely turn of phrase, even when he's wrong about a historical issue. In this case, he was right. He said that Engels had charm and brilliance, Marx genius. And Engels saw himself as definitely the junior partner in this relationship. But here's the paradox. Without Engels, pretty clearly Marx would not have gone on to have the sort of lasting historical impact in the world of ideas that he had.
Just to throw in the mix, there's interesting characters swimming around. So you have Darwin. He has it's difficult to characterize the level of impact he had, even just in the religious context. It challenges our conception of who we are as humans. There's Nietzsche, who's also, hanging around the area. On the Russian side, there's Dostoevsky. So it's interesting to ask, maybe from your perspective, did these people interact in the space of ideas to where this is relevant to our discussion, or is this mostly isolated?
I think that it's part of a great conversation, right? I think that in their works, they're reacting to one another. I mean, Dostoevsky's thought ranges across the condition of modernity, and he definitely has things to say about industrialization. I think that they react to one another in these oblique ways rather than always being at each other's throats in direct confrontations. And that's what makes the 19th century so compelling as a story, just because of the sheer vitality of the arguments that are taking place in ways big and small.
What we should say here, when you mention Karl Marx, maybe the color red comes up for people, and I think the Soviet Union, maybe China, but they don't think Germany necessarily. It's interesting that, Germany is where communism was supposed to happen.
That's right.
And so, can you maybe speak to that tension?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a factor in the entire history that we're referencing. Marx and Engels never really shed their identity as Germans. Many of their preconceptions, even those traces of nationalism that they had within themselves, even as they were condemning nationalism as a fraud against the working class, their entire formation had been affected by their German background. And it's very true, as you point out, that Germany is intended to be the place where these predictions would play out. Also in Britain, also in France, also eventually in the United States. But it's it's Germany by virtue of its central location and then its rapid development later than Britain or France in industrialization, give it this special role in Marx's worldview. And so it's a lasting irony, or a central irony of this whole story, that when a government establishes itself that claims to be following Marx's prescriptions and realizing his vision, it happens in the wreckage of the Russian Empire, a place that did not match the requirements of being industrialized, developed, well on its way in this historical process. And nobody knew this better than the Bolsheviks. Lenin and his colleagues had a keen sense that what they were doing, exciting as it was a gamble. It was a risk, because in fact, the revolution to really take hold had to seize power in Germany. And that's why immediately after taking power, they're not sure they're going to last. Their hope, their promise of salvation is that a workers' revolution will erupt in Germany, defeated Germany, in order to link up with the one that has been launched in this unlikely Russian location, and henceforth, great things will follow that do hew to Marx's historical vision. The last thing to mention about this is that this predominance of Germany in the thinking of Marx had two other reflections. One was that German socialists and later communists organized in order to fulfill Marx's vision, and they produced something that leaves other Westerners in awe in the late 19th century. And that's the building of a strong German workers' movement and a social democratic party. That Social Democratic Party, by 1912, is the largest party in German politics by vote. And there's the possibility they might even come to power without needing radical revolution, which, again, also goes against Marx's original vision of the necessity for a revolution. Workers around the world, or rather radical socialists, look with admiration and awe at what the Germans have achieved, and they see themselves as trying to do what the Germans have done. The final point is, growing up during the Cold War, one thought that, well, if you want to represent somebody as being a communist, that person has to have a Russian accent, because Russia, after all, the homeland of this form of government, the Soviet Union, that must be the point of origin. Before the Bolsheviks seized power, in order to really be a serious radical socialist, you needed to read German, because you needed to read Marx, and you needed to read Kautsky, and you needed to read Bernstein and other thinkers in this tradition. And it's only after the Soviet seizure of power that this all changes. So there's lots of marks of that phenomenon.
Which is why the clash between nationalism and communism in Germany is such a fascinating aspect of history and all the different trajectories it could take. And we'll talk about it. If we return to the 19th century, you've said that Marx's chief rival was Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, who famously said in 1942, quote, "The passion for destruction is also a creative passion." So what kind of future did Bakunin envision?
Well, Bakunin, in some things, agreed with Marx, and in many others disagreed. He was an anarchist rather than hewing to the sort of scheme of history that Marx was proposing. So he did see humanity as fighting a struggle for a better way of life. He envisioned, as your quote suggests, that revolution and sheer confrontation and overthrow of the existing state of things, not compromise, was going to be the way to get there. But his vision was very different. Rather than organizing conspiratorial and hierarchical political movement, Bakunin envisioned that the ties would be far looser, that both the revolutionary movement and the future state of humanity would grow out of the free association, the anarchist thinking, the free association of individuals who reject hierarchical thinking in their relations with one another, rejected the state as a form of organized violence, and rejected traditional religious ideas that he saw as buttressing hierarchies. So Bakunin is part of a broader movement of socialists and anarchists who are demanding change.
Yeah, check your fucking messages. I've been trying to talk to you for 2.5 hours.
I've been trying to talk to you too.
I have too. Check when I sent the message. It's a long time ago. And I didn't send it.
Rabbi, sorry, all right. You fucking. No. Sorry, Rabbi, I still love you, dude.
That's okay, dude. But you should just know that I was trying to tell you what to do. You weren't listening to me, and I gave up on you.
No, don't give up on me, right?
Dog, I mean, if I truly gave up on you, I would have not sent you a message. But what do you want me to do? Keep trying to talk to you for 2 hours?
Well, I was just gaming, dude. My headset was on max volume, and then I had to go for a pee, and I'm on call with my girlfriend.
No, none of that is true. Something was wrong where you couldn't hear me at all.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, I could see your thing talking. I asked if you were talking, but I didn't hear nothing. So I put my controller back in. I don't know why I couldn't hear you. What is Casper go back?
No, he went to he messaged me. He went running an errand. Check your messages though. That's how long ago I was trying to talk to you. And you're right. I wouldn't give up on you, but I just like I was spinning my wheels trying to communicate to you. I was screaming at you like multiple like for minutes on end.
Oh, screaming at me.
Weird dog.
Word. Sorry, I'm crashing now with fucking this phone's. You know, I think you should go and fucking sing in another fucking sing the settings. Oh, you sent me that off. You sent me that. Shit. You sent me that? Right, I need to delete this. Why music? Because that's probably what's causing this phone to fucking crash. I gotta get away sometimes. Oh, I gotta slip away sometimes. Let's get rid of all these fucking apps that are on you. Stupid phone. Anything that looks a bit suspicious. I think that's what's causing this phone to crash, though. But, do you remember how I told you, Dave, that this phone was fucking being annoying?
Yes, that you were getting a new one.
Crash. Well, because I like to hack, like I bootleg some of my phones to make them to get the full access out of it. Bootlegging is where you unlock the phone's full potential.
Yeah, but it's not called bootlegging. It's called rooting.
It is called. Oh, called rooting. Baby, have you got Discord?
Yeah.
You're not my phone to me, love.
Oh, apologies.
It's all good. I'm trying to get my girlfriend. Babe, have you got Discord? Baby, make a Discord account, then you can chat with me and my mate. Huh? She's playing Roblox.
All right.
Rabbi is a guy I've known for a while. He's promoting bookies. He's streaming 24/7, 365, streaming his whole entire life. This guy has the most data out of anyone collected in the whole fucking galaxy, in the whole world.
100%.
Most data online.
That's right.
You broke your name. No. That's it. But yeah, sorry about that, Rabbi.
You're good, big dog.
Yeah, you forget on this Robert. Your hands smell like cheese. Don't put your hands in your vagina. He's heard me say his word. He was the one who told me, because I told him you're coming around Wednesday, he said to me, you're going to take his pound hand.
Word, dog.
He just said, word, dog. Oh, she just looked at the stuff with me, bro. Hey, if you don't want me, Rabbi will take me. You're going to do something for a pair of tits and a vagina. I'm a terrible person. I'm naughty. I want to watch that. I'm going to slap my wrist. Naughty. Person Brian. I love my boyfriend 1, 2, 3. Put an exclamation mark in there. That probably makes it relevant. I'm not fucking know. I don't remember when you were born, right? It's not something my brain works in a way where it needs to store goody information. If it's not goody, then it's not staying in my brain. It's called a cat chase to verify whether you're not a bot. 007. Gotta get up, whoa. Gotta get up, whoa. By the way, the server I'm going to invite you to is his server, so behave yourself. Okay? Wait, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
I know you don't know him that well. Do you want me to become an admin in here?
No.
Okay.
No one's an admin except Rabbi.
Oh, okay. So you don't have any moderators or anything like that.
When we get really big, then sure. But I mean, it's small enough, and I'm here all the time. So.
Yeah. Can I have a special role, like something like Rabbi's? I don't know, something funny.
We'll work on that.
Hilarious.
We'll work on that. I'm going to create roles perhaps in the future, in the very near future, and you will get a special gamer role. I can tell you that.
Me like that. You know, fuck, I want to play my rally game.
Russ
I love that better game.
or Dirt.
How does it feel? You like watching me play that?
Word dog.
Treat me like you do. Are you joining on your phone, baby? Are you joining on your iPad? I don't know if your iPad. It's not that. Do you want me to make you a fucking Discord account and then me? Okay, change my mind. She'll be here shortly, Rabbi, don't worry.
Excellent.
And trust me, I can vouch for Rabbi. He's not a creep, he's not a weirdo, he's just a very, very fucking smart dude.
Thank you, sir.
So, I can't remember what I needed to do. I think I needed to do more of this fucking... Okay, that's gold. So I just want to do some customs. I see your ship in the harbor. Well, let's do a time trial. Let's do Kenya. World record, bastard. Is it a combat game? Is it Overwatch? I used to be amazing at Overwatch. Overwatch is such a brilliant game. They kind of made it a bit piss poor with Overwatch 2. Like they put too much into it. Oh my god, this car's sexy. RS2000 with a 2-litre engine. Oh yeah. But I don't need. Yeah. Alright, hold on. You need to add glitter. You need glitter. This phone's doing the fucking thing again, bro. Just keep Dark Stoner Bob. Dot, is in like the dot. Not DOT, just the dot.
We call those periods.
Periods, that's what it is, period. Thanks, Rabbi.
Welcome, big dog.
Period, stones up. I don't look like you really, really got the foot. Got some turned up with it. No, you can. You drive me crazy. I can't. There you go, baby. You in the server? I just sent you an invite. I sent you a. Go to your messages. Chill. $50 million ping drive. Scroll down. You should see 24/7 slash 24/7 live stream. That's what you need to do.
Hey, look who it is. How are you?
And how are you?
I'm lovely. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you today, Sky?
I'm not too bad.
Excellent. I am a friend of your boyfriend, Mr. Sir Smoke a Lot. And I want you to know how much I appreciate you being here. Sky, do you mind if I tell you a little bit about myself?
That's fine.
Excellent. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, this is a time capsule for society. I've been live streaming going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, through saltwater greenhouses, through floating greenhouses, through hydroponics, through cloud seeding, and through hydroponics, cloud seeding, agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, and there's another one, vertical farming. Apologies. We want to help end world thirst through the through the universal adoption of desalination plants, where we pump water from the world's oceans onto land to make it drinkable, particularly for those in the developing world. I don't think that anyone should die from starvation or thirst really in the 21st century anymore. Other things that we talk about on the stream that I feel important to society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter, things like alien disclosure. We talk about faster than light travel. We talk about things like de-extinction, essentially bringing back previous species that were once extinct. The first successful de-extinction, I don't know if you know this guy, but actually took place in the year 2003. It was with a Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to de-extinct the woolly mammoth. Sky, do you know what a woolly mammoth is?
I do.
Excellent. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth using an African elephant and creating a hybrid to reintroduce into the Arctic Circle, the company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and also the dodo bird. So perhaps within a decade or so, you might be able to see some once extinct animals back in, hopefully flourishing in the wild. Other things that we talk about that I think are important to society are things like life extension technology. Sky, when you were born, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. And I want to improve that. I want to increase that. And you may ask, well, okay, Rabbi, how are we going to increase that? Through types of technology like human growth hormone, steroids, additionally, perhaps stem cells, the use of nootropics, the use of cryonics, cryogenics, the use of perhaps ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We'll get you to age 100, 120, but eventually you're going to say, Rabbi, my 120-year-old body's breaking down. Now what can you do for me? And that's where the next type of technology comes into play, which is very exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. Sky, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
No.
Well, it's my privilege to be able to tell you that. So what do you mean? You may be asking, Rabbi, that you don't think I'm going to die. Well, with mind uploading technology, essentially we scan your brain into a computer, all with your consent, at like a CAT scan or an MRI for later download, essentially knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system. We'll know where every memory is of yours, what makes you you, what gives you your charisma.
Hello.
What up, Manticore? How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Excellent, excellent. I'm in the middle of talking to a new friend. We have Sky here. Sky, this is Manticora. Manticora, this is Sky.
Hello.
Okay.
Excellent,
Hello.
excellent. Manticora, how'd you find out about me?
Can you speak in Spanish, please? Es que my English so regulation.
Yeah, absolutely. Just un momento, por favor. So, Sky, just for a moment, let's put a bookmark in that conversation. Don't worry. I'm going to make sure that you have mind uploading technology, but at least let me be able to explain to Manticore what we're doing. Manticore, if you can, just be patient for a second. I just want to finish telling my friend Sky some information, and then we will talk to you, okay?
Magia, o si puedes tener un segundo de paciencia. Solo quiero terminar de contarle algo a mi amiga SK y llega y luego hablaremos contigo. ¿De acuerdo?
Okay.
Gracias. Essentially, mind uploading technology will allow us to store your brain capacity, your soul, so to speak, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, in a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, perhaps an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be. But what I essentially think you may have the opportunity is a chance at digital immortality, which is very exciting. And you may say, well, Rabbi, I'm just a normal person. I don't have the money to do that. And I understand that. I have more data online than any person in global history. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. Essentially, in the year 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was its number one resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, platinum. And little by little, I'm becoming more and more famous, and I'm going to go viral someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. I'm going to make sure that not only can you provide for your family, provide for your friends, but then you're going to have excess that I want you to start charities with, other philanthropic organizations, and do your best to make a positive impact on the world. How does that sound to you, Sky?
That sounds good.
Excellent, excellent. Well, with that, we're watching your boyfriend play. He loves rally cars. I'm sure you know that. So I don't have to teach you anything about that. Now, you like Minecraft, is that correct?
Again.
Roblox. You like Roblox, right?
I do.
Excellent. Well, I am the number one streamer in the Roblox Discord. I'm very familiar with Roblox. I had some guys in here playing it last night. And do you know what Blox Fruits is?
I do.
Excellent.
My brother plays it all the time.
Yeah, so that's a big game too. So I'm the number one streamer in that Discord as well. You should know I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. You're currently live on 10 different YouTube accounts. I'm live on. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. So essentially, I've done everything I can to have streams and be as uncancelable as possible. And hopefully in the future, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be too much longer, I'm going to go viral. And when that happens, like I said, all your dreams are going to come true. So just be patient. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
Excellent. All right, we've got your boyfriend in here. He is running around with a gun. He loves to trash talk the teammates. He looks like he's in a manner of some sort, shooting up somebody's house, and then he just got shot. All right, so he needs to learn how to get good. All right, come on, going up the stairs. Going up the stairs. Now he's going down the stairs, shooting this guy. And these,
Fucking white state.
if these guys, if you notice, they are dressed like the characters in Squid Games. Sky, do you know what Squid Games
I
is?
don't think she can. I don't know if her phone's got the power to do it.
Okay,
It does. I've not set it up yet though.
okay. Well,
Sitting in the corner, wanking yourself off. Yeah, fucking go on, son. Dick.
well, I want you to know, Sky, from a third-party perspective, you got yourself a very nice boyfriend. He is very enjoyable. His company's very enjoyable. He's funny, and so good on you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't worry. Now, Sky, now you know what the true nerd in me. I sit here and listen to Rabbi waffle on about different theories and different stuff in the universe, which is quite interesting. You can talk for hours, this man. But this man is really good. He's a really good guy.
Thank you. I
This
appreciate
may
that.
surprise you, but I kind of already figured that out.
Thank you. Thank you for your high praise. It means the world to me.
That Manticore guy, see, some people just don't have patience.
Yeah, I get it. That happens. There are a bunch of guys who come in here, and if you didn't know what this is, it's a universal translator, so it can speak in any language. You name it: Spanish, Arabic, Hebrew, French, German, Russian, Swahili. It speaks everything. And I feel like with this type of technology, we can really bridge the gap from a communication standpoint to the world. And when we have modes of communication and we can understand each other, it's just going to make it easier to come to world peace. Now, I understand that I get people every day who say, Rabbi, we're never going to have world peace. And I understand that perspective, but what they don't understand is perhaps if you studied alien civilizations or even just the potentiality of extraterrestrial life, in order for them to get off their planet, they have to have peace at home. And there's nothing different that would happen in our case as well. So basically, we have to have peace on our home planet before we can start some of this other technology, things like space tourism and the terraforming of other planets like Mars, perhaps the moons of Jupiter like Europa, perhaps Venus, and then eventually get into interstellar travel and intergalactic travel. The next closest star to ours is Alpha Centauri, and it's approximately 4 light years away. So that means you could get there under conventional physics if you were able to travel close to the speed of light. Within about 4 years, you could spend time there and come back after 4 years and tell us all about it. And that could be a realistic trip for people in the future. And with the idea of digital immortality, you may be able to witness that. And I just think that's extremely exciting. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
I'm fine, I'm fine. Ravis, can you unban my friend, please?
Which one?
Hmm?
Which one?
Can
What's your...
you in Spanish, please?
Sure. What is your friend's name? Can you send me? I'll send you a message and you send me his name and I'll unban him just because I like you.
¿Cómo se llama tu amigo? ¿Me puedes enviar un mensaje y me dices su nombre y cómo lo desbane solo porque me gustas?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I just sent you a message. So take a look at your messages, Manticore, and you'll be able to see it. Just send me what his username is and we'll get him off the list.
Te acabo de enviar un mensaje. Mira tus mensajes, Manticore, y podrás verlo. Solo envíame su nombre de usuario y lo quitaremos del primer lugar de la lista.
Okay. 1 moment, 1 second.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. I don't ban very many people at all, so I don't know what the guy. I'll take a look. I'm sure it wasn't too serious. Usually, if I ever have to ban people, it's because they're very, very loud, but purposefully, they'll come in here and play chainsaws and stuff while I sleep just to be funny. I will also get people who like to just yell the N word for absolutely no reason. Those people just get annoying. But generally, I allow people to talk about just about any topic that you want. And yeah, I don't really have an issue. I have people who disagree with me. I am open to alternative theories. I'm open to alternative opinions, but so long as it maintains decorum. If people start to get, for one reason or another, super
Are you chewing our ear off?
purposefully loud, then I ban them. Yep, I am.
No.
Well, thank you.
I'm actually quite interested.
I
Excellent.
told you that this guy's a fucking genius.
Excellent.
You motherfucking monkey, fucking. Hello?
Hello, I see. Un momento.
Don't touch me. Oh, what a shot. What a fucking shot. I'm getting stripped from my island. We should give her a roll saying smoke a lot's girlfriend so no one gets the fucking idea to flirt with her.
I'll make sure to make that clear to everybody.
Good.
How does that come to your head?
He's just defensive. That's okay.
No, because you're mine.
Your friend is unbanned.
Tu amigo está en la banda.
Who's on that?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Why was this run down?
I don't know.
Send data, wireless. Wireless. Come on, pair. There you come.
Well, Sky, if I'm not talking your ear off, do you mind if I tell you some other technology that we talk about?
Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm really into mega projects, and I really feel one way we could really make the world better is in the same way that we have the channel, the English Channel tunnel that connects England to continental Europe. I would like to do the same between Asia and North America, which is known as a Bering Strait tunnel. Essentially, it needs to be 51 miles under the seabed that would connect perhaps rail and or car transportation that I think would definitely revolutionize the connections and diplomatic ties between different nations. Currently, in order to travel basically intercontinentally, you have to take a boat or a plane, which are fine, but doesn't allow people of all means to be able to make the trip. However, a Bering Strait tunnel would allow people to drive essentially from Los Angeles to Cape Town or New York City to Cairo while it would take a long time, it would be possible. Additionally, I would like to see an area of northern Colombia, southern Panama, known as the Darien Gap, which is about 90 miles or so of heavily forested rainforest, a very dense rainforest that can only be currently trekked using either on foot or like with a motorcycle or like a dirt bike. But I'd like to expand the trail to be a realistic road. And once that would be completed and the Bering Strait tunnel would be completed, so we're talking about 51 miles between Asia and North America and less than 100 miles between Panama and Colombia, you would be able, or one person would be able to drive a car from perhaps Buenos Aires to Cape Town, or perhaps Sao Paulo to Pretoria, or perhaps Rio de Janeiro to Paris, and that would be to me the like a vital to uniting the world. And if there are questions like, well, could we build a tunnel that long? Yes, in Asia it's being done. We already have the tunnel in Europe, and it just takes cooperation. And over the course of the next 100 years or so, I'd like to see that those projects completed. Additionally, there's always been a discussion of a transatlantic tunnel, essentially a tunnel from perhaps New York City to London or New York City to Paris. I'm a huge advocate for that as well. There are people who argue that due to earthquakes or other seismic issues, that this would be dangerous, but people don't realize that if you put the tunnel underground, under the seabed, essentially, that seismic effects are much lessened the lower you go into the Earth's crust, or the deeper you go into the Earth's crust. So that really, when you have an earthquake or something, the seismic effects are strongest at the surface, but as you move lower and lower into the Earth's crust, where the tunnel would be, you might not even know that an earthquake would be going on. These are not just my thoughts; these are many of the thoughts of Elon Musk's Boring Company. The Boring Company essentially is doing what it can to alleviate traffic in dense areas of the world, and I would like to see that type of technology utilized globally. Other things that we talk about, in particular, some of Elon Musk's advancements. One of them is known as Neuralink. You're probably familiar with Neuralink. This is a brain-computer interface that has successfully been implanted in a human being. The first successful implementation is in a man named Nolan Aspra. Nolan is a quadriplegic person, meaning he can't use his legs or his arms, but he can play video games better than Sir Smoke a Lot, better than you and me a lot combined. The reason why is because he essentially has an auto aimer with the use of Neuralink, this brain computer interface. There have been 2 successful brain computer interfaces, Neuralinks, that have been implanted in humans. And as the trials continue, it seems to have a lot of success, and it will be able to improve not just people with disabilities, but perhaps the average person someday. Additionally, things about which I'm an advocate are a neural network. So essentially, we have the internet right now, which uses cables, and we're moving more towards an augmented reality world, and then into a virtual reality world. But eventually, we'll have something known as a neural network, which will allow us to perhaps communicate telepathically with each other. It will perhaps allow us to download information wirelessly. All of these things, I'm not saying will be available within the next year, but perhaps the next 100 years or so, at least with trials. These are fascinating things about science to me, and I think that they are important for the world. And so I do my best to inject these types of conversations into the discussions that I have with people, because I know that they won't generally hear it in the mainstream, and that's fine. Eventually, we will be able to hopefully insert these types of topics and words and phrases into the global zeitgeist. And these things won't be seen as science fiction anymore. They will be science fact, because they are actually possible if we just put a little bit of effort into it. So I appreciate you allowing me to share that with you, Sky. And with that, I'm watching Sir Smoke a Lot stream. It's just like a circular Xbox thing.
I'm sorting out this phone.
Okay,
So.
that's okay. So that's enough about me. Sky, tell me about yourself. Anything that you feel comfortable sharing, please let me know. If you're not comfortable sharing anything, you have that. You don't have to answer, but tell me about yourself.
Honestly, I am not that interested.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, that's
All I do is pot wash and go to uni.
okay. Excellent. What are you studying?
Business and marketing with economic finance.
That's phenomenal. Good on you. Wonderful. Okay, and you like to play Roblox. What else do you like to play?
It's the only game I have time to play.
Okay, I understand that. If you had more time, what game would you want to play?
If I had more time, I'd go back to playing Overwatch.
Okay, very cool.
Because I was addicted to that game for a very long time.
Excellent. Well, hopefully in the future, when I'm able to provide you with anything that you may need, you'll be able to play a lot more Overwatch, and you'll still be able to get your degree, but less pot washing. And unless you want to continue to do that.
Hopefully that will end in the next few months. Because
Okay.
I don't want to be there anymore.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Terrible.
Okay, well, I want you to be comfortable. I want you to be happy, and so we'll do our best to ensure that occurs as soon as
He
possible.
will tell you how bad it was.
Okay,
Terrible.
okay.
We used to work together.
Oh, okay, very well. So that's how you met?
Yeah, he was the bartender, I was pot wash.
Very well. I gotcha. Well, you know what? The pot wash is a very, in my opinion, in a kitchen, it is somewhat the most critical role, even more than a cook or a bartender or anything else, because if you don't have clean
I
dishes,
was the most fucking critical.
but-
I'm
be-
honest.
because if you don't have clean dishes, nothing can go out. So you have a very key role.
It's a bit grim though.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Cleaning the grease trap at 11 o'clock at night is not my ideal career.
No, I
had to clean the
understand.
fucking bottle, I had to clean the fucking glass wash, man. I stole it. We did every fucking minute. Every like minute. Nope.
Imagine putting your nose in bacon fat and
Yeah.
everything else to like build up during the day.
Yeah, nobody deserves that. And
He complained about alcohol. And then I made
The worst smell ever.
Come to the grease trap and he refused and then asked
The
me if I
worst
would
smell
clean the
ever. It's
and then he asked if I would clean the glass pot wash for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he didn't want to smell alcohol.
I can't. The fermented alcohol is fucking disgusting.
I can imagine.
Super trooper.
So
Basically, he wanted to give me 10 more jobs to do every shift.
No, not 10 was it? Shut up.
So Sir Smoke-A-Lot, are
Here you
you
go, Rabbi. Here's the game.
Monster and Monster Raw Fury? That's what I like to hear. All right, what are we watching? Star Trucker. Yay! I like this one. Sky, have you seen him play this?
No,
Oh, you're missing out. So basically,
I'm watching it now.
excellent. He's a truck driver in space.
Super trooper, lots are gonna find me. I like the sun. If I sing this too loud, my nan will shout at me. She hates it. Fucking hate them.
Sky, do you like the Beatles?
Pardon?
Do you like the Beatles?
I haven't listened to them recently, but I used to.
Okay, excellent. I know that Sir Smoke-A-Lot likes the Beatles, and I like the Beatles, so I like to know that we have Beatles fans in the house. All right, so here he is in his space truck. What are you delivering? Algae again?
I quit because it fucking pissed me off. Oh, shut up. Right, yeah, I get you. Fuck off. Fuck, shut up. Oh, this is going to be fun. Oh, an electrical storm's going to fuck. Yeah, I can't see. I ain't got no systems at all. Got a horn.
Oh, there you go. Now, hold on a second. There aren't any air molecules in space, so does it really make a sound?
No, that's the one thing. No, lightning doesn't make a sound in space because, yeah, you are right. No air molecules. Right, if I go down a bit. Oh my god, there's a fucking train! No fucking way! There's a choo-choo!
Got killed by Shrek.
Let's take this fucking. What's my trailers at? Oh shit. Oh well. The trailers are damaged, but Yeah, I'm
Right.
fine.
You won this game.
I love you, baby.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Uh-oh. Trapped.
Oh, this is gonna be a fucking bitch. Oh my god, they're using maglev. No, not maglev technology. Do you remember, Rabbi, the guy in England who tried to invent single rails gyro stabilizing trains?
I think I recall this. Yes.
It's got me.
Basically, it's just, you know how trains have two sets of tracks.
Yeah.
The idea is it would have one set of tracks, so as it's turning, the gyro would keep it upright. Gyro is a counterbalance object.
So it's essentially a monorail that.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Something's crackling. Something sounds like it's gonna break. I read this triple man anyway.
Exciting.
Sir Smoke-a-Lot, can you add more cargo to your cargo train, or three? Are three the most you can have?
3 is the max I could do. Yeah, if I put 4 on, that would be too much. It'd be too much for the truck, and it'd just be too much.
So do you go slower when you have more cargo? Uh-oh. Is that a train? Oh, it's another truck.
Go first.
It's another truck.
You go first. Fucking. Oh, fuck's sake.
Go through the portal.
It's not my turn yet. I gotta wait for the jump to be available. Go warm up. Jump. Oh, I love this. The wormhole.
Do people ever try to rob your truck?
No, it's not like Elite Dangerous. I
Okay.
figured out these are not people. These are all AI. Like all online. Huh?
Eating the snacks.
This is gonna be a fucking bitch tomorrow.
Everyone's eating the snacks.
Eating me snacks. Chicken and a can of Coke.
So, someone said I sounded northern earlier. A random guy on the bus stopped me and said I sounded northern. A little bit humble.
I would have slapped him. If I spoke to him.
He was like 60. His name's Rick.
My friend's name is Rick.
I know. Trying to kill me
Sweet.
again.
Nice. So you made it to the dock.
Excuse me.
Where's the hook? Should be a hook around it. So is there not a hub around here where I can get more jobs? I need more money. No, fuck, I'm gonna have to go back to Aspen. Okay. I'm low on fuel.
It's a westbound, by the way.
What, we bumped into who?
I got addicted to westbound, so I've been playing it all day.
Why have you got addicted to that game?
I don't know. Because I was playing it earlier and I just want to keep playing it and it's annoying me. That's why I'm at uni tomorrow. I didn't know if you remember or not.
Why don't you go first? Take your fucking sweet time, Your Majesty.
I might not be able to come over on Wednesday, by the way. Because if it rains again and Matthew goes back down into the water, I won't be able to get out of the minutes.
Go and get a bus.
I struggled to get on one today because Rattle's totally in the water. There's 3 roads out of Rattle, all 3 of them are flooded.
You can come round because I'm looking forward to it.
If it rains, I won't be able to. If the weather clears up again, it's wrong.
There's no forecast for rain tonight.
Wednesday. If it rains on Wednesday,
Oh, fuck off. If you get into the compliance, yeah, I'll give you to fucking compliance called this finger in it. Oh, fuck. I'm going to auto save here. Because that is something I need to do. There you go. Now you sort this phone out.
maybe
It's
just
not
delete
fun.
all the apps that you don't need on it.
Yeah, I factory resetted it. I've not installed all these APD files. I used to bootleg my old phone and it trying to transfer all the hacked files over. That's probably why.
You know, the IT shop near Primark in town, take it there and see if they can see anything with it. Because they fixed my phone for me, they did it dirt cheap and it's lasted.
So what, they just check the phone?
They,
Do they charge me for checking the phone?
they can check everything on there.
What, they better not look at me?
My phone was being really, really weird and it kept crashing, and then they checked it all out and they did something in my settings. I don't know what they did and they fixed it. And they didn't charge me.
You're on your mobile.
I'm not on it at the minute.
Get on it then. Get on.
Okay, unit, stop.
Ooh, that's it.
You can't say nothing.
I can't.
No, you can't.
Love you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're not going to say it now. Really?
No, getting on the game.
Say it back. Fuck me.
What do you do? Better?
Better. Hi, driver.
Hi, driver. The quarry.
Are you minding again?
Yeah.
It took me ages to get everything and keep my 20 grand.
I'm on 1,042. Let me have my happiness.
I've got no pants on.
Lovely.
Which are you in the spot? What I told you about?
I have no idea.
Oh,
I've met some random bloke called ALJ 607.
see? No pants. No, you can't shoot him. Hold on, I can kill him. Let me rob off you.
No, I want to rob off him. Stop it!
Move. I'll get the shit off him. Move. Don't fucking. I'm trying to get the stuff off him. Babe, seriously. Sweat. Do you want me to get? Oh, you're taking right. Fuck off then. Why? I was
Don't
getting.
put my £21 back.
You won't get your 21 fucking pounds back. I was going to take the stuff off him. I was going to take the stuff off him so you'd have more money, right? Use your brain.
I don't have one. I've got watch. Leave me alone.
No, you don't. Stop fucking shooting me.
Shot you like twice. Someone just chucked dynamite at me.
Oh look, oh look, you want to fucking test me? You know, I'd easily
Leave
dominate.
me alone.
Oh, you're the one who fucking initiated it. Come on, go on then, let's fucking scrap. Come on.
No, leave me alone.
I ain't got no pants on. Woohoo! Lick it.
Go away.
Oh shit, it's gonna kill me. Wait.
I've done nothing wrong to you.
Bang.
I've done nothing wrong to you.
You killed me when I was trying to get the guy's loot. Are you gonna get on the horse or what?
No,
Babe, just get on the horse, please.
no.
Please. I'm not asking again. Babe, I'm not asking again. Get on the horse. You can't run out there. There's coyotes what will fucking eat you alive.
I've not got anything on me.
No, they will fucking eat you.
What's the mansion?
I don't fucking know.
I thought you were really good at this game.
So no update. Who the fuck are you fucking... Oh, you little dickhead. Fucking... Don't go after that guy. See, look. Why are you shooting him? You can't shoot people. You can't shoot him, babe.
No,
You can't kill him. You're wasting your bullets. Bullets cost a lot.
I skinned him.
Yeah, you can get money by hunting and stuff.
Again, I'm not that stupid.
I want to be an outlaw. I want to rob a bank.
If you get past the wall.
I'm trying to sort my phone out and play the game. Catch! Bye bye! You're dead. Cheers.
No!
Can't you try and kill him?
I was trying to stab him. I don't know where I am now.
Probably at Fort Cassidy.
Yeah.
See, now my man has to listen to his fucking gaming
I like it though.
and arguing.
I don't like that.
Listen to me fucking...
What happens if you
No, we
hit?
don't argue.
What happens if you hit a cactus?
There's nothing what really happens when you hit a cactus. Cheers, mate. What you doing?
If I jump off this, will I break my neck?
I killed him both.
Never seemed so proud of yourself.
Because I just bully him, that's why.
It's not very nice.
No, I'm a fucking cowboy, they're an outlaw.
So am I. You gonna kill me?
Oh, you're an outlaw?
Yeah.
Hello, Ben.
Oh,
Yeah, boy. question. Oh, I keep fucking sweating, man. I don't know why. Fucking just
I
disgusting.
hate you.
Yeah.
I'm not coming over anymore.
You know what?
I'm not going over anymore.
Okay, you've not been over it anyway.
No, but I was going to, and I'm not because you've annoyed me.
Well, you might not be able to because of the buses.
I've been attacked by a white wolf.
Oh yeah, kill that. You get 150 for the fucking coat, but they're very tough.
No, I won't get half health. I'm in a snowy biome.
You are, I don't know.
Why? What is wrong with you?
Fucking start with me, you little cherub. You're gonna find people who are better than you at this game, I'm fan. Just gotta get back into it.
No, I got killed by a wolf.
Oh yeah, I told you it's tough. It really is tough. Your best chance is to be on a horse.
I was on a horse.
What horse? Oh yeah, no, your horse. Yeah, they can outrun that horse because it's the start line.
Obviously.
Why are you stuck?
I've left. I'm getting my eyebrows waxed as well. So excited. Do you want to play Murder Mystery?
No, thank you.
Why not?
I love you, but no.
Why?
I love you, but no.
I play all the games you want to play.
I don't want to play Murder Mystery. You do your own thing, baby.
I'm going to say that next time you ask me to come on a game. I'm going to watch you cry about it.
You just caused my fucking horse to die, you little dickhead. Oh, don't fucking stop. I ain't got no health potions. Fuck off, wolf.
Oh, I've just been stabbed. No!
Oh, get on the fucking horse. Don't fucking start with me, you dickhead.
This woman's trying to stab me.
Who's trying to kill you?
Murder Mystery. From Reddit.
I got you.
Probably you.
I'm not on the game, though.
Sir,
Who's got the gun? Why's it taking so long to shoot them?
Sir Smoke-A-Lot, why aren't you playing Murder Mystery with your girlfriend?
I don't like Murder Mystery.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
No, because I just don't like the game, and that's fine. I hate the game.
Call me sexy. I've got that song stuck in my head now.
Wow, your horse is spinning very quickly.
Why are you dressed as a caveman?
That's an excellent question, Sky. Why are you dressed as a caveman?
I think he's frozen.
I think he's frozen as well. Excellent observation. Sir Smoke-a-Lot.
I'll message him.
Sir Smoke-a-Lot, can you hear us?
I'm messaging him.
Please do. He came in here a few hours ago, and for 2 hours, he could not hear me, and he would be like, Rabbi, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? And I'm yelling at him, yes, I'm here. And he'd be like, I don't know why you're not talking to me. I'm like, dog, I tried. I sent him a message telling him, hey, I'm here. You've either got me muted or something.
He's just put, I'm speaking, and I just put, we can't hear you.
There you go. Same thing. There he is.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
I was talking.
Welcome back.
Yeah, something's going on with your device, dog.
My Xbox is not a device, it's a machine.
It's a device, my friend.
It's a machine.
It's a device.
You shooting at Dick one? You just want to fucking start, don't you? Just...
Why do you listen to this for multiple hours before now?
want to fucking start? We can fucking start, cowboy.
I'm a very patient individual. All right, Sir Smoke-a-Lot, when are you going to share your screen so we can critique your gameplay? Sir Smoke-a-Lot, when are you going to share your screen so we can critique your gameplay?
Oh, Rabbi.
That's not very nice.
No, I take the verbal abuse.
Don't you two
It's
fucking
okay.
stop. No, don't you start fucking teaming up on me, because I will just leave.
We're not teaming up on you. We want to watch you play.
Well,
Yeah,
every time
myself and Wednesday.
it seems to just cut out my audio when I stream, so I'll just give it a rest for a minute.
Okay.
Maybe I need to update Discord on Xbox. Let me check. That could be the issue though.
So cold.
No, I think logically, something's not working. I'll check it updates, and if it doesn't work, then I'll just uninstall it, reinstall. So the phone I've got, baby, it's not turning off now. It's not doing the thing. Just downloading all my apps.
Welcome, Goober. How are you?
6 hours.
We hope you're having a good day. Goober, how's your day?
I want to join.
I'm for-
I might have to.
You say that every night. At this time. Every single night.
Prison never gonna need to swing. Sure have the laptop, jailbird sing, let's rock. Everybody, let's rock.
Everybody in the wholesale block was dancing to the jailhouse rock.
What?
You need to make me a playlist for work.
Number 47 said to number 3, well, you're the cutest jailbird I ever did see. I sure would be delighted with your company. So come on to the jailhouse rock with me, let's rock.
You need to make me a playlist for work because I'm bored of mine.
I ain't making you a fucking playlist, you do it yourself.
No, come on, be nice.
What's the put?
Be nice. Come on.
Look at me feelings, for fuck's sake.
I'm a very select group of songs. It's only like 27 hours long.
Well, my
And
whole
I've listened
playlist
to it like 3
30
times.
My whole playlist is like 30 pounds an hour.
Well, send it me.
I can't send you the whole playlist because it's my personal playlist. It won't let me. I have to
So
make a
why?
whole new. Giving you my songs. Music is best found on your own.
But I can't find any left. I don't
Oh,
have
I wanna take you Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama.
Key Largo, Montego,
Rabbi,
baby, why don't we go Jamaica
I told
up
you
the
you would
Florida
start
Keys.
to
There's a place called Kokomo. That's where you wanna go to get away
Sing
from
with a
it
song.
all.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep
Bum
going.
bum 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 bum. Bodies in the sand. Tropical drink blowing in your hand. That easy look in your eye. Give me a tropical contact high. Down in Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take ya. Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Key Largo, Montego. Baby, why don't we go Jamaica? That's who sings that? I'm testing you, Sir Smoke a lot. Who sings that?
Beach Boys.
Good job, my friend. You're very good.
I might book tickets to go see Noah Carr.
What's that?
He's a singer.
If he isn't Barrington Levi, then no. Not for me, baby.
My mother said I was going to take you with me because they're like £200 tickets all the time.
Wow.
Well, if anyone comes up to you and starts dancing with you, make sure you tell them you've got a boyfriend, or else I'll be there with machetes.
Oh, the 350 party. Never mind. The VIP, I'd be able to meet him.
When it feels like the world is on your shoulders and all of the madness, it's got you going crazy. It's time to get. This is how I spend my day. I sit in here with Rabbi all day.
And we sing songs.
I'm pretty sure you've told me this.
I know a pleasure we can dance the whole night away underneath the electric star. Do you want to see me on karaoke, baby? I'm funny. Shake
You remember we're going out last February?
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, we're going to the gay clubs. We're going to the gay
No,
clubs.
we're not.
Yes, please. I don't go in.
No,
I'm not going much. I'm not going
on
fan. I am not going much. I'm not going fan club. I am not going to those sweaty skate.
We're in Derby.
Oh, fine, that's fine then.
Because we're going to the concert.
And then we're booking a hotel.
It's already booked.
Mm.
Because my mum booked it.
As Rabbi once said, Pound Town, baby.
No.
What are we meant to do? Have a fucking 8 a.m. sleep time? We'll eat a dinner at 6.
It's on the
How about
floor.
that? Oh, I'll sleep on the fucking floor, but I'll be under your bed feeling miserable. Hello.
Man, I'm not listening to this.
Love you.
Mm-mm.
Oh, so you don't love me?
No.
Right.
No.
You want to go that route? We can go that route.
It was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle of the night, oh, the river mountain now. Dark in the city, night is a wire. Steam in the subway, earth is a fire. Do 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 do. Fucking love this song.
You like Duran Duran?
When you want me, give me a sign. I love Duran Duran. And catch me breathing closer behind. Do 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 do.
This is your song. You need to stop drinking bread.
In touch with the ground, I'm on a hunt. Red Bull's already gone. It's not the system. I pissed it. Sound lost in a crowd, and I'm hungry like a wolf. Straddle the line, discord and rhyme. I'm on the hunt. I'm after you.
I want to put my coat back on. I'm breathing. I'm too stubborn to turn it off because I don't want to pay for it.
I want to sing some else. Should I start fucking spitting reggae bars? I'm fucking hell, yes. Good. You miss my weird noises at work.
No. Because you were mean at work.
Well, I had to. I just had to get the shit done.
To me.
No, probably because I just had a mouthful of fucking James in here. Do this, do that. Wow. I don't know. Oh, the bass is fucking brilliant.
Taylor showed me that review.
Walking
So
around
funny.
just kicking stones, minding my own business. I come face to face with my foe, disguised in violence from head to toe. I am my bro.
Would you spend £110 to spend the night in Leicester, just like in a random hotel? Like, please, Premier Inn is trying to charge me £110. No thanks.
Fuck that.
You're upstairs, Hinkley. Don't laugh at that.
I'm parky for a friend.
Yeah, I go to Hinkley and Burbage, so leave it out.
Parky and what, isn't it?
I don't actually know which hotel it was.
He's just a patching down the world.
I think it's a flower pot or something. They do bag searches, by the way. Don't bring anything stupid with you, please.
What's up, brother?
I said do bag searches there, so don't bring anything stupid.
What, in Derby?
Yeah.
Well, what I'm going to have is either going to be in my anal region. It's going to be either down my pants or somewhere where they're not going to search. You know,
Or just leave it in the hotel.
Oh, no, I thought you meant at the hotel.
No, they search at the venue, they search it.
I'll have one fucking, I'll be fucking blue-eyed stoned. I'll be like, have you got anything on you? No, I've smoked
They
it.
won't let you in.
What, if I'm stoned?
Yeah, they won't let you in.
But then the substance is already in me. I've not got any on me. They can check me.
No, but they can turn you away.
I've come to work, smoked a full joint before. You cannot tell
Yeah,
me.
I know. Nick was talking to me about it the other day.
Who?
She was saying to me, she asked me how you were, and I was like, oh, he's okay. And she was like, has he been sleeping well? And I was like, I don't know. And she was like, could he probably thought it a weed to sleep through all the time.
I need to restock, so I need to get a fucking job again.
You've been saying that for like a week.
I've still got body.
Doesn't mean you don't need a job. I want a birthday card. At least.
Fuck's sake.
You asked me for a £150 phone. I at least deserve a card.
Asked you for what?
£150 for a new phone.
Me?
Yep, you asked me for it last night.
Yeah. No, I said I need £150 for the new phone. I didn't ask you.
You said if I could give you that for your birthday or not.
Well, I'm getting it sorted now, so. You got to put some confidence through, because it sounds like I'm a fucking mooch when you say it like that. My birthday's in 5 months.
I'm moving out soon. You want to come with me to that viewing tomorrow, or are you just going to stay in bed?
I don't have the money, babe. I'm saving my money for Wednesday and Thursday.
I would have got you both.
But I have no data. I have no way to communicate you on the bus.
Just call me.
You call me? Babe, I really don't want to just go out and look at a fucking flat.
So you're going to let me walk in the city centre by myself?
Oh, don't word it like that. Really don't.
It's a
Don't
joke. It's a joke. Don't
It
worry.
doesn't sound like a joke to me because it makes me feel guilty. My stepdad used to do that to me all the fucking time. He used to make me feel emotionally manipulated to do what he said. Just please. It's triggering, man. I don't like it. Well, I told you about my stepdad. I told you about it, yeah. 14 years of shit I've had to deal with. When it was 2019 was the hottest summer recorded. He locked my windows as a form of punishment. I was sweating my ass off in that bedroom. I couldn't breathe. I wasn't allowed downstairs. I wasn't allowed to talk to my family. I wasn't allowed to go toilet without asking. You get it now?
Andrea's calling me, so I'll be back in a bit.
Well, that was rude.
She's very nice, my man. You got yourself a very nice girlfriend.
I told her about my issues and then she was fucked off.
Dog, this is the same girl who you told me not 4 hours ago you wanted to spend the rest of your life with.
Yes, but I've got a lot of mental issues, Rabbi, and she triggers a lot of them, and I just can't help that. I lash out. Like, when she's like, I'm not allowed to feel upset about it. It just takes a bit of the fucking piss. And she keeps going the way she's going. She's not going to help me, because I could easily shut off my emotions and get rid of her without no hesitation. Now, that's not me sounding like a cunt. That's me trying to protect my own head.
Welcome back, Sky.
Pointless. She just asked me what colour bow she should have. That's all she wanted.
And what color bow did you recommend?
White.
And why did you recommend white?
It was either white or red.
Okay.
And she's ginger, so it wouldn't go very well.
Yeah, well, that's a good, that's a good suggestion that you made. All right, so, hey, Sir Smoke-A-Lot, he muted us. There he is. That's what we wanted. He's playing a card game. This is known as Drift Racing Online. What is this? Dark? He loves these games. I just received a message that says Discord is. Oh, never mind. It went away. Why isn't he undeafened? Do you know? Sky, do you know why Sir Smoke-A-Lot is not undeafened?
Probably just concentrating.
Okay.
seconds.
What happened?
I can't hear anymore.
Hello?
There we go.
What happened?
What?
Why did you have
So
us?
stupid.
Again.
Why did you have us deafened, dog?
No, I was deafened.
I know. Why did you have us deafened?
I was just.
Okay.
Needed a minute.
Stop. What's wrong? Being madam.
Heaven. The reason why I don't play this game anymore, it's all fucked up because every single update is just fucked.
Which one's that one?
15 game.
Oh, dog. That's what she said. You call it drifting, she call it car rallying, but that's pretty close, my man.
No, I played
What
Dave.
difference? Just one. When it may come off your streaming screen. What colour is that? I can't tell.
Toyota Chaser.
Is that what you were telling me about the other day? Was that a different one? I can't remember.
The one I've seen.
I don't know.
Oh, yes.
Is that your
Oh,
dream
yes.
one?
What? Drifting.
No, it's in this car.
I've got loads of dream cars. This is one of them. This is easy to, but they're cheap to fucking make parts for. It's made in the 90s.
Which one do you want the most, though?
I can't answer that question.
Why?
It's not. I just can't. I can't
Oh,
pinpoint what I'm
Too many.
Oh yes. Yeah. Oh yes. I can fucking do this without crashing. That's fine. That's just a wall scrape.
I have faith in you.
Yeah, grind that fucking wall. Go on. Oh my god. Yeah, but just grinding the fucking wall all the way up. That's quite a rare thing to do.
Are you manually changing the gears?
Yep. As you can see, this thing's got no traction, so it's just made to slide. It doesn't take much to do this.
You should teach him how to play COD properly. Because I played it successfully for like an hour and he just gave up.
And what?
COD.
Yeah. See, I can't teach people to game because I follow my own little pattern in my head. Like, it's also with music. I can't just give you music. You gotta find it yourself. I can give you recommended songs, but I can't give you a whole playlist. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's close. Fuck it.
Can you do it all the way down there? And that, you know when you drifted up, can you do it going down?
I'll try. See, look, the green is the throttle. That's the clutch.
Mm-hmm.
That's the brake. The blue thing that's wiggling, that's the angle.
Mm-hmm.
So it shows you that I'm manually controlling the car. Put my foot down, it drags, but if I slowly give it throttle, the turbo builds up, so the pressure builds up to where I can just send it. Like, ready, quick so straight.
You're gonna have to teach him how to do this.
His car's got loads of fucking power in it, it's just a big boat.
You're gonna have to teach him how to do this.
It's all about knowing the car, knowing how to drift. Oh, this is going to be fucking sexy. How clean that line is.
Do you think a lot of things are sexy there?
This car's fucking sexy.
You're better in his real colour.
Huh?
But it would turn a different colour.
Well, the reason why it's white is so you can see the decal on it.
I didn't know.
All these are manually made.
Give me a second, I'm squinting. Oh, yes, I can see that. When are you going outside?
For smoke when the stone's done. Should take an hour and 41 minutes. Because I won't be able to call you, I won't be able to do anything. Because they're both transferring data to each other. Oh, fuck, I stole it.
Are you staying on here for another hour and 41 minutes?
Hopefully.
I normally stay up to like 1 in the morning with Rabbi.
Absolutely.
I know. That's why you sleep till like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And it makes me very jealous.
Nice. Just like the shit I have to deal with in my head each day is a big battle to try and subside it, and it takes a lot of energy, so I do just tend to sleep a lot. And without a distraction like work, it gets worse and worse, so that's why I have to constantly play music, that's why I have to constantly be doing something else. My thoughts will get to me and I'll end up doing what they say. Not very nice things.
It's not something that I want you to do in particular.
Oh, you fucking... It's just a boat.
Look. Do you want me to come into town with you on Wednesday?
I'll have to go to my mates.
No, to get your phone to work.
No, me and him are going into town Thursday to do it.
I thought you were going on Wednesday.
No, I'm going to his on Wednesday, staying the night, and then going in on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
I need to go into the council office as well.
Can you log back into your account now then?
I'm not.
Or is that where you're going in?
Oh no, it's just get some more information what I need. The website's shit.
They'll only let you go for a 1 bedroom thing, by the way.
Yeah, I know. He's told me all this.
Who?
My mate Rick.
To get up so early tomorrow. I need to leave my house at 7.
YouTube. Turn the stream off. Oh, food.
Get food then. Have you got stew downstairs? Or have you already eaten it?
That's good to know.
Oh, you've got that song stuck in your head now. I love it when you sing, but sometimes I don't because everything just gets stuck in my head. And I find myself like sitting in my lecture, just like bobbing my head because I've got the song like constantly on repeat.
My last resort, if I'm ever homeless, the day I'm homeless, is the day I ring the Legion unit and go fight for Ukraine. So at least they'll give me a fucking bed or join the army.
Don't join the army.
No, because it's all I gotta do is fucking train. They pay for my accommodation. I'd rather be in the army than do homeless. But hopefully I get a flat before that. Oh, 48 minutes. Oh, it's speeding up. I think it's done with that. 46. It's speeding up now. It'd be a lot quicker if I had a data cable, but my mate's got it.
I really hope you don't join the army.
That's just a last resort.
I'm gonna have to go like 6 to 9 weeks without seeing you every time.
2 years.
It's even worse.
That's the starting contract. You sign a contract for 2 years.
That's even worse.
But I wouldn't be on the front lines. I'd be a warehouse worker. I'd be in the Royal Logistics Corps, which means I'd just be working in a warehouse, moving pallets all day, which is, moving ammo, moving bombs,
You can
moving
if you want. I'm sure they're hiring.
Oh, what?
My old factory job if you want. I'm sure they're hiring.
Yeah, but is it close?
It's better than war.
It's a 20-minute walk from St Margaret's Hill Station.
Oh yeah, sweet, yeah. Let me know.
It's near Vicky Park. I'll message you if you want.
Yeah, message him because I'm really desperate. I'm high energy. I can get the shit done. If it's picking and packing, I can do.
Glass engraving, lead engraving, laser engraving, fibre engraving.
They'd have to train me because I've never done engraving.
Nor would I, and I'd enter in an hour.
Is it easy as fuck?
Can you copy and paste from one app to another and then press a green button?
Yeah.
Can you draw 2 lines of a piece of glass, find the origin and put coordinates into a machine?
Nope.
By literally typing on your keyboard the coordinates.
No, I wouldn't be able to do the finding the origin. Then have to teach me that. Oh.
All it is, so you like put 2 lines on a piece of glass.
Baby, I know.
Marker,
Talk to him.
and there's a laser, and you just have to line the laser up with the middle.
Cheer my ear up about what to do. They'll teach me what to do.
I said like 20 words. But I'll message him in the morning.
It's not just you talking to me, it's all the shit in my head talking to me as well. So that's why I sometimes say just chill.
But I'll message him in the morning. And see if I can do anything. He might not be able to because January's dead. But I'm sure we'll find something. If not, I'll get him to talk to the sister factory.
It's fine. I just need to sort this phone out so I can start applying again on Indeed. I've not been applying, so we're trying to figure out why this phone's doing what it's doing. But it's not the battery, because if it was the battery, it would be turning off right now as we speak.
You can borrow my iPad and
What do you mean?
So just borrow it to apply for stuff if you want to. Like one.
No, well, you said you might not be able to.
But if I can, which is a high likelihood,
Yeah. Yeah, but hopefully it's sorted by then. I don't like iPads. I
it's
don't
got a
like it.
keyboard it's got a keyboard connected to it.
That's fine. I just
It's
don't like it.
basically just a laptop.
I don't like iPhone. I don't like the company. The company's funded a lot of projects involving animal harm, testing chemicals. Very bad company. Samsung,
Good for
I
you,
do.
but
Yeah. Samsung, I don't know about because I've not really researched them that much. But iPhone's just a bag of wine. They bring out a new phone each year, and it's just got the same features.
that's why I got the 13, not the 16.
16 is the same as the 13. I think it's just got a better camera, a better display. But the S7, the S8, they were the first ones to bring out touch screen, iris scanning. It took the iPhone 11 for you to get iris scanning. It scans your eyeballs, so you can unlock your phone with your eyes. Fucking like Samsung's way better.
Not true.
Yeah.
My
Yes.
iPhone has
The iPhone S that came out about X, iPhone 10. That's what I'm talking about. The iPhone 10.
that.
Yes. 10, 11, it was one of them.
Oh.
That was 2-3 years after Samsung did it. I'm not going to support a company where they're just a bag of wank and rob their customers. Rather Samsung.
What do you think you did at Frankie Vinny's?
What do you mean? Who was that?
All we did was rob people of their money.
No, they chose. They walked in the restaurant, they sat down at the table, they chose to give them. They ordered food. No, thank you.
The same with Apple.
Mm,
You walk into a shop and you decide that you
no,
want
it's just the
to
lies
buy
behind the lying they do is a lot behind the company. Fucking hate them. Well, I'm glad that this S9's working now. That means me and my mate don't have to fucking fuck around with it, but I'm still going to get it checked. So every time you uninstall and install something, on the program it puts in zeros and ones. Binary is how a computer talks, it's its language. It has a history on your phone with all the apps you've deleted, all the apps you've installed. Everything you've done is tracked and stored into the phone. It's like very, very small data, so it doesn't use any storage. It should be a history of why the phone was crashing. You should be able to access the motherboard or the ECU to find out why it was crashing. Because it would run a program, because it would do it in a program, it would run it. And then for it to crash and for it to shut down the phone is a major thing. So hopefully the company, when I go to the shop, can find out what's wrong with this piece of shit and what was making it crash.
You lost me a little more. You started talking loads of IT things that I do not understand.
Yeah, but I am right in saying it, Rabbi, that most phones have like a thing where they can like you access it and they tell you what's wrong with it.
Yeah, diagnostics.
So the diagnostics, that's it. They can access the deep diagnostics of the phone, what most people can't. We can access the basic. They've got machines, whatever, and programs to run the full diagnostics of the phone and track the history of the phone, track the history of the apps.
So basically, if anything that I own breaks, I'm just going to give it to you, let you tinker with it, and let you fix it.
Tinkle, yeah. So say your iPad stops working, the first thing I do is restart it. And then the second thing I do is check any updates. Well, no, some people just forget the basics, you know, Control, Alt, Delete, refresh. Sometimes the system gets clogged up with all this catching, all these fucking little random shit. I'm craving a fucking cheese sandwich.
Have a cheese sandwich then.
Brown sauce.
Do you know, I have really nice cheese in my fridge at the minute. So
I've
good.
got mature cheddar.
We have
Very
brie.
much.
I love brie. What do you mean?
French.
And camembert. Beautiful stuff.
Kills for days.
Huh?
Oh. He's not a friend. I'm not following him. He's just sent me a party in one.
On what?
Next one. We're doing what else? I'm on Xbox.
Not very nice. Oh, I keep dying. Keep dying.
You can put wrong version of Football.
Do you want to do my shift tomorrow so I'll have to do that? No, you don't want to go in.
Maybe once up. Ukrainian soldiers hit a Russian tank with a trophy flag up, a anti-tank guided missile system. Oh, get 'em, boys. I don't like war, but honestly, knowing that Russia's getting its ass pummeled, fucking good news for me. Fucking Russian scum.
I swear someone, like people from Ukraine, beheaded one of the Russian leaders and that's why they all fell out in the first place.
Do you want some history? And why this war has been a border war since 2012. Russia's been putting troops on the border between Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine was once part of USSR, which was Russia, which was the Warsaw Pact. Warsaw and NATO have always been a thing. And it all sparked off 2020, I think, when it was, I called it a week before it happened. I was watching the news. I called it, family was around me. I'm like, give it a week or two time, Russia's going to push in. And they did. And they called it a peace treaty, a peace march, or a peace, some peace. A rabbi can correct me if I'm wrong on something. They were on about something about peace, that they could try and denazify Ukraine. And Ukraine's always been a neutral country. They've been, if Ukraine went to NATO, it'd be World War III. Because Article 5 states any NATO country attacked by another country sparks an all-out war. No, we don't want that. It's just Russia thinks they're big and bad. They're not. Although Russia did try and join NATO way back in the 90s, but
I don't think that would ever go through.
no, it didn't go through. It's always been NATO. Russia, Putin's not a bad person in a sense that he's just thick-headed. He thinks
I think it's
everything.
still.
He is mentally ill. That's why many people are trying to assassinate him. And it's just Ukraine has been trained in urban combat since the 50s by America, Britain, Canada. We've trained their troops in urban combat just in case this happens. And that's why they're kicking ass. The main reason they're kicking ass is because they'll put troops behind enemy lines, they'll sleep overnight, and they'll wait for the troops to pass, and then they'll go behind them and blow them up. And before the war started, Ukraine moved all the military away from the bases in just random parts all over the country. Because Russia, what you do when you're invading the country, you first take out the military, you send missiles over and blow them all up. But Ukraine was thinking one step ahead. That's why they're winning. There's over, I think, 300,000 personnel plus voluntary in Ukraine right now fighting to stop. Because if Russia wins against Ukraine, they're going to push into Poland. And then after Poland, it's Germany. And after Germany, it's France. And it's going to be like Hitler all over again. But we're not letting it happen. Putin
I don't
loses the
think
war.
they would push it to France because then NATO would step in.
NATO will step in as soon as they cross Poland's border.
Well, true. And he may be a maniac, but he's smart.
He's smart, and
He would have
threatens
to go against all of NATO.
the only country he threatens with nuclear missiles is the UK. Why? Because we are the smallest out of every single country in NATO. We are the smallest army. We are the smallest island. But we still say fuck you. We sent Black Shadow missiles over. We sent ammo. We sent money. And yes, I think funding Ukraine is quite a big opportunity in protecting us all. But we're giving them a little bit too fucking much. Our own country's gone into poverty again. We were just starting to get out of it. All thanks to fucking Keir Starmer and nuts. Sorry, I know a lot about the war. And yes, me and Rabbi promote world peace, but this war is Ukraine is what's stopping the whole world from going into fucking pieces. This war is a 4-year war. It's been going on for 4 years now. Trench warfare. And Ukraine, the last time I saw the maps from the black web, or the deep web, the deep web, I shouldn't out myself, because I do a bit of perusing to get all the information. I do not trust news sites whatsoever. The last time I've seen the current update today, we've took maybe 200 miles of Russia's territory, which is quite a small number compared to how big it is, but it's quite big as well. But they're only freeing up parts of what used to be Ukraine, because Ukraine used to be a lot bigger than what it is. It used to be massive. And they're only freeing up the parts what Ukrainian.
Well, it wouldn't make sense to start swiping into predominantly Russian land.
In World War II, Germany nearly won the battle. Germany nearly whooped Russia, the Battle of Moscow. 1944, late 1944, during the winter, the cold winter of 1944. It took 5 days up to a week, because Ukraine's basically flat. The German army just stormed across, killing everyone in their path. And the only holdout position was Moscow, the capital. And then the Russians started pushing back, because then, as America was pushing up the front and pushing through the Western Front, they boxed Germany in. So, teabagged them. Couldn't do shit. This war is saving us all. And my assumptions are, if Russia loses, he's going to throw a paddy, hopefully not press the red button, but most likely he will press the red button, because he's backed up in a corner. And even if we kill all of the military, all of the bases, there's something called a dead man's code. It's a computer system that's been running since the Cold War. If it detects no soldiers in a nuclear conflict, no soldiers to activate the special command to send the nukes off, it will automatically do it itself. And it's already pre-programmed, pre-targeted with every location it needs to send a missile to. And in every missile, there's 8 bullets. And it's just it's mental. Russia used to have 40,000 nukes, and now they only have about 5,000, 6,000. But that's still enough to kill the Earth 10 times over. Maybe if this world stopped fucking fighting each other. Have you ever thought about it, right, babe? Why are aliens so similar? When you watch an alien movie, they're all the same species, because they've united for better purposes. They've united together for one massive government to explore the stars. That's what we need to do. We're all split up in these countries and governments. We don't need it. If we all work together, we could enter the stars. Me and Rabbi were talking about this. We could be interstellar. We could be an interstellar colony. Is that the word? Colony.
That could work.
Interstellar colony. We could explore the stars, but we're too dumb. Humans were just a couple of animals, but animals with guns. Humans are just fucking, as a race, we're just horrible to each other.
thought you were going to continue. That's why I didn't say anything. Because usually you say a lot and then you pause for like a minute and then you have more. So I stayed quiet. I don't mean that in an offensive way, by the way. I just don't want to interrupt you when you're halfway through the thought. I'm so glad you have all those like facts in your head. Because my brain can't comprehend my left and my right. You still there?
Sir Smoke a lot. Are you there, big dog?
Oh, you are still there. You are alive.
Yeah, sorry, I just
It's okay. You don't need to apologize.
just doing my images. This shouldn't take me honestly, but didn't.
You're cold. I'm kind of hoping that it's going to snow overnight one night and then it's lower like a bit, it's going to be really thick with snow. Because it made me so happy. You would have some very good conversation with my uncle.
Maybe.
Hmm?
What?
I said you'd have some very good conversations with my uncle. He's very much interested in fact and a multitude of different things. Has your phone finished transferring data yet? Hey?
I'll let you know. 36 minutes.
That's not that quick. You know, on Thursday, I have a driving lesson again for everyone. Only for an hour though, because he's told me that I don't need too many more hours. Because he knows I can drive, I just need to pass my test. Third time's a charm. Should have passed it the second time, but that's fine. Did you see how bad the crash was on the A47?
You think logically, how will I be able to see the crash when I don't listen to the news and I don't really care? And I don't drive?
Nor do I. I know why. There was like a massive car pilot and people had to be like cut out of cars and stuff. It was so bad.
You might have heard most of the stories.
Hey?
You haven't watched Ambulance 99 back in 2014. There was a massive, I think, 20, 30 car collision. I think over 40 people died on scene. And there wasn't enough medics. So as people were being treated, they were being categorized into priorities, and the people who were nowhere near saving were just left to die. I've watched everything on a body cam, or someone's body cam. Horrible. Someone was begging for help, but her baby was more priority because the young girl, better in shape, and the woman had a massive piece of fucking car metal in her abdomen, and yeah, you know where you're getting that out. I think it was a car, I don't know, it was something very sharp. It was all the way through the back, through the seat she was in.
Sorry, I was watching a video about the flood in Barwell earlier. I'm on Leicestershire Live at the minute, you know, just looking at everything. Are you playing any more games that you're taking a break?
I was watching YouTube.
Oh. Can you remember 253.3?
253.3. 253.3. 253.3. 253.3. 253.3. We good?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
622.56 divided by the power of 2.
No, because if I actually did that, I wouldn't get any of that money back.
What?
If I actually put that money, no, because it'd all go onto my other card, and I don't know the pin for it.
Oh, how do you not know the pin for the card?
But I've not used it like a year.
Go you. Fucking hell, 2,741 images.
Why have you got so many photos?
From like 3 previous phones, a lot of them pictures of my cock, I think.
Why would you say something like that?
Well, I have no filter.
Really? Don't you? Oh, I've got to be fair, I've got 6,201.
Yeah,
Most of my videos are random people dancing that I've got on my private story. But a few hundred of them are from Prague.
guess what? 69%. Way.
That's very funny.
I like 69.
Fuck yeah, I'm the king of 69.
Oh, good.
I'm looking at photos of my baby sister.
You want a baby, don't you?
No, I'm just looking at photos of my little
Yeah, you
sister.
fucking do. You told me yesterday you wanted a baby.
Not yet. My degree. I've got loads of photos of her all through my phone. When she was literally like a teeny tiny baby, I just took loads of photos and videos of her. She used to bite my bracelets. So I never wear them anymore. She still does it. And she used to be all cuddly and sweet, and now she's so grumpy. Quite a few photos from my dance show too. This photo of me when I was a baby. You're so lucky I didn't go to uni in Lincoln. Maybe me failing my A levels was for a reason.
Failure, always a lesson.
I got CDE. I did do hard stuff though, and I'm not very intelligent. So I give myself a pat on the back and said, well done. I didn't even tell you what I did for A level. When your phone's ringing, I need 10 photos for the bunny.
Okay, man.
It's from me in year 7.
Oh, ew, no.
It's so bad. You just go through my camera roll. I had a bulb. Imagine me with a bulb. Well, I don't think I've ever seen me with my head down to that, so. Thanks for birthday party.
Yeah.
I'm literally just going through my camera and talking to myself. Hope it's going lovely. Oh, I need to delete those. Where's the select button? I just found loads of photos that I don't want you to see, so I'm going to delete them because I don't want them on my camera. Yeah, what the hell? I'm so chubby. Disgusting. What's this? There's another photo of me from years ago. I'm going to spam your phone with photos of me from when I was a kid because it's funny. Witherspoons. Potatoes. I've just found loads of photos of me here. I'm going to take it to a lecture chapel. Lovely. You'll love it. Do you know who Ginny Lemon is? Maybe it's not that. Yeah.
American women, oh my god, so obnoxious. The guy was asking where the party was, and they're like, oh my god, why are you recording right now? It's called a fucking vlog. He said he was recording, and said it was okay, and he said, yeah, fucking dumbass.
Do you know who
Underage.
Do you know who Ginny Lemon is?
Who the fuck's Ginny Lemon?
Google it.
No, I can't. How am I meant to Google it?
Just found loads of photos of me at Electric Chapel. She did Drag Race like a few years ago when she came to Hinkley to do a performance. And I went and saw her and I was so
I'm
happy.
not trying to sound like an ass, but I don't really want to do that much on YouTube. I'm not trying to sound like an ass. I'm watching YouTube. I'm trying to keep this fucking whatever's in there. Just shh it up. It's gagging me to go for a joint. It really is.
Go for one then.
I can't because you normally want to call me while I go for a joint this moment.
Holding on.
Holding off.
I believe I work with battery. I do not look like I work in a factory. I need to start feeding my little sister chocolate. Because now she keeps asking me for chocolate.
Fuck off, man. I know I need to. You stop fucking pressuring me, you stupid cunt.
Who?
No one.
What are you talking to then?
No one. My business. Yeah.
Becky, come to Bongo's Bingo with me.
Why?
Because it's so much fun.
If it's not gay clubs, then no.
It's
What?
dancing on tables and playing bingo.
No, thank you. Any bingo. Don't like bingo.
Maybe on Roblox, but okay.
By all means, yeah,
It's not like it's not proper bingo.
baby. You go out and have fun.
I managed to get my dad to dance on tables.
It just depends on what mental energy I've got. Because if I'm not in the right mental head, I will just be moody as fuck the whole time because I don't want to be here. I'm very blunt. If I don't want to be here, or if I don't want something, I will come to it. I'm not trying to be rude.
I know I've experienced it firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
Such a good outfit with the whole. I'm gonna make myself cry. Mm-hmm.
Love you.
You too. You know your Roblox character, like your face. It's now the photo of a group chat with Andrea Ruiz.
Why?
Because Andrea saw it and she took a photo of it and then she put it on the group chat.
Who's in this group chat?
It's just me, Andrea, and Reem.
I don't know who Reen is, so could you please remove it? I don't know who that person is. Thank you.
She's I've told you about her.
I don't care. I don't know who it is. I don't like having my avatar's face or my face or anything on like that. Keep myself to myself. That's why I'd rather live alone and not deal with anyone. Probably in company with fucking people in my head. Baby,
Hmm?
can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Yes, hello. I probably think I'm an asshole for getting annoyed at the fact that my profile picture's on your group chat.
I'm not overthinking it. I've just learned to let you get on with what you get on with. Not in an offensive way. Just like,
Got these issues, well, I just can't get fixed because it's mental. And they say, talking
that's why I
to
don't question them.
Wait. They say talking to therapists and whatever helps. No. I've spoken to many people about the shit in my head and it never seems to go away because it's mentally damaged. It's there all the fucking time. This is why I wish I could just be reborn as someone else and just have a new brain with no memories of this past trauma shit. I do.
What did you say, sorry?
I love you.
No, but you. Sorry, I'm watching someone play card. There's a guy called Matt, and he plays COD like nearly every day. And I watch his TikTok lives all the time. You still there?
Yes.
If you remember tomorrow, can you remind me to put my cash onto my card, please?
Like what, tomorrow?
You remind me to deposit my cash onto my bank account.
Asking someone who has the shittiest memory in the world.
No, but you remember small things.
No, if it's not to do with me, not really, unless it's something really, really important, like your birthday, which I still need to get in my head, or something very important. I will probably forget after I've had a joint and go to bed. Not being rude.
You never know. I've always had a little bit of optimism.
I ain't got no fucking optimism.
I have optimism. I do think I still do my job.
I love you.
What did you do? I'm sorry, it's going to be keyboard. It turned it broken, but it's got warranty on it, so I need to contact the people and be like, can I have it more?
Christmas giveaway this year, did I? Yo, I did not do a Christmas giveaway this year. I did not. I did not do a Christmas giveaway this year. I didn't do a Christmas giveaway. No, but Drake is Drake's giveaway. It's Drake that did everything. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do one too. I want to do it in person. Is it still too late? Do some type of like holiday giveaway or not? Be honest. Is it? What? Yo, what? Oh, okay, he's here. So, again, I'm not going live to make money anymore. Whatever I make in this shit, I'm going straight back into blessing people. That's what I'm doing. Today I'm celebrating my boy Jamie's birthday. That's what I'm doing today. And whatever I decide to do for the next few months, multiple months, is what I'm going to do next time. And that's what I want to do. And if I want to, yo, let's send Jake in here. Let's send Jake in the room. Let's send Jake in the room. Let's put Jake, come, Jake. Let me say what's up to you, bro. Let me say what's up to you, Jake. Let me talk to you. I want to look at you, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. This is my brother, Jake. Where else is he gets? Where else is he gets? Yeah. Yeah. All right, Jake is coming up. Jake is coming up. All right. Jake is coming upstairs. Jake is coming upstairs. What's it? Jake is coming right now. And he's got the he's speech. What the fuck are y'all doing? No, stop. Internet is these weird ass things where you guys can say craziest shit, but in person you're not saying that shit. Bro, and I get it. I'm religious. Everything's ironic, bro. I've actually understood. Like this break really helped me understand. Thank you. There's no levels. Thank you. I know the understanding. And dude, I just think, yo, by the way, guys, I have a 59 excuse me, I'm talking a paradox. If I was to give you guys 50/90s, how crazy is a 50/90 compared to a 49? That's why I really matters. Somebody explain it in like NBA terms, or like UFC terms. Because I gotta really understand shit. So, what's the difference? It's not PR. I'm just showing you guys the real me. There's still jokes and toxicity to extent that you guys have to understand. I'm not doing the crazy shit. It's just, I'm getting older, bro. I'm gonna be 25 years old. Can I get an example of what it's like? No, I'm not doing steak. Bad no. There's no steak on my channel. There's no steak. The only steak you see is back there. Fucking sandbones, man. That's it. I hear Jake. Jake's coming. So it's cold, man. Yes, sir. What's up, brother? What's up? I love the hair. Jake. Say what's up to the chat. Jake, right here. Sit on down, Jake. Tell us about something. Okay. So, thank you very much. Are you serious? Okay, real quick, let's go to some feet. Is it double time? So, Jake, you know, I have this
There he is.
Yo,
How you living, Pimp?
living, took some naps, went and got some medication that I gotta take to the doctor tomorrow. So just been chilling, taking naps and shit today.
I gotcha.
How you been?
Just chilling. We had what's his name, Sir Smoke a lot. He brought his girlfriend in.
Yeah,
They were in here for a long time, and I don't know how healthy their
yeah,
relationship
they were
is.
here for quite some time.
Exactly, but I wish the best for them. Aiden Ross just went live, and he hasn't been live in 2 months. It's same old shit. I mean, really, in my life, the big thing, and I'm really proud of this. I got these bots going, and they fucking work really nicely now. And I can tell that they're working because they get banned, and then they just start all over. And then I created bots on phones as well, and it's just a matter of time until I know the fuck out of these people. I mean, I've been doing it. It hasn't even been going 24 hours, and I just say to myself, at least on Kick, I got pretty well known within a couple months there, and so hopefully something similar happens here on Twitch. And these things, these
I think it'll be just a short matter of time before people know about it.
exactly, and it's that mere exposure effect. First they ignore you, then they attack you, then they fight you, then you win, and that's what I've got to do. We got Kill Tony tonight, which is always cool, and I might do some singing a little later. We'll see if I do some karaoke or so. And last night, Riser and Zoot were here, and we played way into the night. So I'm a little tired today. Oh, pardon me. But I kind of feel like it's a calm before the storm. This is, I could be wrong. It could just be calm for the future, but from what I see, when I spam these chats, people are like, "Not this asshole again," and I love that. And what I had the bots going for the past 3 days, but they weren't working the way that I really needed them to. Now I haven't touched them in like a couple hours, and they've just been perfect. Like once the thing is perfect, it's like don't touch it. It just works masterfully. And I could never get them to the point where they were perfect. Even on Kick, it wasn't perfect, but these ones are really good. So what was wrong with them previously would be a question I have to ask myself. And it's really interesting, like, all of the nuances, just whether you're searching from Japan or the Netherlands or the United States, all of them are different in how the page displays, and that causes, like, that's a huge headache. But I'm able to, and it just like makes a different box pop up for cookies, or it makes like the text different in the sign up process. But I work through all of that, and it's kind of fascinating that we're not all on the same rules globally, like just depending on your country.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And the other thing that was fucking with me was basically the way the bot was going was that it would search by the live box, like it would recognize where in the upper left corner where it says live, and that's like image recognition, and if for one reason or another it doesn't get that image right, or it mistakes the image for something else, it fucks up the whole thing, and that was really screwing me. And so I changed it's all about consistency with the website and how these things load, and I changed my strategy. So instead of it doing this image recognition for the the, the live box, what I do instead is I do a search of the word English on the page because the word English shows up a lot because that's usually what a lot of people use to speak. And that allows me a consistent way for the page to basically be displayed. Like basically, I need the boxes of the people's screens to always be in the right position for the mouse click. And if they're not, for whatever reason, they're off by just a little, it fucks me. But I'm like shocked how consistent this thing is. Usually, I do these things and it's like something fun gets fucked up on them and I have to go and I have to click it. But I just did it and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just listen to whatever Aiden Ross is saying and I'll just let him go. And it's like I haven't touched these things in 2 hours. And once it's at that point, it's like it's pretty hands off. So that's super positive. Now on the phone front, where I've got, it's really, I cannot say if the internet ends up being like the Twitch app, we're in for a bad time, and I know it will be. It's so much advertising, but yeah, and I just don't see that part of the internet because I use ad blockers. Like I've been using ad blockers for 15 years.
Yeah, I use that block. It's hard to live without it because I'm not trying to sit there all day.
Right, exactly.
Watching because I am not buying anything.
I'm in the same way.
Nothing. It's not a service. It's not a new vacuum. Shit, I don't need a new fucking t-shirt. When I'm in the market to be spending with that dime, pardon my expression. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just that I'm cheap. It's just maybe that phase in my life. It's just I kind of feel like it's that first pull of the fucking world. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's selling this shit.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you.
I know exactly. I mean, some people know exactly what they need. They're raised so much. Now, some advertisers I get, I don't know. I'll tell you, the generation of good commercials, it was Duke, the Golden Retriever, and Bush's Big Bean.
Yeah, dog. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, I don't need no commercials.
I'm in agreement with you. But it's hard to avoid them. Well, at least on the Twitch app, it's like I figured like, oh, somebody's got some kind of way to stop ads on this fucking app. And the reason why I need the app, the reason why I need them, I mean, is it causes inconsistency in where the mouse click's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a 30-second ad. I don't know if it's going to be 2 minutes of an ad. And so I found a somebody had like jailbroken or rooted, basically created like a bootleg APK, basically the file that you need, and for Twitch, and it allows you to have an experience where there are no ads. Really, really great. But the unfortunate thing, it's too good to be true, because it when I post my well, I might be wrong on this. I might have to try it again. But basically, Caspian Sea, I need to test it better, and that's fine. So long as I have the computers going, then I can start focusing on these things. But some of these people, especially at the very top of Discord, they've already come up with clip bots, and it's like impossible for me to even find my own clips that I'm doing on their stream. They just have so many. They just have so much. So many clips that they're making. Like they might have 600 or 1,000 clips being made a day, and for me to find my one isn't that Like I'm really not able to find them a lot of times. So the fact that I got the computers going, that is a major win for me. And then I'm going to focus on the device, the handhelds, the smartphones. So I've got one, two, three. I have like 4 handhelds that I can dedicate to this. So that'd be 7 devices, which is basically more than I ever did with Kick. I did perhaps at times more with Kick, but it was a lot of micromanagement. So with that said, it's kind of interesting as we say this. Kick banned one of my accounts, and I'm just gonna let it go. I'm not gonna touch it, and hopefully it'll start all back up again. And if it does, then I know for sure that this thing is rock and rolling. Um,
Yeah, kick did that.
I apologize, not Kick, Twitch. Apologies. I'm so bad at that. Yeah. So the word Twitch and the word Kick are somewhat similar. They're both one syllable. They're very, you know,
I know, but that's why I asked for clarification.
Absolutely.
Not anything.
absolutely.
We're just dealing with a lot of weird granular details.
Exactly.
I just wanted to make sure I have
No,
that right.
no, you're exactly right. My thought with Kick is I'm not going to spam them anymore at all, and the reason why is because I would one day like to be back on Kick, and if I can say
Remember phone rule.
yeah, exactly. If I can say like, hey, I haven't spammed you guys in 2025. It's been 3 months or it's been 6 months or whatever.
Oh, wow.
Um,
If you went all in 2025 and then went hard
on 2026.
Yeah, 2026
If-
streaming. Bro, that might be like the strategy to be everyone's best friend.
Exactly.
I don't know.
I'm 100% in agreement. And
And
go ahead.
it shows long planning.
Yeah. Exactly. I was almost thinking of sending Eddie a message, just saying like, "Hey, dog, I really appreciate the opportunity, and I wanted you to know that, like, I'm calling a truce on this, and whenever you think it's okay for me to come back, I'd like to come back, but that won't be for months or whatever, and I wish you the best, and we'll see. I mean, it's just
That's actually a wild idea. That's a wild idea. You know, who does Zoom screens? You might even go back on this thing. You know,
oh, totally.
I don't know. That's pretty interesting.
Totally, but what it also is going to do is make people be like, well, what happened to Rabbi? Like, did you just give up? And I can just be, and it gives me a good date. I can be like, yeah, it's basically January 1st, 2025. I stopped. It might have been as late as like the 3rd or something, but I haven't done it recently because I've dedicated these computers um, to Twitch. Yeah. The other thing that gets confusing to me is that both Twitch and Discord are purple, and it's like when I think of them, I have to think which one is it. Green, exactly.
Yeah. YouTube stands alone as red.
Right.
What else?
Those are the big ones. Well, X and Twitter. X and Twitter. Right. X and Twitter though.
was like Facebook.
Right. Yeah, which is like Facebook. That's an excellent point. So when it comes to Discord, I'm in a lot of these a lot of Discords that I don't even know what it is. Like finally these guys came in last night and they showed me what I knew what Minecraft looked like, but they showed me what Roblox looked like. And they met me through the Roblox Discord or whatever. But frankly, those are, I'll take any attention I can get, but usually the people who are in there, they're not like streamers. They're usually probably just, they're literally people trying to find people to play games with them. So that I'm like, that's not the best Discord for me. So I'm in the Wall Street Bets Discord. I still think I'm in like the Minecraft or whatever, one of those games. I don't even know which one. I'm in this tequila one. I am in Music with Marty. I'm in an E-Girls one, which is just a really big one. I'm in Socialize, and I'm not in KS. Oh, I'm in Aiden Ross's. I'm not in KS1s anymore, just because. I mean, I'm like the number one streamer in there. There are very few people ever came into it. And then there's another one that I've just I only have so many different devices that I can use. Okay, so with that said, I'm watching the computers right now, and they're just doing their thing. I might have to make a slight adjustment here or there, but at least a couple of them are just really working really, really nicely for me. Um, and that's the key. I mean, it's about like when you're not when I'm not doing something and these robots are doing it on my behalf, it's just about time at that point where you're just gaining enough interest from people. And um, I changed the name. Like I was using a random username generator, which would give me a name like Chimpanzee Banana Hammock, and those are fine names. But
I know what kind of names they would give you, and they weren't as cohesive as that.
yeah, no, exactly.
That was a funny one.
And so I would basically I've changed it to just be the word rabbi with a random number generator. And the reason why is because when these guys are, even though if their audience can't see who's following them, they see it in their creator dashboard, and they'll be like, who is this fucking rabbi? It's the same shit. Literally, I just have to do exactly what I did on Kick and run that same fucking playbook. It's almost as if Kick was like the minor leagues, and now we're in the major leagues and we're doing this. The one I won't ever do this on is YouTube. That's my bread and butter, and I don't want to fuck that one up. But all day long, and I don't think that Twitch will cancel my accounts for Rabbi Rothschild, just like the ones on which I stream. Or not Kick, I'm sorry, Twitch. Maybe they will, but it's not like necessarily tied to me. I mean, it is. If they watch the stream, they'd be like, "Oh, this is that asshole with all these computers." But even if they ban those accounts, it's because of the data is not being saved, or at least it's not being accessible. I'm sure Amazon is saving it on their server somewhere because they have unlimited server space, but at least it's not accessible to the public. It means nothing to me. Like, you are an important platform to me if you save my shit indefinitely. If you don't do that, then I'm gonna use you for influence, basically. And I think that's the way to do it. There was a guy who came in. Oh, well, Aiden Ross's Discord yesterday, there were a lot of people in there. And they came in. This one guy came in. And he's like, "Will you please talk with us?" I'm like, "Sure." And I go in there. We start talking. And, I did. There were like probably 25 people in there. And I go through my spiel. And then when I'm done, like once there are 25 people and they're talking at once and they're anywhere from like, I don't know, late teens to like late 20s, it's all basically Skibbity, Sigma, Riz, all this other shit. And it's like there's not a coherent sentence that I can really make out. So I pulled all right, well, I'll see you guys. And one of the guys came in here. He's a nice guy. His name's Jay. And he's like, "Will you help me with my social media?" I was like, "Sure." And so I went through his link tree, and basically he had like some things on his link tree, but he didn't have all of them. And it just takes someone to be like, "Well, you have a Snapchat account, right?" "Yeah." "Why isn't it on here?" "Well, I didn't really think of that." "Okay, well, it's pretty simple. You put it on here." "Do you have a Twitter account?" "Yeah." "Okay, well, why isn't it on here?" "Well, I don't know. I just didn't ever think of doing that." Okay, it's just like that little. These are easy things, easy questions to ask. Like your profile picture. I used your example. I said, "This is a good-looking dude who has like a memorable face." I'm like, "Okay, do you see Caspian C's profile picture?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "It's a cartoon, but people get a general idea of what he looks like just by that. Why don't you do the same?" And I told him, I mean, if you really want to play it up, put a circle around it and put your link there, because then every time somebody sees it, they will make a connection to who you are. And it's free impressions that you can make on people. So we went through that for some time, and Yeah, that's basically, um, that's basically. There is somebody who got into my DMs a while ago, and I had mentioned this person that they're they're interesting, but I finally found out we've had some calls at night, um, and I she's in college. She's Canadian. I found that out yesterday, and I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm in love or anything like that. I wouldn't marry this girl, but she basically wants a friend, and that's fine if that's what she wants. Um, and so she's been a nice person to me, and she watches my streams and tells her friends about it, and uh, just making connections there has been good. And then we have these guys who came in today. These I don't know. These Spanish guys keep coming in here, and they're like, "Speak Spanish." I'm like, okay, so we do the translate thing. One of them wanted one of their friends to be unbanned. I don't know why he was banned. I don't really care, but I unbanned him, and yeah, that's kind of what we've got going. And it's just a waiting game with these robots, and it hasn't happened yet, but it's gonna happen. The first time one person comes in here and they say, "Yeah, I learned about you from Twitch," it is going to be like a fire hose of people coming in here, because then I know I've made some waves. I'm still new to them, and also my bots are not that have not been that good, that consistent, and it's just like if Kick were a pond and I cannonballed into it, Twitch is a lake, and it's just so much more water to push. It's so much more difficult to make an impact, but I will. And I'm starting to see it, like just like you had said, it'll just take you time, but you'll recognize who these different streamers are, little by little, and then it won't seem like such a big world. Like if you go on there, they're like it seems like tens of thousands of people are streaming at once, which potentially could be correct. But really, when it comes down to it, the same people are streaming regularly, and I'll get to know them and know their usernames, and then know their fan bases, and perhaps get interviews or whatever else. Speaking of interviews, the one guy with whom I did an interview named Sam Bond, he got a shout out from Aiden Ross, and I've been thinking I could play I know Aiden Ross's right hand man. His name's Citrus, and I know I could play it up to get an interview with him or even something. But I don't know why I don't play that up. I could, but I don't know if he'd do it. If he would, that'd be great. But it's kind of like, oh, you're gonna have this infamous guy on or whatever. But I've been thinking. Exactly. Here's what I think will happen. Exactly. Here's what I think will probably happen. Like if I went to, because I was approached to do an interview with Aiden Ross by his friend, and I really think Aiden's probably like, well, it's too early with this person. I mean, even though I stream it, I stream in his Discord all the time, and he knows I'm very consistent. What will happen is he needs somebody else to make the move, and then boom, he'll be like, "Oh, hey, let's do an interview tonight." "Oh, bro, I know your shit. You watch my stuff, and blah 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 blah, and all this shit," because he knows about me. I mean, I've been told that he fucks with me. That exact phrase has been used. But he's just not that kind of leader. Like he's not gonna stick his neck out because he doesn't know anything about me. He doesn't know. There's always that thing on the internet. This could be a serial killer, or this could be somebody who, whatever. And so he's not going to be the person to make that initial step. And I'm fine with that. When it comes to the other people on Kick, it's like getting water from a rock. When it comes, here's the funny thing. Aiden Ross has 53. I'm not looking at his stream right now. I've been talking with you. I bet you he has 53,000, some between 52 and 54,000 people watching. And or 54 and 50, 52 and 55. Okay, so I'm looking right now. Okay, he's got 59,000. Okay, but still, I'm pretty close. And it's like, why do I know his numbers so well? It's because he's got 50,000 bots watching him. And I'm not the person saying that. He has bots in his chat that are saying 50,000. And then I learned something interesting about this botting issue, which is unbelievable on Twitch. It is just a whole nother world of botting. And what's interesting is with these creators, they all have to one up each other with these bots. And I think it was Fusi say that the that basically it was something along the lines of like when he made that call to his friend who does the botting for him, that and I think I agree with this. It's almost like I don't know why I put it to this. I've used this before as an analogy, but it's like I don't know if it's the best analogy. I'll avoid it. But basically, it would be like, I don't know, a bunch of bros. One guy gets a Porsche, then another guy gets a Maserati, then another guy's got to get a Lamborghini, then another guy's got to get a Ferrari. But they're all leased. They don't own any of them, and basically that's what their chat bots are. They're kick bots, and I find that with the way that the way the streaming world is, and I don't know, I think, I mean, at one time I bought live streamers to watch me, real ones and fake ones and everything, but it just seems so fake to me to do that, and also it's very, very expensive, and the quality, it really just is, it's pay for play is what it is. If you want to fucking play, you gotta pay. If you want to be seen on these platforms, you have to have people watching you. Oh, I know what it was. It was from Fusi. Okay, so Neon. Do you know who Neon is?
Yes.
Okay, so Neon, he was botting, and he was like notorious for botting, and I recognize that he was notorious for botting because it would be like a random Wednesday afternoon, like a work day, and he'd have 80,000 people watching him, but his chat was just emojis. There's nothing in there. And I would go to his Discord, and his Discord's as big as my Discord. And at least we have people in this Discord. He had no one in there. And it just was like hollow. His whole persona was just hollow. And I saw somebody interview, I think it was Fusi, say, all right, so here's the lowdown on Neon. He notices that like the top streamers on Kick, nobody has more than 10,000 people during the day watching them. So he always goes with like more than that. And he kept raising his numbers to 50,000 watching per stream he was doing. And he kept wanting to raise that to 100,000. Just so that he was always at the top and nobody was going to be ahead of him. And apparently Eddie from Stake, this is what I think Fusi said. Eddie from Stake said, we're not going to let you go higher than 100,000 because it's not going to look organic. If you have one guy with 100,000 people and then everybody else with 2,200 people, it's just not going to look realistic, and it makes it just look like obvious botting. So the only time that Neon is allowed to go over, I think 80 or 100,000 bots at once is if he gets permission from Eddie in advance, which I find to be very interesting. That like Eddie knows what's going on, and everybody knows what's going on. It would be very interesting to me if the wool or the if everyone could see the Emperor without clothes and see how many real people are watching these people. I mean, right now, Aiden Ross probably has maybe 9,000 people watching him, but he hasn't done a stream in 2 months. So I mean, I would expect him to have a lot, but it's definitely not 59,000. I have this joke that I make now that I don't know what. I just picked a random city in the United States. I said Fayetteville, Arkansas. I looked at the population of Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's got like 103,000 people. Okay, so I say to myself, there's no way that like half of Fayetteville, Arkansas is watching this random ass streamer right now. There's just no way. That's a lot of people in the United States who are doing absolutely nothing else. Like when I put it into those types of terms, like these are real people, and or if they were real people, you'd be a phenomenon. Like if I even would see like when they would make fun of like CNN or MSNBC for their low ratings. Like CNN would have like 200,000 viewers, which they'd make fun of because those are low numbers. But that's like only 4 times bigger than say Aiden Ross right now. I just don't believe that. Yeah. CNN's huge. CNN's on in bars, and it's on in doctors' offices, and it's on old people's TVs and all kinds of shit like that. Those are real people who are watching that shit. But like, I just like
who the fuck is taking these metrics? That's what I'm
exactly. Like you can look at if I go right now on Twitch or who's the number one streamer right now on Kick? It's Aiden Ross. Okay, so he's got like 60,000 people watching. Who's next? Somebody named DB7H. Okay, who's next? He's got 50,000 people. Like that is not half of CNN right now. That's ridiculous. Like if I were to say to someone, hey, I just tell you, okay, Aiden Ross, DRB7H, Maherko, XQC, and Mr. Stivic TC. That's about maybe Fusi. We'll throw Fusi and then RD Javi. Okay. That right there is 200,000 viewers. That's not as big as CNN. What I'm saying is this. If I went to a random person on the street tomorrow and said, hey, did you see XQC stream? They're going to say, what the fuck are you talking about? If I were to say, hey, did you know CNN was on last night? They'd be like, yeah, it's always on. And, or like maybe I didn't watch it or something, but I would know of it. It's just the numbers are inflated. I'm sure, I don't even know what kind of number inflation goes on in the television world, but I'm sure that gets incredibly dirty. But at least in the streaming world, I put these things into real terms. Like there is no way that that half of Fayetteville, Arkansas is watching Aiden Ross right now, or 1/6 of Irvine is watching Aiden Ross right now, or whatever else it is. Just the numbers aren't. And then you look at the chat, and the chat is just. Here's what's funny: if you spam like, "Hey, check out Caspian Sea on whatever Kick," you'll get banned for that. But somebody can come in and just spam the same fucking emoji all day for 3 hours. No spam. No, and so it tells me like, oh, these guys they have their botters and they make sure not to bot real people, and then they make sure not to bot. They make sure not to ban their own bots. But then anyone who comes out and does any self promotion or anything like that, they're gonna ban. So I find all that shit funny.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
It is very funny.
And one day, I think, there are people who are starting to do this, where they start to make their content. I'm going to uncover who is botting. And that kind of content is really interesting to me because it's relevant to me. And when they go to these websites that show, like, okay, you have, let's say, 100,000 people watching you, but 1% of them are not botted, and 1% of that 1% are chatting. It's like, the jig is up. When I talk to like, I don't know if you know who he is, Straight Savage. He's like a 420 streamer, or even Ori, or even just who else have I talked to this about? Even Wappy Flanker. And I'll be like, there is no way that there are 200 people watching so-and-so right now. And I'll talk to them like, These guys are obviously botting. Or I remember saying it to Wappy Flanker when I first met Wappy Flanker. I said, it's really weird. I said to him, don't you find it really weird that you always have 56 people watching you at once? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. I've got a really great loyal fan base. When he didn't want to tell me the truth, which is just, I'm buying 50 people. And then we've got that Maverick guy who is one watching me. We've got you watching me and another 3 or 4 friends that I have. That's it. That's all that there is. And, it's because they're on camera. So they don't want to necessarily give away all their secrets either, because that's their bread and butter. So I would be interested one day if somebody made a website that could just show you the differences from, it says that Aiden Ross has 60,000 people watching him right now, but maybe 5-6 they're bots or whatever it is. And I don't know why websites don't do that. Like, just give me the real numbers. And I think I know why it is, because it's advertisers. An advertiser isn't going to want to pay premium prices if they know that when you stream, most of your people are they'd rather have it be bots than nothing at all. So you could be like, I've got this really great creator. His name is Aiden Ross, but he gets 450 people watching him at once. No real advertiser is going to want to do that. But if you can say, he's got 50,000 eyes on him right now. Then you'll get all these other companies to want to be on there. And that's what's going on with Kick. I always talk about this. You know how Kick, if you look at the website in the upper left corner, it says beta, that it's still in beta. It's been in beta for like 3 years. They have said that they're going to lift that when they get into having advertising on the site, but it just tells me that they are fine with having inflated numbers because themselves up in the future to have advertising on the site. Currently, there's no advertising on the site, so what they want is people who do advertising to take Kick seriously and then start buying ad time. And when that happens, then that number inflation will be beneficial for Kick. That's why they don't do it. Because in reality, most of these people's streams would look like 6 people watching, like even at the front page, 6 people watching them, 8 people watching another, 14 maybe for a big stream. And then most of them would be 212111000000000, and it would look like the more realistic people who aren't number inflating or buying bots or whatever. I find it interesting when some of these streamers when they do some streams, they'll have hundreds of people watching them, but then they'll do another stream and they'll have 16 people watching them. But that's what their numbers will show. And it's like, dog, what changed? What did you do to change, aside from buying a bot, that you had 250 people watching you for hours, yesterday, and now you're just doing a chill stream when it's not in prime time, and you've got eight people watching you. And you're just like, yeah, we're just kicking back, having a good time. I see this all the time, and it's number inflation. There's not too much I can do about it. I could try to compete, but I would basically have to work a full-time job just to buy bots to pay for that. I mean, bots are expensive. Now, the other thing is, I've always thought about this. Why not create my own bots? And I think that, number one, I could figure it out. It would take me a long time. I figured out these spam bots. Right. Exactly. Like once I would get it to work, I would get in trouble for it. I'm sure they would be like, it would be this, like what happens with Fusi, where he had 23,000 people watching him sleep. That's how I would do it. I would not bot correctly. I'd have 50,000 people watching me.
Yeah, I think that the fact that you effort not into faking views, but into actually doing other things, and you tell everyone exactly what your efforts are and everything. I think that's what the appeal is too. Like you don't put your effort into any of the things that make it seem like you're big.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you're trying to actually get real noticed and talk like people like Flex.
Perfect
All the
example.
other people who have become friendly with
Familiar, exactly.
friends with you. It's like all the effort is for the true organic growth,
I'm-
and that's really the most interesting thing. So using any of the bots to do it for the same way that they do it, it doesn't actually bring you the benefit that you're looking for, which is interesting.
I'm in agreement with you there. I think of this as almost like the um, the how would I describe it? Like everything that we're talking about right now, if I were to go viral, becomes very, very interesting because it would be like, wow, he didn't even know he's going to be famous then. And now he's fucking super famous. And then everything that I do becomes the most exciting story of all time. I mean, it would just be like this, rags to riches story basically of somebody who was trying to make it in the influencer world, but I'm like the anti-influencer. And because of that, it just becomes a very interesting story. So I almost think like, in addition to all the data on how it can be studied and all of that, the overall story that's being weaved through this is quite interesting. And like, it's not interesting if you're not famous, but once you are famous, it would be like those things when they're like, when they show you a picture of like, here's Jimi Hendrix in the army, or here is a picture of Elvis, when he's 13 learning his first guitar. It's like that archived footage basically, or archived photograph, before they were famous, or whatever that may be. And that's it's kind of a funny thing that's what we're creating right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's really neat. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, me too.
envisioning really fundamental transformation. But his particular anarchist vision steers him into conflict with Marx. And he makes some prophetic remarks about the problems with the system that Marx is proposing. You should add to this that the very fact that Marx is a German by background and Bakunin is Russian kind of adds a further nationalist or element of ethnic difference there. Bakunin warned that a sort of creeping German authoritarianism might insinuate its way into a movement that hewed too closely to having hierarchies in the struggle to overthrow hierarchies. And his anarchist convictions are not in question here. They led him into conflict with Marx, and Marx railed against him, denounced him, and eventually had him expelled from the International. One of the things, though, that also makes Bakunin so significant is Bakunin is the first in a longer series of approaches between anarchists and communists where they try to make common cause. And you have to say that in every case it ends badly for the anarchists, because the communist vision in particular, especially in its Leninist version, argued for discipline and a tightly organized professional revolutionary movement. The anarchists who sought to make common cause with communists, whether it was in the days of the Russian Revolution or the Russian Civil War, or whether it was then in the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists found themselves targeted by communists precisely because of their skepticism about what turned out to be an absolutely key element in the Leninist prescription for a successful revolution.
We can take that tangent a little bit. So I guess anarchists were less organized.
Yeah, by definition.
Yeah. Why do you think anarchism hasn't been rigorously tried in the way that communism was? If we just take a complete sort of tangent, I mean, in one sense, we are living in an anarchy today because the nations are in an anarchic state with each other. But why do you think sort of there's not been an anarchist revolution?
Well, I think that probably some anarchists would beg to differ, right? They would see communes in Spain during the Spanish Civil War as an example of trying to put anarchist ideas into place. Bakunin, flitted from one area of unrest to another, hoping to be in on finally the founding of the sort of free communes that he had in mind. Another key point in all of this is that anarchy means something different to different people as a term. And so when you point out quite correctly that we have an anarchic international situation, that's kind of the Hobbesian model of the war of all against all, where man is a wolf to man. Generally, except if you're talking about nihilists in the Russian revolutionary tradition, anarchists see anarchy as a blessed state, and one where finally people will be freed from the distorting influence of hierarchies, traditional beliefs, subjugation, inequalities. So for them, anarchy, growing out of the liberation of the human being, is seen as a positive good and peaceful. Now, that's at odds with the prescription of someone like Bakunin for how to get there. He sees overthrow as being necessary on the route to that. But, as we point out, it's absolutely key to this entire dynamic that to be an anarchist means that your efforts are not going to be organized the way a disciplined and tightly organized revolutionary movement would be.
Yeah, it's an interesting stretch that a violent revolution will take us to a place of no violence or very little violence. It's a leap.
It's a leap, and it points to a phenomenon that would have enraged Marx and would have been deeply alienating to others in the tradition who followed him, but that so many scholars have commented on, and that's that there is a religious element, not a avowed one, but a kind of hidden religious or secular religious element to Marx's vision, to the tradition that follows Marx, and just think of the correspondences, right? Marx himself as kind of positioning himself as a savior figure, whether that's a Prometheus or a Moses who will lead people to the promised land. The apocalypse or the end times is this final revolution that will usher in a blessed final state, a utopia, which is equivalent to a secular version of heaven. There's the working class playing the role of humanity in its struggle to be redeemed. And scholar after scholar has pointed this out. Reinhold Niebuhr, back in the 1930s, had an article in the Atlantic magazine that talked about the Soviet Union's communism as a religion. Erich Voegelin, a German-American scholar who fled the Nazis and relocated to Louisiana State University and wrote tomes about the new phenomenon of political religions in the modern period. And he saw fascism and Nazism and Soviet communism as bearing the stamp of political religions, meaning ideologies that promised what an earlier age would have understood in religious terms. Voegelin called this the eschaton and said that these end times, the eschaton, was being promised in the here and now, being made imminent. And he warned against that, saying the results are likely to be disastrous.
So that's actually a disagreement with this idea that, people sometimes say that the Soviet Union is an example of an atheistic society. So when you have atheism as the primary thing that underpins the society, this is what you get. So that's what you're saying is a kind of rejection of that, saying that there's a strong religious component to a communism.
A hidden component, one that's not officially recognized. I mean, I think that, I had a chance to witness this, actually. When I was a child, my family, I grew up in Chicago to a Lithuanian-American family. And my father, who was a mathematician, got a very rare invitation to travel to Soviet Lithuania, to the University of Vilnius, to meet with colleagues. And at this point, journeys of more than a few days or a week were very rare to the Soviet Union for Americans. And the result was that I had unforgettable experiences visiting the Soviet Union in Brezhnev's day. And among the things I saw there was a museum of atheism that had been established in a church that had been ripped apart from inside and was meant to kind of embody the official stance of atheism. And I remember being baffled by the museum on the inside, because you would expect exhibits, you would expect something dramatic, something that will be compelling. And instead, there was some folk art from the countryside showing bygone beliefs. There were some lithographs or engravings of the Spanish Inquisition and its horrors, and that was pretty much it. But as a child, I remember being reproved in that museum for not wearing my windbreaker, but instead carrying it on my arm, which was a very disrespectful thing to do in an official museum of atheism. When I was able to visit the Soviet Union later for a language course in the summer of 1989, one of the obligatory tours that we took was to file reverently past the body of Lenin outside the Kremlin in the mausoleum at Red Square. And communist mummies like those of Lenin, earlier Stalin had been there as well, communist mummies like Mao or Ho Chi Minh, really, I think, speak to a blending of earlier religious sensibility, reverence for relics of great figures, almost saintly figures, so that even what got proclaimed as atheism turned out to be a very demanding faith as well. And I think that's a contradiction that other scholars have pointed out as well.
Yeah, it's a very complicated sort of discussion. When you remove religion as a big component of a society, whether something like a framing of political ideologies in religious ways is the natural consequence of that.
We hear nature abhorring a vacuum, and I think that there are places in human character that long for transcendental explanations, right? That it's not all meaningless. In fact, there's a larger purpose. And I think it's not a coincidence that such a significant part of resistance to communist regimes has in part come from, on the one hand, religious believers, and on the other hand, from disillusioned true believers in communism who find themselves undergoing an internal experience of just a revulsion, finding that their ideals have not been followed through.
So this topic is one of several topics that you eloquently describe as contradictions within the ideas of Marx. So religious, there is a kind of religious adherence versus also the rejection of religious dogma that he stood for. We've talked about some of the others, the tension between nationalism that emerged when it was implemented versus what communism is supposed to be, which is global, so globalism. Then there's the thing that we started talking with is individualism. So, history is supposed to be defined by the large collection of humans, but there does seem to be these singular figures, including Marx himself, that are like really important. Geography of global versus restricted to certain countries, and tradition. Sort of, you're supposed to break with the past, in communism, but then Marxism became one of the strongest traditions in history.
That's right. I think that last one is especially significant because it's deeply paradoxical. I mean, trying to outline these contradictions, by the way, is like subjecting Marx to the sort of analysis that Marx subjected other people to, which is to point out internal contradictions, things that are likely to become pressure points or cracks that might open up in what's supposed to be a completely set and durable and effective framework. The one about tradition, Marx points out that the need for revolution is in order to break with the traditions that have hemmed people in, this earlier ways of thinking, earlier social structures, and to constantly renovate. And what happens instead is a tradition of radical rupture emerges, and that's really tough because imagine the last stages of the Soviet Union, where keen observers can tell that there are problems that are building in society. There are discontents and demands that are going to clash, especially when someone like Gorbachev is proposing reforms and things are suddenly thrown open for discussion. The very notion that you have the celebration of revolutionaries and the Bolshevik legacy at a time when the state wants to enforce stability and an order that's been received from the prior generation. Think of Brezhnev's time, for instance. All of that is an especially volatile mix and unlikely to work out very durably in the long run.
I would love to sort of talk about the works of Marx, the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. What can we say that's interesting about the manifestation of his ideas on paper?
Well, the first thing to note, obviously, is that those two works are very different. Das Kapital is an enormous multi-volume work that Marx worked at and only got the first volume out because Engels begged him to stop revising. Please just finally get it into press. And then the rest, Engels had to actually reconstruct out of notes after Marx passed away. It's a huge work. By contrast, the Communist Manifesto is a brief pamphlet that ended up affecting the lives of many millions worldwide, in spite of its comparative brevity. The Communist Manifesto, moreover, is also something of the nature of having a delayed fuse, you could say, because when it first appears amid the revolutions of 1848 that sweep across Europe, the work is contrary to what people often believe. That pamphlet did not cause the revolutions of 1848, many of which had national or liberal demands. The voice of Marx and Engels was barely to be heard over the din of other far more prominent actors. It is, however, in the aftermath that this work takes on tremendous significance and becomes popularly read and popularly distributed. It's especially the episode, the bloody episode of the Paris Commune in 1871, which comes to be identified with Marx, even though it was not purely inspired by Marx alone, nor were all of the communards devoted Marxists. It's the identification of this famous or infamous episode in urban upheaval that really leads to worldwide notoriety for Marx and attention to those works. And they're very different in form. Das Kapital is intended to be the origin of species of its realm of economic thought, and represents years and years of work of Marx laboring in the British Museum Library, working through statistics, working on little bits and pieces of a larger answer to big historical questions that he believes that he's arrived at. Its tone is different from that of the Communist Manifesto, which is a call to arms. It announces with great confidence what the scheme of history will be, but rather than urging that the answer might be passivity and just waiting for history to play out in its preordained way, it's also a clarion call to make the revolution happen. Is intended to be a pragmatic, practical statement of how this is to play out. And, starts in part with those ringing words about a ghost or a specter haunting Europe, the specter of communism, which wasn't true at the time, but decades later, most definitely is the case.
Is there something we could say about the difference between Marxian economics and Marxist political ideology? So the political side of things and the economics side of things.
So I think that Marx would probably have responded that, in fact, those things are indivisible. The analysis, as sort of purely theoretical, is certainly can be performed on any economic reality that you care to mention, but the imperatives that grow out of that economic analysis are political. Marx and Engels emphasize the unity of theory and practice. So it's not enough to dispassionately analyze. It's a call to action as well. Because if you've delivered the answer to how history evolves and changes, it obligates you, right? It demands certain action. You sometimes hear from undergraduates that they've heard from their high school history teachers that Marxism was just a theoretical construct that was the idle production of a philosopher who was not connected to the world and was never meant to be tried in practice. Marx would have been furious to hear this, and it's almost heroically wrong as a historical statement, because Marx insisted that all previous philosophers have theorized about reality. What now is really necessary is to change it. So you could say that in the abstract, a Marxist economist can certainly use Marx's theoretical framework to compare to a given economic reality, but Marx would have seen that as incomplete and as deeply unsatisfactory. There's kind of a footnote to all of this, which is that even though Marxist dialectical materialism grounds itself in these economic realities, and the political prescription is supposed to flow from the economic realities and be inevitably growing out of them, in the real history of communist regimes, you've actually seen periods where the economics becomes detached from the politics. And I'm thinking in particular of the new economic period early in the history of the Soviet Union, when Lenin realizes that the economy is so far gone that you need to reintroduce or allow in a limited way some elements of private enterprise just to start getting Russia back on course in order to have the accumulation of surplus that will be necessary to build the project at all. And there are many Bolsheviks who see the new economic program as a new economic policy as a terrible compromise and a betrayal of their ideas. But it's seen as necessary for a short while, and then Stalin will wreck it entirely. Or consider, for that matter, China today, where you have a dominant political class, the Communist Party of China, which is allowing economic development and private enterprise as long as it retains political control. So some of these elements already represent divergences from what Marx would have expected. And this points to a really key problem or question for all of the history of communism. It has to do with it being a tradition in spite of itself. And that could be expressed in the following way. An original set of ideas is going to evolve. It's going to change because circumstances change. What elaborations of any doctrine, whether it's communism or a religious doctrine or any political ideology, what elaborations are natural stages in the evolution of any living set of ideas? Or when you reach the point where some shift or some adaptation is so radically different that it actually breaks with the tradition. And that's an insoluble problem. You probably have to take it on a case-by-case basis. It speaks to issues like the question that gets raised today, like, is China, in a meaningful sense, a communist country anymore? And there's a diversity of opinion on this score. Or, if you're looking at the history of communism and you look at North Korea, which now is on its third installment of a dynastic leader from the same family who ruled like a god king over a regime that calls itself communist, is that still a form of communism? Is it an evolution of? Is it a complete reversal of? I tend to want to take an anthropological perspective in the history of communism and to take very seriously those people who avow that they are communists, and this is the project that they have underway. And then, after hearing that avowal, I think as a historian, you have to say, well, let's look at the details. Let's see what changes have been made, what continuities might still exist, whether there's a larger pattern to be discerned here. So it's a very, very complicated history that we're talking about.
Let's step back to the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, and let's steelman the case for communism. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the people there, not in this way we can look back at what happened in the 20th century. Why was this such a compelling notion for millions of people? Can we make the case for it?
Well, clearly it was a compelling case for millions of people. And part of this story has to do with, overall, has to do with the faith, conviction, stories of people sacrificing themselves as well as their countrymen in a cause that they believed was not just legitimate, but demanded their total obedience. I think that for communism came from the confidence that people in the West more generally placed in science. The notion that science is answering problems. Science is giving us solutions to how the world around us works, how the world around us can be improved. Some varieties of that, and I watch the quotation marks, science, were crazy, right? Like phrenology, so-called scientific racism that tried to divide humanity up into discrete blocks and to manipulate them in ways that were allegedly scientific or rational. So there were horrors that followed from those invocations of science, but its prestige was enormous. And that in part had to do with the lessening grip of religious ideas on intellectual elites, more generally processes of secularization, not total secularization, but processes of secularization in Western industrial societies. And the sense that here's a doctrine that will allow escape from wars brought on by capitalist competition, poverty and economic cycles and depressions brought on by capitalist competition, the inequalities of societies that remain hierarchical and class-based, and this claim to being cutting-edge science, I think, allows people like Lenin to derive immense confidence in the prescription that they have for the future. And that paradoxically, the confidence that you have in broad strokes, the right set of answers for how to get to the future, also allows you to take huge liberties with the tactic.
The uncensored live stream of 2 nights here from Austin, Texas, December 30th and 31st. You can snuggle up in the cold with your loved ones, or all by yourself, or with a bottle of tequila, or whatever you're into in this crazy world. Snuggle up, stay warm, December 30th and 31st with the completely uncensored Kill Tony's live from the HEB Center in Austin, Texas. This is a new super annual amazing event. It is our biggest 2-night event of the year, and we're super excited about it. It is on sale now. KillTonyLive.com. Get it for your loved ones. Get it for yourself. Love it or hate it. Live December 30th and 31st.
This is Redman coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony!
Who's ready for the best fucking night of your lives, huh? Yeah! Fuck yeah! Welcome, you're at the #1 live podcast in the world. How the fuck we feeling tonight, huh? Brian Redband is here, ladies and gentlemen. How about a hand for the best damn band in the land, huh? Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Esteban Viejo, Juan Cortez, Michael Gonzalez, Matt Muelling on the electric, John Dees on the keys, and D Madness on the bass guitar. The whole family is here, everyone. Very, very excited about tonight's episode. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Who's ready to start this fucking show, huh? Well. We're all here, and, you know, this is just one of those episodes that it's just nothing can stop its momentum. Two of the greatest guests in the history of the show. Two of the funniest humans. Two of our true brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you two of the best guests in the history of the show. Two of the funniest comedians in the world. This is Sam Talent and Ari Shaffir. Boom. The great and powerful Ari Shaffir. One of the goats of guests, Sam Talent. live in the flesh. Ari Shafir, fully cloaked. Monday Night Delight, this is. Whoa. This is the president. This is New Year's Eve at the ATV Center.
Hit me on that.
Hey, this is Redneck coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Yippee! Make some noise for the great Brian Redman! And the best damn band in the land. Am I right, people? You are in the live music capital of the world. That is the Kill Tony Band. On the horns, Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nacho Belgrande. On the drums, that is Big Mike, Michael Gonzalez. He is here. Matt Muling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and that is indeed the one and only D Madness on the bass guitar. Live in the flesh, the real deal. How about a hand for Max Frost on the pre-show music? What a star. God, you gotta love Austin, Texas. You never know what musician or comedian you will find here. This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, Blue Nile, and Prize Picks. And life is good. Before we start tonight's episode, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible for you right here, right now.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? Every single week, I book the show, and what a great way to do it tonight. Two of the funniest human beings that have ever been guests on this show. Literally One of them is the guest with the record, I do believe. We have to double check it, but I do believe he passed the late, great Brody Stevens for appearances on this show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your guests, two of the best. It's Luis J. Gomez and Joe List. Yeah, baby. Luis J. Gomez from the Legion of Skanks. Joe List is here. The birds are flying. This is fun. What a perfect little duo. Two great friends from the city of New York. A beautiful, beautiful place if you don't count illegal immigrants lighting innocent women on fire on subways. But other than that, a stunning city that we visit 2 nights a year exclusively to do your biggest arena. And I'm glad you guys could make it to a city with law and order.
You call this city a city with law and order? Are you out of your fucking mind? The homeless people should light themselves on fire here. You are clean up this shithole. Are you out of your mind?
I've never been here and not run from a homeless person on the street.
Well, in their defense, you do look like their perfect prey, Joe List. I mean, I'm not even homeless, and I want to chase you sometimes when I see you.
I really am. Last time I was sprinting away from 2 homeless people screaming at me, and as I was running away, 2 like hipsters in skinny jeans and fedoras were walking the opposite direction, and it was the most humiliating experience of my life.
That is Austin, Texas. That was a Austin parade. That's our annual parade. The homeless go one way, hipsters go the other way. It's true chaos. You guys have done this show before. You know how it works. A lot of the open micers are out of town. A record for the least signups we've had since being here at the mothership. 185 people are across the street, stacked on top of one another in a bar called Poor Choices. And if I pull their name out of this bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear, which brutally interrupts their set. And then I conduct an interview. We laugh about what could possibly have happened during their set, or what else they could possibly talk about, or what else is interesting in their lives. My friend with the Kill Tony hat, I'm going to let you do the honor of picking your first name. The Bucket of Destiny has spoken, and that is indeed a legible written name. And that person will be wrangled, and they will be the first bucket pull of the night. But while we wrangle that person, we're going to get a golden ticket winner up here who is fun to watch. And you know what I like about this guy? This isn't one of our big blast out superstars. What I like about this guy is that the plan is to hopefully watch him grow in real time over a long period of time on this show. He has gone through traumatic brain injury, ladies and gentlemen. He has the record for most appearances on one episode of a show. This is a brand new minute from the one and only Drew Nickens.
Me and my boys like to watch Special Olympic highlights to feel better about ourselves. We were watching women's field hockey for feminism when he came in and he said, "Would you hit that?" I said, "I can't." And it's because if you have sex with a special needs person, you will be looked at as a predator, as someone who's taking advantage of someone, and you need to do that. If I have sex with a special needs girl, oh, Drew finally found love! And I deserve to be canceled because I drive a car and I pay my bills. I shouldn't be on a date with someone who needs a chaperone. And my boy said, "Drew, you're terrible with women. You're like a shitty bowler. You need to use the fucking bumpers because you may not be cool using bumpers, but at least you hit something. I am one grilled cheese sandwich combo and a Wiggles concert away from getting the best sloppy toppy of my life." Thank y'all so much.
Drew Nickens. I don't know if I mentioned this before his set, but he suffered from a traumatic brain injury before. How you doing, Drew?
I'm great. How are you, Mr. Tony?
Hell yeah, you got a lot of energy. How did that feel for you?
It felt okay. It felt a little tongue-tied at the end, but I'm getting my pacing down. I'm not just yelling Reddit.
That's true. Oh, it's talking directly. Someone's been reading the internet. Not good, Drew.
No, my mom told me that. She's like, you need to stop yelling. Reddit is hammering you.
Your mom reads Reddit? Your mom told you that the internet is hammering you?
Yes!
That is hilarious. Where's mom at? She's in Washington.
Washington State.
Yep, absolutely. What does she do?
She is a elementary school teacher.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Has she always done that?
Yeah, for about 20 years now. She's almost ready to retire.
Okay. So what level is she teaching exactly?
So she fluctuates. She'll go from 3rd grade to 5th grade. She'll loop, which means stays with the same students for 2 years. Like, it just depends.
Right. And what level are you at?
Level enough to fuck your mom.
Whoa! What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? These people, you can't trust. All I do is help this fucking guy. All I do is help him. My mom told me that you suck too on the internet. And meanwhile, what do? I go, Drew, you got another minute? Let's try. Take your time. Enunciate. Fucking pace yourself. And then you come out and you say, oh, fuck your mom, don't it? What kind of fucking bullshit is everyone just take the knives out of my back?
I can read between the lines and your mom's legs.
What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Are you threatening to fuck my 78-year-old mother?
Joy is going to be upset with you.
Yeah, Joy liked you before this, Drew.
We can go to.
There's one more person posting on Reddit after this.
Oh,
It's a 78-year-old out of Youngstown, Ohio. Guys, what do you think about Drew Nickens? I'm not asking you. Are you guys insane? No. Louis J.
I think Drew he's the sweetest fucking man on earth. He's naturally a very funny guy. He has a speech impediment and might be retarded, but beyond that, I think he's fucking truly great. I really like you, Drew. You know that.
Thank you.
Jesus. Joe?
This is my first time meeting or seeing Drew. At first I thought you had a traumatic injury of the funny bone, but then you hit us with the fuck your mother stuff, and now I'm like, okay, all right, now I can get on board. But no, it was good.
Now, you said you're watching the Special Olympics. Are you sure the TV wasn't off and you're just looking at your reflection in the black screen?
There were females there, so.
There you go. All right, Drew. Well, way to get it started. You did it. We're gonna see you. We'll see you some other time. There goes Drew Nickens. There goes Drew. Drew. Whoa, the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Drew scared her out of her slumber there. Don't want to be backstage. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Okay, let the games begin, ladies and gentlemen. This is the bread and butter of the show where we meet people. They have no idea. These people had no idea that they were even going on stage just minutes ago. And now, the pressure of millions of people watching them is upon them. 1 minute uninterrupted, and then an interview going to your first bucket pool that goes by the name of Ike Gazarian, everybody. Ike Gazarian.
I was born in Soviet Union. My family moved to United States from Russia in 1998. And out of all the cities in US, my homophobic father picked San Francisco. There are only 3 types of people that live in San Francisco. It's gays, Asians, and gay Asians. My family moved here in 98, but in 2010, I moved back to Russia to do stand-up comedy there. Moving from United States to Russia to do comedy is a lot like moving from Canada to Afghanistan to play hockey. It's a fucking terrible idea. But I gotta tell you, Russian comics are as tough as Russian soldiers. They prefer bombing. American comedy and Russian comedy are very different, but we do have one thing in common. No one likes female comics. Thank you guys so much. My name is Ike Gazarian.
Ike Gazarian, welcome.
Thank you for
Ike.
having me, guys.
How we feeling? Welcome to America. How are you?
Very good.
How long have you been here?
Since 1998.
Okay.
But I keep going back and forth to Russia a lot for comedy.
Why'd you say for comedy like that? That was suspicious. There. You go there specifically to do comedy?
To help Russia fight Ukraine.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
I voted for Trump. I have a reason.
You did vote for Trump?
Fuck yeah.
That is so interesting. I love it. Okay.
Are we letting them vote?
I guess so.
I'm from California. I voted twice the same day. Fuck yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
How old are you, Ike?
I'm 41.
41. How long you been doing stand-up?
Started doing Russian comedy in 2010. Moved back in 13. I own a Russian restaurant in San Diego. Business is not doing very well after the war started. Fucking Americans stopped coming.
What do you serve? Like pierogies and stuff?
Pierogies, borscht. You guys come over to Pushkin. I'll take care of you.
Got an applause break for pierogies from Brian Redband.
Pierogies, man.
Nobody
Fat man.
loves dough filled with shit more than dough filled with shit. Unbelievable. Incredible. So what's the name of your Russian restaurant in San Diego?
It's called Pushkin.
Pushkin.
Almost like Putin, but
yeah, it's close. It's close.
Yeah.
What else is going on there? You got like hot Russian waitresses or anything?
My wife hires all the most beautiful girls to work there. It's really tough.
It's tough
not
for
to
you.
fuck somebody. Yeah, it's
Hell yeah.
The business is not doing so well after the war, and my Ukrainian employees hung a huge Ukrainian flag on the window, and the Russians stopped coming also. So I need some more customers. goddammit.
Is it a hookah bar also, and like a restaurant?
Yeah, it's hookah bar allowed.
That's
yeah.
a problem.
There
I
you
had
go.
to make it into a hookah bar because people stopped coming in. I think
Louis.
Russian hookah bar is fair because smoking is also bad for your health, just like Russia.
I'm starting to think that he's not a comic and he's just trying to advertise this restaurant.
Yeah, I think so.
Come to Pushkin, please.
Come to Pushkin.
It's got great reviews.
Wow, it really does. You're sitting at a 4.3 with 1,109 reviews.
9 years,
Let's
baby.
read,
9 fucking
find
years.
me one of the 1-star reviews. There's a lot of 5 stars, but I like to read the 1 stars.
Yeah, the
That's
Ukrainians
what
leave a
I
1-star review.
strategically go for. The worst customer service, very rude workers, not a welcoming environment, would not recommend.
We're Russians.
And
what the
then
fuck do you want?
And then Ike G responded, "I'm sorry, but your review is a lie."
Fuck yeah, oh my God!
You were smoking same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing in it. My hookah chef asked you if you'd like a refill. You refused. You know, coals can't save a hookah that's been smoked for hours. I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah work. You can't smoke ashes. Wow. This is incredible. Another review of Pushkin.
Please, let's do it.
Came here to smoke hookah. Worst customer service from the hookah server. Not friendly at all. He stated they have a rule that we have to change the hookah and make a refill after 1 hour because they have this rule and it's not true. He would not change the charcoal for us, and when he did, he only added 1 charcoal. I would not recommend anyone to come here. You feel very unwelcome. I will never come back again. Ike G responded. I'm sorry, but your review is lie.
Oh my God! Always.
You were smoking same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked if you'd like a refill. You refused. You know, coals can't save a hookah. That's
I copy paste. I copy
I'm
paste.
sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah works. You can't smoke ashes. I swear to God. I'm not kidding, by the way. It would be funny for me to just read the same response. I swear to God. You could check these reviews. Hold on. Don't scroll. Let me just.
You do one good review or something. I'm losing customers here, man.
Okay, 1 year review 1 year ago. I and husband's experience here was absolutely awful with 2 exclamation points. We came to this place looking at their Yelp reviews as we were in San Diego for celebrating our anniversary. The pictures and the reviews are all so deceiving. I wonder how they got all these nice reviews. Let's start with the ambiance. Nothing looks like the pictures. We got such a negative energy from the moment we met the people at the entrance. They were not welcoming at all. Still, we went in because, again, the Yelp reviews looked so good. We went upstairs and got seated. The entire time we were there, it literally felt like people. All these people were here for a different reason. You know what I mean? Felt super uncomfortable. The vibe was absolutely dead, and the music selection is awful. Still out of courtesy, we ordered 2 drinks and wanted a water with it. Well, guess what? You have to buy your water.
Yeah, it's California.
IG responded, everything you wrote here is a lie, including prices for water. Managers do not yell. This looks like an ad for werewolves. You wrote that?
Fuck yeah. Fuck werewolf.
I love that you respond.
Only
I
to
love
bad
that you
reviews.
respond. I'm going to read just a couple more of these reviews. Even though it looks like I could go, don't stop scrolling. I could do this all night. We could just keep you up here. This could be Ike Gazarian's episode. Here's the review. Small place, small portion, very expensive. Not recommend this place. Hookah smoke confuses appetite. My friends.
Did you write your own review?
G responded. 3,200 square feet of small place.
Yeah.
Large portion. Hookah confuses at hookah lounge? Very interesting. Oh, this is the greatest shit ever in the history of the show. I think we just found a new spinoff where we just have business owners come on and we read their...
Okay. This is a complete lie, by the way, everybody.
Oh, it is not. Pushkin is spelled Pushkin, lounge and bar in San Diego.
Yes,
and we know. I mean, we read your Yelp is thousands of reviews of strong, almost a super solid 5. It was very hard to find the ones. There's very few ones, and your responses are unbelievable.
Thank you, Mr. Tony.
So, one last one. 7 months ago, 1 star. The hookah server is horrible. No manners and no customer service. He is rude and asked us to change the hookah head after 1 hour of smoking or he won't bring charcoal. He said it's a rule here, but after speaking with the other server, he denied what he said. It feels... Wow. It feels that he is forced to work there. I will never go back to that place.
He's held captive. They're Russians. They're used to that shit.
Ike G responded. I'm sorry you and your friend felt the need to leave 2 reviews. You were smoking the same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked if you like a refill, you refused. You know, coals can't save a hookah that's been smoked for hours. I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how to work. You can't smoke ashes.
You can't smoke ashes!
Wow. Wow. I mean, so interesting. A wildly successful restaurant, it seems.
Yes. I do stand-up comedy, you know.
And you lit the stage on fire.
Thank you, sir.
To the point to where we might need to change the charcoals, but being told we're not allowed for another hour. And unfortunately, we can't smoke ashes. Do you ever smoke Ukrainian ashes?
only before I go to sleep.
I love it. Ike, what else do you do for fun? What else about you? You seem like a naturally very funny guy.
I love writing a lot.
Is this your wife?
Yes.
Wow, she's
right here on my t-shirt.
Oh my God! Look at you, represent. Hell yeah, she doesn't want you getting any pussy. Look at that. Babe, you wear a hoodie with my face on it?
That's how I get the pussy, by the way.
Oh, okay.
No, honey, of course not.
Oh, hell yeah. You got 99 problems, but abortion ain't one. I love it.
I tour doing Russian comedy, American comedy. I own the restaurant, and I just try to do as many mics, as many shows as possibly can, and I do fucking well. I mean,
yeah.
And I'm lucky to be here. Thank you so much for this
Absolutely.
opportunity. This is amazing.
No doubt about it, Ike. And I'll tell you, you're getting a big joke book. Congratulations. You did it. There's nothing in it you have to write in, and I don't know what you're looking for. It's blank pages. It's for you to write jokes in.
I appreciate that, Tony.
Did you think there was Yelp reviews in there?
I thought I had to write my name in it or something.
Ike, you did it. That's what the show's all about. Different people, different shapes and sizes and accents and everything. And you were very fun. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank
Ike
you guys so much.
Kazarian, everybody.
Thank you guys so much.
Pushkin. Go to Pushkin in San Diego. Show your support. Eat pierogi, smoke hookah. Don't stay too long, or else it will burn out. This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. You know what's not fair? The fact that all those streaming services hide thousands of shows and movies from you based on your location and has the nerve to just keep increasing their prices on you. Now, you could cancel your subscription in protest, or you could be smart about it and make sure you're getting your full money's worth, like we do, by using ExpressVPN. They hide their content from you based on your location, but ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control where you want Netflix, Hulu, or any of the other ones to think you're located. They have servers in over 100 countries, so you can gain access to thousands of new shows and never run out of stuff to watch. This works with many other streaming services too, Disney+, BBC iPlayer, and more. Red Band.
Tony, ExpressVPN is the best. It's so easy to use. Just fire up the app and click one button to change locations. It works on all my devices, phones, laptops, tablets, and smart TVs, and more. Plus, it has blazing fast speeds. I can stream in HD with zero buffering. I just watched Sherlock and The Cycle, which are not available currently in the US. All I had to do is open up ExpressVPN, select England, tap one button to connect, refresh, and boom, there it was.
Wow, Sherlock and The Cycle.
Yeah, you know me.
So be smart. Stop paying full price for streaming services and only getting access to a fraction of their content. Get your money's worth at expressvpn.com/KillTony. Don't forget to use our link at expressvpn.com/KillTony to get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. All right, your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name 1 Minute Uninterrupted for Matt Banwart. Matt Banwart.
I have hand tremors. It's a medical condition. For me, every weight's a shake weight. I want to go to California, experience an earthquake just so I can be steady, you know? Everyone's like, what's happening? I'm like, I don't know, sudden clarity? This sucks, dude. I can't go blind. I read Braille with a stutter, you know? Just... I would love to be deaf, man. I'd be the first guy doing sign language in a serif font, you know? Just, can you imagine getting bullied by the ASL community for your accent? I don't want that. I don't want to. This sucks, dude. I shake all the time. It's been really bad the last 3 years. I used to love soup. I used to love chili. Now I just look chilly, you know? Thank you. Yeah, man, I don't know. I hate shaking, but my ex loved it. All right. Thank you, guys. That's my time.
Matt Banwart. Am I saying that right? Banwart?
You're nailing it, dude.
Absolutely. I was wondering because you kind of had bad handwriting.
Yeah,
and now I see why. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's like a third grader with palsy. It's bad.
Yeah. You've always had that?
I noticed it like junior year in high school, and it's just gotten kind of worse the last 3 years. It's gotten pretty bad. So
Maybe you should stop doing really nerve-wracking activities like performing in front of large groups of people.
you know, I think that's contributing factor. I think that is a part of it. But yeah, I shake all the time. It's rough. Soup, sushi, my big two enemies.
Yeah, hard to operate chopsticks is what you're
Dude,
saying.
I just got sushi the other day. I was doing them with both hands, and just getting bullied by the staff was embarrassing.
Yeah,
I was like, "Give me a fork. I don't care."
right. What did they say?
I couldn't understand them.
Right. You disrespect us. You know you chopped it right.
I was just thrilled to be there.
All right. Were you on a date or something?
No, I was out with my friends.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
My love life's not exciting.
Really?
A little bit. I don't know.
Huh. Interesting. All right. Edward vibrator hands. I thought it would be good. I thought you'd be like Michael J. Fucks or something. You know what I mean?
No, I had a quick. Well, I was seeing this girl going on like 4 or 5 dates. We weren't exclusive yet. She was like, "You should come see me at this bar." She texted me. I was like, "I'll be there in 5 minutes." She goes, "All right, see you soon." I walk in and she's like making out with another guy, and I was like, "That's okay, I'm fine." And I took a photo of it and I sent it to her, and I was like, "Well, I think you're good." And she goes, "That wasn't me." And I was like, "You have a cast on, and you sent me your outfit before you went out." That would be crazy if it wasn't you.
Was it a clear picture or was it all shaky?
You make a great point.
Yeah. I'd imagine you're one of the worst photographers in the history of human civilization. What else? Lewis?
We should have him go fight the Ukrainians in Russia.
You never know when I'm going to throw one. You know, it's kind of.
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
Yeah, you're gonna miss.
Yeah, absolutely. So what else do you do?
I just stand up comedy.
That's what you do for a living?
It is, yeah.
Okay. How long you been doing it?
Today is actually my 9-year anniversary. Today is my 9 years today.
Where have you been doing it at for 9 years?
The first 4 were in Iowa. My first open mic was in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and then Chicago for like 4 years, and here for the last year.
Okay. When you were in Chicago, did you ever visit the Bean?
Tony, how could I not know about the Bean?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It haunts you.
It's unbelievable. I know.
Tony, it's a phenomenal landmark, dude. Huge fan of the Bean.
Okie dokie. All right there, shaky hands, Jenkins. Let's just keep this interview going. What did you do for work before being able to depend completely on stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I did.
You made martinis at a bar or something like that? Spoiler alert, not stirred.
No, I briefly did digital marketing. I did digital marketing.
You did that on a keyboard with a computer? Just XR, T, 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 L, 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 L. Fuck. This job fucking sucks.
Dude, I have to. I use voice to text people. It fucking sucks. I can't swear. It's just 4. It's like I'd be like, "Fuck," and it's just 4 star.
Yeah.
I just swear like a 3rd grader on the phone. It's bad.
Right. Are you fucking serious? Red band. Okay. Okay.
Is your favorite band the Alabama Shakes?
No, Shaky Grapes.
There you go. All right.
Have you considered being a hands in the pocket comedian?
No.
Well, what would he have to possibly talk about if he did that?
I've got more. I could talk about other stuff.
No, I know. I'm just kidding around. I'm kidding around. How about hobbies? What do you do when you're not doing stand-up?
I'm a wicked good sprinter.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I'll race anyone. My 40-meter dash is like unparalleled.
What is it?
Whatever you want it to be.
No, I don't think that's how it works.
I think I ran a 4.3.
Oh, really?
No, that's a lie. If I ran a 4.3, I'd be in the NFL right now. I would not be doing this.
That's a weird thing to lie about. You said you're really great at something.
I'm a good sprinter. I've never timed my 40.
It's hilarious that you think you can just be fast and be in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah. You're the super fast kicker that can't kick. But it is a good thing to have when you're being chased by homeless people in Austin, Texas. So Matt, other than sprinting, do you have any other hobbies or anything else that you do other than stand-up comedy?
I collect football cards. I'm a huge Iowa State sports fan. There's not a lot of us, and I collect Hakeem Butler rookie cards. He's my favorite player in the league, and he's not in the league. He got drafted but never played, so I collect all of his rookie cards because they don't cost anything. He's the only guy I can afford, so I'm his biggest fan.
All right, Matt. Red Band, does silencing your phone work? What do you mean by that?
Like if he silences his phone, does he feel it?
If I put it on vibrate, it just balances out.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's a reach. Don't know why I checked in with you there. Jesus. Okay, Matt. I feel like there's probably something more interesting about your life. What are you have any siblings that have this shaky disorder? Your family? Is it genetic? What do doctors actually say to you? Have you gotten it checked out?
Yeah, I've gotten MRIs, I've had medication for it. Doesn't really work. I mean, it kind of.
What kind of medication did they give you?
It's propranolol. I don't know. That's the stuff. It doesn't really do anything though. It just kind of makes me tired. It's like a beta blocker, so it just makes me not feel happy. Yeah, it's kind of a downer, isn't it?
Yeah. Alcohol help? That's Red Band's answer to everything. Does alcohol help?
I wish, dude. It does not. I drink a lot. It might actually be a contributing factor.
That makes sense. Yeah, you might just really need a drink.
Do you have one? I'd love one.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to go buy one after this. Matt, I like your style. You're getting a big joke book.
Thank you, man. I
if you
appreciate
catch it, that is. The moment of truth. Wow, amazing. Matt Banwart, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. First shaky hands comedian that wasn't made a golden ticket winner in the history of the show. All right, your next bucket full goes by the name of Jeffrey Lee, everyone. 60 seconds, uninterrupted. Make some noise for Jeffrey Lee, everyone.
Yeah, I'm doing van life, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going pretty good. But one downside is sometimes you get woken up by the police, and that's unfortunate, you know. And it went kind of like this: knock, knock. Who's there? It's the police. It's the police too. What are you, homeless? That wakes me up. Well, you had to knock, didn't you? That's my one defense of not being homeless, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a high-functioning homeless. Got a gym membership. I mean, what do you want from me, people? All right.
Okay, Jeffrey Lee, homeless with a gym membership, living in a van. That's pretty much everybody's interview.
Oh,
not usually their minute. You just stated a bunch of obvious facts that we already knew. Have you been on this show before?
Yeah, one time.
Yeah, I remember you.
No, dude.
Oh, D's leaving. He's
I'm
seen
sorry,
enough.
Dude, you made D leave.
Yeah. Okay. So, Joe List, what do you think about this guy?
Well, you ended your set with "What do you want from me?" and I think I speak for everyone when I say a punchline.
Yeah, you're really. Have you been doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, I'm actually a little rusty. I've only been hitting a couple mics here and there sparingly. I started a new job, but
what's the new job?
I'm doing a door guy thing, so I'm just making an investment.
What's door guy? Where are you a door guy?
On 6th Street here.
Yeah.
It's a bar.
Okay.
I'm just letting people.
Right.
with all of that charisma.
Yeah, sorry.
You're a
trying to
bouncer?
spunk up, huh?
You're a bouncer?
I don't really have to do that part. I work day shift on purpose.
You work day shift at a bar on purpose, and you still aren't doing stand-up at night.
I'm doing a little bit, but not
You're
That's-
definitely not doing it now.
Yeah.
Is this like a heaven-themed bar where they have like a Jesus guy out front? It's like, come in, my child. Homeless Jesus says you may enter.
No, it's just a regular old.
All right. Most interesting thing that has happened to you living this life of bars during the day, Jeffrey Lee? You must have seen something crazy or interesting or funny, perhaps, at all, live on a comedy show.
I'm sorry, dude. It's just it's very mundane. It's just the same homeless people over and over again, and that gets a little depressing. To be honest. I wish I weren't brought up working. Having a job sucks.
You're really bumming me out, dude.
I know. I'm so sorry.
I mean, Jesus Christ, I have to say it.
Yeah. You ever get a girl back to your van?
In Austin? No.
Where were you before Austin?
Well, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin a little bit, which...
Were things going better for you there?
I got a warrant there.
Now we're talking.
We would guess a guy looked like that being persecuted. Unbelievable.
It's just for some cannabis.
No, we know. We know. You're stating a lot of obvious things.
You had a warrant for a burning bush?
All right. Well, Jeffrey, here's a little joke book, dude. Wait, you probably got one last time, right?
I got a big joke book.
No. Fuck did that happen?
I mean, I could be pretty funny.
What was the joke that you did last time you were on? Do it again. Just do it with confidence. Look out there to the crowd and do it. For the love of God, Jeffrey, fucking do something. You've done nothing. It's been 4 minutes and 45 seconds of, wow, this guy looks like fucking Jesus a little bit. Just fucking do it, Jeffrey. For the love of goddamn God. Your father. For the love of your father.
Well, folks, to get a little personal, I suffer from extreme envy. European depiction.
Is that it? Are you waiting? Are you like pausing? Are you thinking? Are you writing it right now? What is happening? What did you do before this?
You see, you gotta give him a little time, son.
Oh, didn't mean to break up your brilliant comedic pacing. I'm watching people put guns in their mouths in the crowd. Little did we know the punchline is right around the corner. How silly of me to think that you ran out of gas there.
I was pulling something out.
Here we go. Are you still at it?
Show. No.
Okay, there he goes, everybody. Jeffrey Lee. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Here, put that mic stand back on the X there. Thank you. There he goes. Jeffrey Lee. There he goes. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty.
He did a big joke book.
Oh, I have no idea. I must have been in a hell of a good mood that night. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Guys, it's a new year, and I need to hire a few new roles. I need a new producer, sound editor, sales director, and co-host. And if you need to hire for your business and want an easier way to find qualified candidates, head to ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Redbean.
Tony, I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site out there. Did you know ZipRecruiter is the hiring site employers prefer most based on G2? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent so you don't waste time or money.
Wow, you did that so good. You know what? I'm not going to hire a new co-host now. Here's to a new year of hiring made easier with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address and try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. All right, your next bucket pull has been on the show numerous times before. This is the return of Ali Musa, everybody. Ali Musa is back.
Oh, yeah. So I love downtown Austin, you guys. It's amazing. I see the most wild shit. Like the other week, I saw a homeless boy band, you guys. I'm serious. You know, it was a group of homeless dudes all singing a song together like a boy band, like really fucking well. So I walked up to him and I was like, holy shit, it's the Fentanyl 5. Kick ass. Then one of them corrected me. He was like, actually, we're the Crack Street Boys. I was like, fair enough. We started heating up a spoon to exactly 98 degrees. I was like, what the fuck? Then I got flashed by the same homeless lady 3 times in the same night. At first it was funny, but by the 3rd time I was pissed off because we locked eyes and she just starts laughing at me. She kind of sounded like Beavis. She's like, yeah, I've got him again. Something about her laugh just triggered me, so I saw a cop and I waved him over and I was like, excuse me, officer, you see that lady right there? She won't stop flashing me. And I swear to God, you guys, he just looks at me and goes, yeah, that's Denise. And then he walked away. All right, thank you.
Ali Musa, solid set. Laughs the whole way through. Almost made us completely forget about Jeffrey Lee, who was just up here minutes ago. It's incredible. We went from Jesus to the devil that fast.
Yeah.
Here he is, everybody.
100%.
The Dark Lord Lucifer has arrived. Yep. Speaking of darkness, D Madness
There we
is
go.
back. All right, on cue. You are what you see. Pure darkness. The great D Madness. Ali, that was a great set for you, especially for what we've seen before, I feel like, right? Feel like that was your best set?
Yeah, it was one of the best sets. It's like my 6th time on
You've been working hard?
Yeah, I get up almost every night.
You look like it.
Yeah.
You look like you're exhausted.
Yeah.
You're a very funny looking guy. You're aware of
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Incredible. How's life been going?
It's been good, interesting. You know, just trying to work my way up the ranks of Austin comedy is definitely
Tell
not
us what
boring.
tell us what that's like. Give us an example for the people watching at home.
I mean, you know,
How many years you been doing it?
13 years.
And how many years here in Austin?
3 years.
Right. So go ahead.
I mean, there's stage time everywhere. You can go to any open mic. You know, I've done the Mothership mic numerous times. You know, Sunset Strip I do all the time. Red Band's Club is amazing. I do that Punchline at the Pole show all the time. I probably get on stage 8 to 12 times a week. Travel back to Arizona, headline some bars, and here we are.
And that's where you're from, Arizona.
I'm from Arizona, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And your ethnicity. Remind us again exactly what you have to have running through your veins to have a face like that.
Yeah. Libyan.
Ah.
Yeah.
Libyan.
Cue the Gaddafi jokes, the Back to the Future terrorists, all that good shit.
We've already done all that.
Yeah.
This is your 6th time on the
Yes.
show. So what's changed in your life recently, Ali? Anything different since the last time you were on?
No, I'm boring as shit. I do stand up every single day, just trying to make it in this business. That's about it, you know. I know you wish I had some wild story, but
What time do you wake up?
like 10 or 11.
And what do you do when you first wake up?
I do Uber Eats delivery.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's all I do is stand up and Uber Eats and barely get by.
Yeah. But you love it.
I do love it, yeah.
You're very happy.
I don't know about that. But let's take it easy there.
Lewis?
I feel like the issue today is that everyone here is so unlikable. Their families didn't want them home for the holidays. That's what's happening. So everyone back there is just some fucking boring fucking asshole. We're like, all right, another person we don't want to spend time with.
Yeah.
I feel like your family doesn't celebrate Christmas, though. More like 9/11. Am I correct?
100%. Well, I'm actually half white, so I was raised Muslim because of my father. So we would secretly celebrate Christmas.
How would you do it in secret?
Like my dad would like hide the Christmas tree when the Muslim family would come over.
They can only sing Silent Night.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So it was interesting.
Okay. What's your love life like, Adam Lisa?
I was seeing a girl for a while, but she lived all the way in Big Spring, so it was too far of a commute to do it all the time. I met her at a comedy show. I headlined a Mexican restaurant where I bombed, and she was the only person enjoying it in the crowd, so we connected that way, and then here we are.
So tell us about that night. You bomb in a Mexican restaurant.
Yes.
She's laughing the whole time. How do you
Yes.
get to say hello to her? Do you go right up to her and go, Jesus, thank you for laughing?
Yeah, well, I was like doing the crowd work shit, just talking to her the whole time, like, fuck everyone else, it's just me and you here, and then we exchanged numbers, started talking, started hanging out. She's come to Austin a few times. We've gone
No
out.
wonder you did a date
Yeah.
on stage.
Yeah.
Incredible.
100%. I said, fuck the show. Let's do this.
What's your living situation being an Uber Eats delivery driver?
I'm proud to say I actually live by myself, which is shocking for comedians.
Yeah.
They all have 17 roommates. I live in a real fucked up apartment complex. We talked about that before.
Yeah.
Where I've almost been shot by the police there. It's almost burnt down twice.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
All right. Well, Ali, you've been on the show numerous
You know what?
times
I'd love
before.
to have you back at the Secret Show.
Oh,
this
hell
Thursday.
yeah.
There you go. Much
Thank
like
you.
Christmas, you're
Appreciate
on a
you.
secret show. There goes Ali Musa, everybody. Let's get some new names out here. Let's see what happens here. Maybe, I don't know if this is new or not. Make some noise, a minute uninterrupted for Anthony Walton, everybody. Anthony Walton. We've seen Anthony Walton.
Howdy. I don't have any kids, so to make sure that happens, I like to practice extra safe sex. That's when I pull out and come in a dude. That was just a joke. To any gays in the audience, sorry for the stolen valor. My parents had me at an old age where the doctor told my mom that she should get an abortion because I was going to come out blind, deaf, and retarded. His words. Instead, I came out half blind, half deaf, and I'm pretty sure I'm autistic. I can't afford the test, so I'm taking everyone else's word for it. Oh, yeah. I got called out recently by my cousin. He was like, man, you cry harder over celebrity deaths than you do for grandma. And I was like, well, did grandma put out 7 platinum albums? I don't think so. Grandma just called me gay.
Anthony Walton. Been on this show before. It seemed like a good set for you.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was great.
Yeah. How long you been on stand-up?
7 years. And thanks to you, man.
Why thanks to me?
You're the first headliner I saw at like 2019 at Dallas Hyenas.
Yep.
And he gave me like the best advice when I asked, like, I wanted to start stand-up comedy, and you're just like, just go out and do a mic. Just go do it. And that's the advice I give like everyone else who does it.
Wow.
So
Look at you.
it's been fucking chill.
One of the funniest Mexican chipmunks I've ever seen. Joe List.
Well, now I'm mad at Tony from getting this guy into stand-up.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
just
it's-
kidding.
It's what I do.
Right.
It happens. It happens. I tell everybody the same thing. Go do it. It's pretty easy. The fact that open mics are free is a unbelievable blessing that no other industry has. Louis J. Gomez.
Like he said, go do an open mic. That's not like good advice. That's just like get out of my face.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like,
It's like
go
if
do
you're-
an open mic right now.
Yeah.
Right
You're
this
annoying me. Stop talking to me.
Yeah.
Nah, you smoked me and my friends out, and that was like cool.
I did. I was so nice in 2019. You remember those days? I was like a real human being. Okay. That's fun. Oh yeah, near the staircase there at the Hyenas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that.
I know what you're talking about. I used to do that. There's really nowhere else to go. They don't have an actual green room at the Hyenas, or else
Well,
you
Nate
never
built
would have
one.
met me.
Yeah.
One of the only comedy clubs in the country without a green room. They have one now, I was informed. I don't know. They built one. But yeah, the owner told me when I was at a theater in Dallas a few months ago.
Tony, did you just have a stroke? What was that?
No, I blanked out. I forgot Randy's name. Randy is the owner of the Hyenas in Dallas. So do you still live in Dallas, or you live
Nah,
here?
I moved down here in May.
What do you love about Austin, Texas?
The fucking comedy scene, man. It's
Yeah.
fucking beautiful. Love
Yeah.
it.
What's something crazy that's happened to you here in Austin? Wild town. It's very alive.
Doing this, doing the open mic in the small room, but like The homeless are pretty crazy out here too. That's just at a lady.
Seems to be a theme here tonight where I'm asking people what's crazy about their lives. They go, just doing comedy. And there's homeless people.
Well, she like a lady
It's like,
pops
is there
up.
anything else other than tonight? Like what you saw outside, homeless and comedy inside?
Nah, some lady taking a shit in the street. But I guess
Oh, okay.
that's normal.
So pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
All right. Anthony. What do you do for fun?
Oh man, I love going to like concerts, like wrestling shows.
Okay. You've
Like
done that
entertainment.
recently here?
Yeah, there was like a metal show I went called like Animals as Leaders. So, like,
Oh,
yeah,
Michael,
some
you know
drummer,
about
yeah.
animals as Big Mike knows about animals as leaders. Big Mike as of last week is his new name. All right. You ever do any music yourself?
Oh man, I tried to like I played decent guitar and I tried to do like metal vocals. Like I wanted to be a vocalist.
You do? Well, great. Let's play some metal music. Let's hear some vocals. Anthony Walton. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Live from the Comedy Mothership, Texas, Kill Building.
All right. I swear to God, if this show doesn't pick up, I'm going to bring Ike Gazarian back here. We're going to read Yelp reviews for the rest of the fucking night. There he goes. Did you get a big joke book before? Never before? There you go, buddy. Congratulations. There he goes. Anthony Walton. I'm barely kidding, by the way. I swear to God, 2 more bad comedians in a row. Go track down Ike Gazarian. Have him on deck. Your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Davy Jackson.
What's up, y'all? It's good to be here looking like a disgraced youth pastor. I'm happy to be here. I just got back from Atlanta, y'all. Weird place, a lot of black people. Yeah, I did find out that all the black men in Atlanta are gay, which was weird. Yeah, but also all the white people are on drugs in Atlanta. So it's like this weird racist Freaky Friday. Like, what the fuck did Tyler Perry do to
How
that
are you?
town is what I want to know.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Light?
Sorry, what did you say?
How did you find out about me, if I may ask?
That was a Discord person with your name in it in Socialize.
Absolutely,
I was on the first server, public one.
Absolutely.
And I just noticed it. I noticed John's channel. I was like, oh, Rabbi Rothschild sounds like someone who is affiliated and or knows something about Rothschild family as a whole. Seems like an interesting person to know. So I was like, join the server.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Absolutely. Tell me anything about yourself.
Excellent.
So talk in any way, shape, or form. Friends online, I'm low key, incredibly around me. I don't know about you.
Okay, well, you found the right place. I'm always here. I'm live 24/7, 365. I've been live streaming.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I live stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. This stream goes back to the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Oh, yeah, you found a new friend. I heard it in your voice. You're lonely.
I'm amazed that you're here alone. Like, I'm like, wait a minute, what? How are you here alone if you're live streaming 24/7, 365? That's insane to me.
Well,
Fair enough. I mean, maybe people aren't picked up on you quick enough here. I don't know.
I just had somebody who left, but you're absolutely right. I have people who come in all the time.
That's brilliant. Good to hear. Good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. Good.
Absolutely. I'm the most archived person in global history. So what does that mean? I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. You're live on 10 different YouTube streams right now. I'm live on 10 different Twitches, 10 different Rumbles. I'm live on YouTube, obviously, DLive, Trovo, Billy, a whole bunch of you now. You probably have heard some of these. But I document my life for the good of society because I don't want war anymore. And additionally, we talk about some things that are really interesting that a lot of people don't know. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, platinum, everything.
Yeah, because in theory, if you can monetize your data usage shared across a certain platform, it would allow you to, like, if you could be rewarded for the amount of data you put into a system, that'd be lit.
Oh,
So imagine
absolutely.
that'd be cool.
Absolutely, and that's the plan. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed. In addition to world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, vertical farming, hydroponics, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, and cloud seeding. These are all technologies that we could be utilizing that we're currently not, that I feel are important to the betterment of mankind. Additionally,
Yeah, it seems pretty clear on paper. That should be a good idea in general, because the more you can control technology to control agriculture as a whole, then the more that you're able to, like, influence it in the best way possible for the human populace to stay alive and multiply and get bigger and stay sustainable, kind of thing.
you're 100% right, right? Additionally,
Yeah, makes sense.
I want to help end world thirst through the use of digging wells in Africa. I'm actually part of a project that has already successfully done that in Nigeria. Additionally, through smart straws or life straws that allow you to drink contaminated water straight from the ground. And then most importantly, I feel, is desalinization plants. So basically taking Earth's salt water, pumping it on land and making it potable or drinkable for the average person. I feel as if global thirst should never.
Like massive filtration technology. Sorry for interjecting.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is.
When you said that.
Yeah, so desalination plants, they already exist. Essentially, they allow you to take seawater and make it drinkable on land. It removes the salt water and then provides people with basically unlimited amounts of water drinkability. And then that can also be used for crops. So all of these are really, I think, great ideas. Now, we talk about some other big things. I'm an idea person. I know that the world is filled with problems and I have solutions. And so, what else is there? We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about dark energy, dark matter. We talk about different types of energy like nuclear power, fission power, where you take an atom and break it apart. Fusion power, where you slam two.
Fusion matter, where you fuse them together to create more energy than the original. And so splitting, because multiplying always increases more energy than splitting does. Yeah,
100% light. Additionally, some things that I think are very important in terms of energy that aren't being utilized are is tidal power. So what do I mean? I mean that in order to make energy, all you have to do is turn a turbine. And I think it's important that if we just put turbines in the ocean along the coast, do you know how much power that we could generate for free? And it's currently not being done. Additionally, I think it's very important geothermal, where you stick a pipe in the ground and use Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine, is an important aspect of energy independence. Additionally, in all of those are great, but I really think nuclear is the key to us transitioning from a sub one civilization on the Kardashev scale, basically.
Yeah, the Kardashev scale. Yeah.
Exactly. And then moving towards the second and then eventually level 3 of that. And additionally, we talk about things like alien disclosure. What's going on with these drones is really important, but it goes back to really antiquity, and that the odds are that Earth potentially could have just been seeded here, and that we are all just we're like a human zoo, or we're like a zoo of another civilization that could perhaps have us for experiments, or could have had some type of reasoning that is outside our understanding why we're here, and we're just developing it with that.
More likely than the latter. I think more than likely than the latter in those two situations, because I don't think it would just be a random experiment that they just randomly put on a planet of this scale, unless it was pure fluke accident that happened in the first place, which it would be hilarious if it was. But if it was that way, I kind of understand on the former of those two why it would be that way. But secondly, the latter seems more realistic to the public's eye to understand. So it'd probably better to go with the cover of the latter than go with the former initially, even if it is the truth. If that makes sense.
I'm in agreement with you. If you would just hold on one moment for me, I just have to send a message to someone.
Yeah, fine, no worries. Remember that baby couldn't get done.
Absolutely.
That's what I look at it. No rum. I need some rum really bad. I cannot wait to buy it on the 13th of this month. That's really ran out of rum recently. I was like, where's all that rum called? Captain Jack Sparrow was free. But yeah, I'm glad to see the audience. If there is an audience, I don't even know what's going on over here. I'm just chilling.
Absolutely. That's all you should be doing.
Hope you're all doing well, audience, and welcome to the show where we speak facts and try to do our best for humanity. Let's get it. Ooh-ah. Ooh-ah.
Absolutely. Please do, and I'll be done in 35 seconds. I'll be done.
I mean, I'll only be in my room, so I won't be distracted.
You're good. You're good. All right. You are. Thank you for allowing me to complete that conversation. All right. So other things that we talk about that are really important, and we can branch off on all of these, are things like de-extinction. So I don't know if you're familiar with what de-extinction is, but it's essentially somewhat like Jurassic Park, but basically there are species that went extinct not too long ago, within the last 10,000 years, and we have the ability to use their DNA and bring them back to life. If you didn't know, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France.
Yes, I did hear about this. Yes,
Excellent. Excellent. Fast
I
forward.
had a few of them across the line, but I didn't keep up with the project entirely just because it wasn't my biggest massive interest. I try to keep an eclectic interest in all things if I can, but it's hard to keep track of everything because I love video games too much sometimes. But yeah.
I understand. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. Essentially, they have made it their goal within the next 3 years, so by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using hybrid.
That should be too hard,
with an African elephant, a female African elephant, which is a really exciting premise. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, the next project on their website is to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger into the wild, and then perhaps the dodo bird. So within the next half decade or so, Light, you and I and the rest of the world may be able to see some really exciting biological advancements. In addition to de-extinction, something that about which I'm passionate is life extension technology. So when you were born, Light, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to get that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as stem cells and steroids, perhaps nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics.
I believe the best methodology forward for that is to invest heavily in CRISPR engagement technology to remove the polymer caps on our DNA, which would incursively cause us potential radically side effects. But the only way to know is to have a patient zero who do it for the first time on a human experiment, which I would happily volunteer for, quite frankly. You remove the polymer caps on my DNA, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get normal, is the way I look at it, on that kind of thing. Because the caps on the DNA currently, which were placed there thousands of years ago, as far as we know, like as far as I can tell anyway, I don't know scientifically what the number is on the amount of years it took for those things to take place in the first place, and what alien advancement or alien intervention may have taken place at that time to cause us to collapse as a completely potential intergalactic society. Because there's evidence of structures upon various planets that I've seen various leaks of across my lifetime, across various places, across various sources, which ultimately conclude to me that the manifestation of the reality that I wish to have would be one where aliens do exist, and that the reason why they destroyed us potentially in the first place was potentially of our own initial rebellion against whatever God may be, maybe that'd be the center of the universe, or the intergalactic notion of everything all being coexisted as one and not having to have one piece, and potentially we were the last ones made in that cycle of all of reality, and we're just the last ones to enter the Matrix, or we might not be the last to enter the Matrix, who knows?
All of that very well could be. So you talked about some important topics there, immortality. We'll get into that.
Sure.
So,
Absolutely.
but really, with the utilization of some of these life extension technologies, we may be able to extend average human life expectancy far greater than it currently is. But eventually your body's going to break down, Light, and you may say, Rabbi, I don't know what to do. I mean, it sounds like you know some things what to do, but that's where the next type of technology comes into play, and that's mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer, we scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, almost like a save point in a video game, and upload you to a database for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm basically saying to you, Light, is that you have an opportunity at digital immortality, and that's very exciting.
Pretty awesome, yeah. The only thing I would say is I need absolute free will control as to when and where I wish to be placed within the timeline of reality, because I would be praying to the initial God of all creation, whichever one it may be, which is up for question and debate at all times as to who it may be in the beginning of all things. I must believe in the Abrahamic God, which is from Judaism, like him himself, Yahweh, or whatever you want to call him. I don't know what the word is in Judaism, Judaic principle language, but I'm trying my best to understand it. I'm trying my best to go by the kinds of God in the best way I can to see what is the best way forward, you know?
Like we all are. That's something that we all do.
I think so. We're all trying to.
Exactly, 100%. Some other topics that we discussed that are really interesting. I don't know if you're familiar with Neuralink. So this is
to some extent, yes. Very early on, I was into that. I have not wanted to since.
Excellent.
I'd like to stay in this channel, potentially forever in this channel, because this channel seems really cool.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what I do 24/7. These are the topics that we have. We get random people come in here. These are the discussions that we have. So Neuralink is a brain-computer interface. The first successful implementation of it is with a man named Nolan Aspro. He is a quadriplegic person, but just like you were saying, hey, I would want to be the example, perhaps for this DNA technology. He wanted to be the guinea pig for. Welcome, Zoot. Zoot's my friend from Australia. Zoot, we have Light here. Light's a new friend who we made from one of our other Discords. How are you, Zoot?
You want to play?
Not right now. I'm having a conversation with Light, but perhaps a little bit later.
All right. What's up? Who's this guy?
He's a friend of mine. He's a new friend. Light just
I
joined
have a
us.
friend of Rabbi Rothschild. He seems really kind, really nice, and really, really well intentioned for the entirety of the earth, quite frankly.
That's 100%
It
right.
seems really good that he's doing the research and knowledge-based data shit that he's going into. Like, because that's a clear projection. I'm presuming he's streaming right now.
Oh yeah, definitely on,
No,
10,
he's streaming right
on 10 different streams.
I'm not streaming.
No.
I'm not streaming. I'm streaming. I do stream sometimes if I really want to, but it's like only when necessary. And
What's up, platform?
sometimes Twitch, but very rarely. It's very rare. Like I did Twitch for a specific experiment to see how to stream. I never really stream for myself. I make music a lot though. I make a lot of music.
What kind of
Music's
music?
my number one go-to in my whole life.
What kind of music?
What type of music, man?
Let me show you. I
Please
make
do.
a lot of things. I make a lot of different things. Example, my most recent one that has become popular to some extent, which was a little bit popular, but I've never made it popular myself because I don't advertise these things clearly anywhere. Really, I just try to keep it there for people to discover. I just feel like it's the best way forward for life. And this is my Spotify page. I make a lot of songs, usually about my ex-girlfriend a lot of the time, because I miss her a lot all the time. And I think love is bound by the boundaries of time, and I believe that if God wills her to come back to me, then she will, whenever that time may be. However, this is one of the songs, Translucent Memories. This is just instrumental. Feel free to enjoy. I'm streaming it on the chat.
I'm gonna make a prediction. But we'll be dead. We'll be dead when this happens. 500 years from now, there'll be a subgenre of music of just undiscovered music from the 2000s. From this century, there'll be a subgenre of undiscovered music that people pick up that will become popular. Like people will find subgenres of undiscovered music, and that will be a genre of
Welcome to
music.
you with Rabbi Rothschild's safe, completely family-inclusive program. We now have family immortality technology coming into play, which will eventually come into play in our lifetime, which means we won't have to die out of time. It means we can experience it for ourselves and take in all the beautiful things that I've been told.
But 500 years from now, everyone will be listening to music. People will be listening. There'll be people that want to discover music that was undiscovered in 2000. Those songs will get popular.
I mean, probably why not? I mean, hell yeah. I mean, yeah, it'd be great. If my music gets discovered in the future, they want to bring me back so bad that I'm that popular, that would be lit. And then I get brought back as like this pop star that they managed to recreate with the flesh. Lit. Let's get it. That's a good way to be. You know? Anyway, here's a song anyway that I made. I'll show you a different one. I'll show you where I sing. So I do sing. I do like to sing. This is all tuned heavily to something heavily. It's 30% of the scale, of the tune scale. But it's decent. I genuinely think it's decent. I just want to make myself a pop star stroke or rock star stroke. Music star in general, I don't want to be bound to one genre because that sounds really cool. But music star in general sounds kind of fun. Here you go. Music star.
I'm listening.
Yeah.
No. Don't hear anything.
Give him some time. He'll get it.
You don't hear it on the stream itself, on the Discord stream for Spotify?
No, I don't hear it.
Hold on. Click the watch stream.
I've got it muted.
Click the watch stream. Zoom.
On the screen you said? This one? Sure.
I've got it muted.
Can you see the widescreen of this?
No, I've got it muted.
I'll get it unmuted then.
Unmute.
Right click, unmute. I'll show you this guy about that now because I'm actually going to get to it Yeah, so like when you have that stream, the three dot options, it should be like, you right click it, it should tell you, there should also be a volume side with a speaker section where icon. Has an icon as well, right?
I'm on first play.
Brilliant, let's go.
Does it play?
It's playing.
Well, I didn't play for me. Oh, there we go. And Diana?
Worth a little calling, yeah, I've been buying, yeah, I got all that stuff. Been around me, give it that clown shot. I listen.
Hey, Robot,
Yes, sir.
can you write this down in your calendar?
It depends what it is. What is it?
So 25th of January, there is an event called Triple J or Top 100 in Australia, which is a big event in Australia where it's the number one government radio station where everyone votes on the top 100 song for the year. And then they have parties in Australia for the top 100 because the Triple J won top 100.
Okay.
Yeah, you should, the 2025. So they're going to play the top 100 songs. What the people who voted the top 100 songs in Australia.
Okay.
You can vote yourself on the Triple J website if you go there. You can vote for your 10 favorite songs of 2024, 2025. And then, yeah, it's a big event. So it's on the 25th, which will be the 24th of January for you.
Okay. I will make
So
a
that's
note
something
of
you'd be
it.
interested in.
Yeah, I mean, anything you're interested in, my friend, I'm interested in. So if this is something that's cool to you, it's cool to me.
It's the biggest event in Australia, like yearly, like outside sporting event. Outside, it's the
What's
biggest.
the event called again? Just like another name of it. So I might have been uploading my submission to it.
Triple J Top 100.
Triple J Top 100. Thank you. I will look at it immediately. Does it require money in order to be able to take a pop? Because I don't have money. I'm very low on money.
A pop listing.
A popular song? Does it have to be popular as in like already popular? Or can you just upload it and see if it want it to be popular?
It's already popular. So it's like some like it's gonna be like Sabrina Carpenter, the rest of them.
My songs are not already popular. I need to get popularity within my songs because my songs have zero following currently. And I don't bring these cause of content reasons. I use one because of understanding reasons of where I'm coming from with a notion of
The top one song is probably going to be Good Luck Babe by Chappelle.
The top one song is going to be To the Sky by Christopher Walken, quite frankly. So I look at it. I think
It's gonna be Chappelle, whatever his name is. I don't remember the top of my head. Then Sabrina Carpenter, then Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar and Sabrina Carpenter are gonna be.
It's called Triple J what? Triple J
Top 100.
Top 100. Contest submission. How to vote Hollis. Oh, you have to vote. Oh, it's a vote system. That was a submission then. It's like my council system. My bad. This is my music I like to play a lot. I'll play it in my audience. I've left So I don't mean to be self-absorbed in that respect, but I like my own music a lot.
Light, do you have a phone?
I do, yes.
If you'd like to play a game with Zoot and me, you can download an app called Plato, Plato, like the philosopher, and we can listen to your music while we play if you want. And we like to play mini golf, if you know what like miniature golf is.
I'll put mini golf on the Discord app. That's okay. I wouldn't want to play on the phone that one.
Okay, well that's the one we play with.
Yeah, okay. It's just because the control system is easier to use for me on the PC than it is on the phone. And in theory, you could use Plato's game mechanics whilst using the crazy golf mechanics on the PC at the same time.
If you want to do that, you can. You don't have to use your phone. If
you don't have to use your phone. Good.
Hold on. If you can get it to work, if you have like an emulator or BlueStacks or something.
Yeah, I can get one of them. I can get BlueStacks or something like that. I could get something which would be cool for that.
Yeah.
That's probably the way I'd prefer to do it.
Excellent. Okay.
So it's called Plato Fun Multiplayer Games. Is that the name of the app?
100%. Yeah, and it's available on BlueStacks.
Right. I'll grab the Plato one on my phone, and then I'll have the other one on my PC.
That's
when
amazing.
I come in, I can use both potentially simultaneous.
That's amazing. You'll probably be better than all of us combined with that strategy.
Be better at what? Sorry.
You'll probably be better than all of us combined. We get a group of people who play this game every night, till very late in the morning.
That's every night. That sounds good. That's really good for me because I'm lonely and this is like insanely good.
Yeah, just about every night. Actually, we play a few times a day. So if you're bored, we're always playing this. And then
I don't know the rules to all of the games that are currently on this app that I'm looking at, but
that's okay.
I can happily try.
Yeah, it's super easy. If you've ever played miniature golf, it's the same rule. And we'll keep.
I'm not miniature golf for all the other games I play, essentially.
What other games do we play? Are you asking?
No, we do. I was asking what other games do you play? Have you played Marvel Rivals? Marvel Rivals is very fun.
Yeah.
Quite good inclusive support role system, which I really love in the way that it's been designed. Because if you ever have a 6-man squad of people that want to do that game correctly, you could go on a win streak nearly to 100x if you really did it right. Like if you really have people who are dedicated to doing that properly, you can make a pro team so easily. That game is begging for a pro team. I wish I could be the head of a pro team in that game, but partially for the fact that I know that as a warlock, I could, as long as I work on my accuracy, which is fine, I can work on that over time. It just takes time to practice. Like, as soon as I work on that, I can potentially become a professional level player in that game. I have no idea if I ever will become a professional level player at that game. Purely for the fact that I have so many things competing for my time at the moment in my brain, partially because of my brain conditions I've got. I've got schizophrenia, depression, ADHD, and autism. So it's like a lot of issues which keep going into my mind, which I keep trying to get away from, which never seem to fully escape that.
Okay, well,
That makes sense.
we're here to be good influences on you.
Forgive me if I'm not always that. I'm glad you're here to influence it because it helps a lot.
Yep, we're here to be positive influence on you
Yes,
in the best way possible. So, let me know when you have downloaded Plato on any one of your devices.
So I downloaded my phone.
Excellent. Okay, let me know when you have an account.
I sure already have an account. It's given me one already that I already had.
Wow, you've used the app before?
Must have used it at some point before, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, send me a friend request. My username is at the Rabbi, TheRabbi.
But you also go to, if I can remember where it is, that'd be useful. Friends, and then add Frank my Plato ID at the Rabbi, you said?
Yep.
I was one eye to Rabbi. I don't know. I thought it was 2 eyes to Rabbi. That's what correct. So I couldn't find anyone that. It shows at the Rabbi, which is like just at the Rabbi with capital. Does it matter if it's capitalized? I wonder.
It's just THERABBI.
I couldn't find anyone with that place or ID instead.
Okay,
So
what?
if this is a different app, I'm wrong. Maybe we don't know the app because it says on here that
That's okay. I'll send you. What is your username?
my username on the app, which is Place of Fun Multiplayer Games, is Bingbad79. It says, I don't know if that's the actual ID name because it doesn't specify it as an add-on or anything.
That's okay. Don't use an @ symbol. I'm just the rabbi. Type in THERABBI. No ats.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said the @ symbol. I misheard.
You're good.
Apologies. Thank you.
Perfect. I got it. I got it. All right. So you're ping bad.
That's me, yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. So I'm gonna send one of our. You're good. I'm gonna send one of our other friends an invite, and
There's messaging systems on this. That's cool.
yeah. All right. So I'm going to send an invitation out. And what you're going to want to do is accept it. So it should be a drop-down notification in just a moment.
Because it came up instantly before, and I clicked off of it by accident after resending it.
No, that's right. I sent it to you.
Oh, yeah, we got it. Yeah, so just dropped it together for me.
Excellent. Okay. Here's some quick tips. You don't want to go in the black, or you have to start all over. On this hole, you're going to see that I'm going to hit the ball off the bottom wall, and that's what you want to do. It's the perfect speed to be able to utilize that little bump of those arrows. And
Oh, yeah, like a little bump. It's like a small bump. What's the percentage bump of curve? Do you know?
50,000. 50,000. Are you guys ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
yeah, let's see it zoom. That's not what you wanted. Let's see if our friend Light has a better result. So if you want,
So you want me to drive off the right and then go to the left?
no, don't do what he just did. What you should do,
I think what he said might work.
I mean,
If he's really lucky at what he does, it's about the accuracy you do that. So
Right.
If it's really here, then I did like
hit it off the bottom. Hit it off the bottom. No, you don't want to do that. I mean, you can, but you're going to go in the black. If you do that, you're going to go in the black.
If it goes like around the arrow of the angle of the rock,
You better hit the ball. You better hit the ball. You're running out of time. There you go.
I mean, you did right. No, you did right. Yeah, you did right. It's the force of it that I used too much.
You're good.
It's not big or something.
Thank you.
I will attempt to be more conservative when I play and safer this time because I do not want to mess up again.
That's all right. And like we're really good at this game. You'll get
What you do if you bounce off the wall, but it's not going to matter if you can get it in. So there you go.
bounce it. Bounce it.
No.
No, you want to bounce it off the bottom. Bounce it off the bottom. Not even going forward. You want to.
Oh, wait, so going this way?
Yep. Keep going. Keep going.
Really
Keep
far
going.
this way?
Yep. Keep going. Keep going. All the way. You better hurry up though.
You gotta show.
Okay, you're gonna have to shoot. Just shoot the ball. You're gonna have to shoot the ball. Shoot it. There you go. Okay, that works. You're good. No need to apologize. This is a unique hole, and we just figured out a trick to it.
It's different what I'm used to. That's fine.
That's okay.
Gotta go this, gotta go this, gotta go this, then bounce off of this to get to the line, to get to the point. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
That's all right. No big deal. We
Yeah,
lose.
yeah, this next shot.
We lose it. We lose holes all the time.
Oh, no, got it? Okay.
No, that's okay.
Oh, just get it says that. Okay, gotcha.
All right. Now this one, you want to knock the trees out, and like my ball went in the water. So if you go in the water, you don't have to start all the way at the beginning necessarily. You, unless it's your tee shot. Also, the pink stuff is like bubble gum. It's hard to get through.
You're actually you have the better. You're an advantage jump. Just go through all the trees in that gap.
No, he can't. No, he can't. No. Just you're hitting it too hard though. You're hitting it too hard. You're gonna go in the water if you do that.
There's a kill so many trees.
He made it. He made life easy for us.
Exactly, that's what it was. Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's
A tie
right.
is the best tie.
Well, the tie counts as a win in this game.
Exactly. So everyone wins if you get a tie. So if we win for time, so everyone wins. Which means you have a better win rate percentage than any other team. No. Yeah.
Well, we should just keep on going on the border and everyone ties.
That's true too.
You do it, then bounce back down. It's like a bounce back down, it's just going to stay slightly there. Okay. Unfortunate.
Oh.
Oh, right. That's shockingly bad.
Oh, you said that, but then yours did it. Interesting. So I'm gonna try and do this like in a way which bounces my ball off of the tree into.
That's not a bad move. That's not a bad move. That might be a little too strong though, but that's okay.
I'm a bit strong on that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually worked out for you.
I'm not to it. I'm not to it. If you do it, I'm going perfectly. You might just get it. No, down. Like right on that.
That might have a shot.
You might just get it. If you don't do it 100%, do like 80% strength, just to see. Have a straight shot at that angle. You might. I'm not allowed. The lower part is fine. I'll have to just like 50% strength, I'm guessing, because like how much effort does it take?
Too hard. Just put the arrow at the hole. Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah, but
There you go. There you go.
It's a
Wow, dude, you got the highest amount of points you can get on the hole. Very good job, Light. All right, now this hole is really difficult, or we think it's difficult. You might not.
Good. I'm going around the left on this one. Left one seems like a better option.
You want to place the ball.
It's too much of a balance consideration. The left one seems like it's got less.
You want to place the ball right in the dead center of the tee, and once you do that, if like I might not be able to do it.
Down the center line, you reckon you could do it down the center line? Maybe,
Yeah. Now the reason why I just didn't have enough time to do it, but yeah, you can do it right down the center and make a hole in one if you're able to. Oh, there. That's a perfect spot. That's the perfect spot. Oh, but you hit the ball. That's okay.
I didn't mean to. I meant to go down the center line.
That's okay.
I was trying to replace the ball. I didn't know is there a button to remove your ball after you placed it on there?
Yeah, you want to just press another spot on the tee, and it will allow you to do that.
That's what I tried to be able to do. Just on the tee.
Yeah, that's what I had to do.
That's fine. I don't think it registers that much of a touch differentiation on the screen. This is fine. Okay, so now I'm going to try we're getting our way out of this.
That could do it, but there's a chance it will go left or right. Almost.
Oh dear. All those are black balls. I didn't realize I was doing the ball. Oops. I thought it was up with it, like, potentially go up,
So you might want to do what
So
Zoot.
he's got two options. He's got a safe option or a non-safe option.
Exactly.
This one, right?
And then we get it, and we have a friend of ours who's really aggressive as well. He will purposefully hit your ball in the black stuff or in the water. It's fun though. It's fun playing like that. So just be careful.
I see that basically ice differentiation as well.
Yeah. So ice is almost like a frictionless surface.
Ice is, you know, like the curvature of the ice will differentiate where the ball goes. So you gotta like try and like do like that. Oh shit! No, that's how I only got a middle line thing going all the way through. But so to get perfect.
Zoot. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting stuff, though.
Absolutely.
I gotta do it again. Okay. So, center bar is fire. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 different crystals in terms of that. So they're like, then just get it up like.
There you go. Fire! You're running out of time.
Oh come on!
That's okay. This is it's a very hard.
The angle is insane. I got the angle perfect.
This is a very hard hole.
But the ice also fucks you over because like the ice is based on the angle of differentiation curve.
That's right.
Oh, the ice kind of messes you up. Actually, I think the ice is a bait. I think you're meant to go in the center circle. They're gonna do it like this because there's more ice. So you go across if you go from the right, and there's if you go from the left.
You know, we've never thought of that, but that's a very good point. We've never thought of that, but that's a very good point that you make. That's an outside the box thought. I really like that thinking.
Well, I'm thinking things are very analytical based small problems. What does it move? What? Good job beating in the hole. At least we didn't know how to. At least we experimented and gained further knowledge from future holes.
That's right.
This one, which has a shit to the ice.
That's right.
Like good ball. It'd be cool if you scored one of them into the hole. We give you like an achievement.
That would be cool. For now, it just goes in the hole. Nothing happens.
So I'm gonna try and place it here and go across.
That's what you want to do.
This angle here.
Yep, but you might be too hard.
Bounce me into the correct.
That
I don't think it is. I don't think shit is. It absolutely is. I think you go up fast. Okay, if I go up fast, I would go for a straight shot. I would go for a straight shot. Yeah, go for a straight shot. Oh, you bounced that good job.
You can get a hold of
I don't think you have a choice to get a hold of him. I made this one until he gets something shot correctly.
He just means getting it in the hole off the tee. You lied one.
So I thought goes to lawyer.
Less percentage. There you go. Yeah. There you go.
That's good.
No, a little more than that.
I get myself to the ice. I get myself perfectly to the ice. Let's see where it takes me when I get to this point here where it just. No. I thought it would go like. I thought the arrows would take the boat to the right, but I guess the ice interacts with the arrows and it introduces the arrow's power. The arrow's power must be reduced when it's on ice.
I know how to do it. Rabbi, you ready for grab a shot?
I am. So
that's my shot explanation. I'm just gonna believe that the ice isn't gonna have much power over me in general.
Too hard.
I'm gonna just try and do this.
Way too hard.
I think it's too high.
Too hard.
I think I'm
Too hard.
Too hard.
Yeah. You.
Oh no, this way too hard. Oh my god. Yeah, well, 100% option. I want the best game of option just to figure out what percentage.
You'll get them. Don't worry. You'll get them. And if we know what percentage, we'll tell it to you.
I think I'm like 50% and just see where it leads me.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna get to the ice.
50% is good.
That okay then?
Whatever 50% is probably good. If anything, you'll just be on the ice then.
We'll try that. I know, it's just going. I was only the initial force versus velocity is hard to calculate.
It is. That's why it's a fun game.
70%, but I was thinking 65 at the end. Oh no.
Even still, you're beating Zoo.
True, but I'm trying to figure it out very quickly on the fly. I'm also drunk, which helps me a lot in these situations. 68%. Well, then just come to the right. What are you drinking? Just some beer.
Oh, great shot, dude. Bravo. Nice job, Light. Nice job, Light. Wow. Light increases his lead over Zoo. Okay, so there's something. Oh, I didn't want to go in the water. That you should know. If you hit the person's, let's say a person hits their ball, and you hit your ball, and it knocks their ball in the water, and your ball is on top of where their ball was, then they have to start back over. Zoot, I'm gonna give you the opportunity, or I'll water bump. We call it a water bump. I'll show you what it looks like. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. It's kind of difficult to do. No, okay, Zoot. If you can, water bump me on your next shot.
Hey, Rabbi, I'm about to be very rich in the next year.
That's what I like to hear, Zoot.
Can't wait to see it. Let's go. Sorry. I'm going to decide to do. I'm glad to make a rough maneuver here. I'm 100% strength. 100% strength. I just get through the lines. Oh no, it didn't work at all.
Zoot, water bump me so he can see what it looks like. Watch what he's gonna do. Watch what he's gonna do. Did you see his ball replace mine, and then mine has to go all the way to the beginning?
Yeah, I see. It's like the bump system. Okay, got you. I didn't mean to bump you at all, to be honest.
No, you're fine. You're fine. The fact that you bumped me was no big deal.
If Trump,
let's go play stronger on this one.
If Trump does what he says he's going to do, then I'll be very rich.
There you go, big dog.
Oh yeah, what's he saying he's going to do?
He's going to buy out the Bitcoin reserve. He's going to He's going to buy up all the Bitcoin and make Bitcoin the strategic reserve, Bitcoin strategic reserve for America. And if he does that, it'll probably 5-10x the price.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, like for letting me know. When is that planning to potentially go into action? Just so I can know for my own reasons. Holy shit! What? That sounds insane. Let me know that, please. When is that? When is it to go into action?
After the 21st of January.
You're up late.
I've got plenty of time. Good to know. I've got enough time to hopefully get some capital to kind of money off that.
Light, you're up. You got barely any time.
Yeah, sorry, apologies.
You're good.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good. No need to apologize. I just want to make sure you knew. I didn't want you to miss your shot.
It's fine. No, I don't want to target his ball. Wait, what? No. Wait, what? Why did? Oh, that's high.
Look at that. All you got to do is like the market cap of gold. The market cap of gold when Nixon took gold off the gold standard was $2 trillion. Right?
1971.
It could go even higher than 5x to potential, yeah. Like, especially on growth terms, yeah, sure.
The Bitcoin market cap is $2 trillion, and it's not even on the fucking. It's not even on the reserve.
It's huge. Exactly, it's huge. Yeah, it's gonna be a massive reserve. If he decides to do that, that'll be amazing. Let's have the bottom of the tree. No, wrong way of the tree. This is a much harder one. This is a much harder one. Okay.
It is a hard map.
It'll take 5 to 10 years, maybe 15 years before you see the full effects of what will happen from that.
The what? Sorry?
It'll take 5 to 15 years before you see the full effects and the full game of what happens after the strategic reserve is been bought.
That's fine. I just want to put as much money into Bitcoin initially as I could. Because I don't have much money at the moment in general. I'm trying to gain capital as quick as possible. So I don't know what short-term investments would be better than that. But I'm trying to learn as I go along. I've not been here a huge amount of time yet. And I'm trying my best. I'm just going 100% that because I really little stuff in life. Yeah.
What do you do? What do you do for money?
I don't get any money currently. I don't work, which means I just get money from the government, and that's it. Currently, just due to my current disabilities and various insane levels of problems I've been having with my mental health. I've been in the psych ward 4 years this time. Sorry, 4 times in 2 years, which is not very fun.
Where do you suffer? Where are you get?
I'm in the northeast in England, in Sunderland, is where I currently live.
Been in the psych ward 4 times in the last year?
4 times in the past 2 years. Yeah. So 2023 and 2024 were the worst years of my life. My hope is that 2025 somehow gets better. I'm pretty sure it will.
And how long did you spend in psych ward each time?
So the first time was 3 weeks in the psych ward, which was the worst of them all. I like to get the worst ones out of the way quick as possible in my life, I guess. I like to lie of jokes of things in regards to my past. But yeah, I went to Barnsley Mental Health Institution, where I was there for, I think, 3 weeks I was in there for, or maybe 2 months, I'm not entirely sure. I think it might have been a month I was in there. Roughly a month anyway, and around the time of a month. Regardless, the next one I went to was York Hospital Psych Ward, because they thought they could treat me better, I guess. And then in reality, it turned out there was a guy that I claimed he was God, who deluded me into believing he was God. He then started to give psychic visions of my past and then fuck up with my entire memory system, which caused me to have a psychological relapse of massive pressure, which then made me fall in love further with my ex than I ever had before, because I realized she was the only sense of stability that I ever had in my life. And then after that, I went to the psych ward again in New York because I had a gin breakdown where I drank too much gin. And I became hyper aggressive towards my parents. I never wanted that to happen. It was never my intention for that to happen, but I just became and various drugs at the time because of the amount of relapsing I'd been going through drug addiction therapy and
you have an invitation.
Yeah.
You have an invitation.
Sorry?
You have an invitation to a game.
I'm not gonna get to the game because I need a break.
Okay, very well. You want to play?
Yes, sir. I've been in a psych ward, but like not like yes.
What condition are you in the psych ward for, may I ask?
Well, it's myself admitted.
Yeah, so I've been self-admitted before, so I've been sectioned most of the time, but yeah, I've been self-admitted before. What was it? Sorry, I misunderstood. I didn't mean to interject. I was just intrigued.
Because I was on holiday and ran out of money. That was years ago, though.
I'm glad you've recovered since then. I'm glad you're okay.
And so that's first time I was fucking lost with it. I was 19 and I was so fucking out of fucking reality. It's fucking.
My first time was at 14, so I get you.
Like at the mental health facilities here.
That's good. I'm glad they're going to be a country. That's good.
Like, it was a bit weird people that are a bit non-impressed people, but when I was self-admitted, everyone left me alone. I just slept all day.
It's not like you got the time that you needed to just recover, which I think is what all of us require in those kind of environments. But unfortunately, in the UK, they don't really accept people with my condition very easily because what I believe I have versus what I'm diagnosed with are two very different things. I believe I have autism with EMF hypersensitivity. I believe I interpret electromagnetic frequency signals within my body consistently, and I can sometimes even hear them. For example, different voices through the internet and the router that I believe I can actually hear. And I believe I can hear different things through different various mediums of technology. And often people will believe that's delusional. I believe it's completely down to the fact of the autistic mind and the way it is wired completely differently to the rest of humanity in regards to the fact that they are able to be hyper hypersensitive to different forms of information, and it's not necessarily just I'm not to say every autistic person would have the same trait as me, but just to say that we all have specialities in regards to our sensitivities, and I believe that can be taken advantage of massively in the best way possible for humanity. So I believe autism funding should be a massive thing in all of reality in general. There's a lot of support that is needed for people with autism, and as somebody that has managed to come out the other side of autism and still be high functioning, I can tell you now, without my circumstances that allow me to have such in my life, despite my life being incredibly difficult, there's people in far worse circumstances than me that need help for autism so badly. They're so gifted individuals with high levels of neglect.
The way you're talking, I believe you do have autism, but I do believe that autism is one of the most misdiagnosed neurological disorders that there is.
But it's also misdiagnosed, and yes, when you find people with true autism, when they have clearly got not just a few of the traits, but they have really all of the traits, and they do understand things from a perspective of what seems normally human, and they almost seem alien to the rest of society like I am, then yeah, of course, naturally, it's hard to explain that to people, so our communication processes get shut down throughout our lives.
Well, I believe autism is one of the most misdiagnosed neurological disorders, and there's many other neurological disorders, and it's just easy to diagnose people with autism.
It's true. It is a cop out a lot of the time to versus trauma, for example. PTSD is just more common.
Autism therapy is makes the most money, because if they're just saying, oh, we can just give you autism, a therapist that specializes in autism, that's everywhere, right? So it's just well, we don't. There's a lot of therapists that just don't have enough clients, so they'll just diagnose more and more people with autism to get them into those therapy groups. It's I actually think autism is one of the more rare neurological disorders.
It's super rare. It's super rare. I'm not saying it's not rare. It's still rare. I'm sure it needs to be possible for people with it.
They 1 in 100. I think it's more 1 in 500 to 800.
Oh, definitely 1 in 500 to 800. Absolutely. Yeah. It's just I believe these individuals are key to the progression of our society, just based on logical factor alone. They are able to process information which most people can't even begin to fathom. It's not because of high IQ, it's because of that specialization in intellect is different radically from other humans. Because they chose a different path at birth, I guess. What's the next one? Grand Rising. Oh, an editorial about sex. This one's fun. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the music though, to some extent. So the last song wasn't particularly to taste.
Play whatever you'd like.
Thank you. I'm glad you guys listened.
Yeah, I do believe that 100 to 200, 1 in 100 people are neurodivergent. I believe that 500 to 800 people are autistic. The misdiagnosis of autism is just easier because we don't know much about the other neurodivergent system. And it's just easier to put people in who are neurodivergent into a selection.
Yeah, I get you.
It's just easier because it's widely more known, but it's definitely one of the worst neurodivergent, but it's widely well known that we just misdiagnose people with autism because it makes more money. That That's the
Okay,
honest
sure.
truth.
That's
So
a
what
shame.
With the work most people tell me they don't have autism, I don't really take it too seriously. But it seems like you do.
Yeah, I absolutely do have autism in every way, shape, or form because I don't fit in anywhere in life, anywhere in this planet, anywhere. I don't even feel like I belong here in any way, shape, or form. I look at the structures of this planet, I'm like, that looks benign and quite frankly irrelevant to, it looks archaic and doesn't look like it was well designed. And people, when I say that, people will be like, instead of questioning me logically, like, how would you design it? What would you do that thing? What would you like to do this as teachers should do? Instead, I've been litigated to the prospect of absolute abuse and humiliation throughout my life. Of every time I tried to suggest an idea, like, you're not qualified to do this, you're not qualified to do this, you don't have the intellect to do this. It's constant down talk to me, which is just how it's always been. It's just the way it is.
Good news is this is all being recorded and this will be all research in the future.
That's true. That's true. Eventually will be, which would be nice.
Excellent point, Zoo.
And the things I'm saying now will make more sense later on to the people that will go back in history and was like, oh shit, that was happening. That was about
That is true. Content is king. That's absolutely. I'm very happy that Rabbi is recording because when it feels like I'm being recorded, it feels like I have to act in a specific light, which helps a lot with my own autism. Helps my autism kind of activate fully if I know I'm being watched. It's kind of like if I know I'm being watched, then I've got to do something better, which is why I believed in God in the first place. Because I try to resist sin as much as physically possible. Like, it's not easy, and I do fail a lot at it, but I do my best.
We don't say anyone is called Asperger's syndrome. The reason why they call it Asperger's syndrome is because during the German Nazi era, Hans Asperger's would put people into concentration camps that were diagnosed with autism. He would keep the one who, if you were able to work, you were diagnosed with Asperger's.
That's really messed up that the diagnosis is no longer on the list of them because I don't want association with such people.